Chapter 2087. Oh. He's clearly in the middle stage of foundation establishment. Has this guy lost his mind? When the two forces collided, Yun Tingyu's heart was even more at ease. He knew that Xiao Hua was indeed in the middle stage of foundation establishment. Then, with a wave of his hand, the torrential rain technique appeared. The abundant water-based heaven and earth spiritual qi around the main hall condensed into hundreds of hailstones that smashed toward Xiao Hua. Each hailstone contained intense spiritual qi. If it smashed into an ordinary cultivator's body, it would be normal for flesh and blood to fly. Xiao Hua withstood Yun Tingyu's pressure. His divine sense swept across the main hall, and a burst of contempt appeared in his eyes. He opened his hands, and a faint purple samadhi true fire with traces of crimson red surged out, instantly forming a wall of fire around Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua himself quickly flew away from where he was standing. At the same time, he waved his hand and dozens of rabbit formation talismans shot towards where Xiao Hua was standing. Samadhi true fire. Yun Tingyu was clearly a knowledgeable person. Seeing Xiao Hua turn the Samadhi true fire into a wall of fire, which was the nemesis of his water element techniques, he couldn't help but turn pale with fright. You're a disciple of the Changbai sect? Just as Yun Tingyu was shouting, there was a rumbling sound. Hundreds of hailstones smashed onto the wall of fire. Although the momentum was terrifying, the hailstones were all ignited by the Samadhi true fire. They could only intensify the wall of fire but couldn't break through the defense at all. Ha ha ha, Xiao Hua laughed. Is it important where I come from? Yes, it's not important at all. Yun Tingyu said coldly. No matter which sect, even if you're a disciple of the Taiqing sect, don't even think about taking one step out of the Misty Clouds sect today. That cold voice really didn't match his handsome facial features. Why aren't you making a move yet? Yun Tingyu slapped his hand and took out a magic treasure that was as green as a lotus leaf from his storage bag. He pointed his finger and countless rays of misty green light poured out from the magic treasure. Yin Xinglian and the others also came to their senses at this time. They each clapped their hands, and a bamboo-like Dharma artifact, a water bottle Dharma artifact, and a watermelon-like Dharma artifact all flew into the air. These Dharma artifacts all emitted green or blue light without exception. Go, the four of them seemed to speak at the same time. Each of them pointed their fingers, and the magic power in their bodies surged. Their magic treasures and artifacts rushed into the air. The magic treasures on the lotus leaves bloomed with a dark green lotus. It absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and spun rapidly. It produced a sharp sound of wind as it rushed towards Xiao Hua's head. If a normal cultivator was hit by that lotus, even if their physical body wasn't destroyed, the light protecting their body would definitely be broken. The four people were obviously in perfect coordination. The dark green watermelon magic tool produced ripples of water from all directions, and there was almost a hua-hua sound of water as it pounced towards Xiao Hua's legs. The water bottle magic tool poured out a bluish-green misty true water that rushed towards Xiao Hua's chest. And that bamboo pole transformed into a row of bluish-green waves that attacked Xiao Hua's back. Xiao Hua's fingers continuously pointed, and he quickly laid down the simple rabbit formation. He also took the time to raise his hand, and the Samadhi True Fire's wall of fire expanded with a hoot sound. Unfortunately, although the Samadhi True Fire's killing power was formidable, under the fierce attacks of the four Dharma artifacts and Dharma artifacts, it was broken one by one. The Misty Clouds sect can be considered to have some foundation. Seeing the Samadhi True Fire's wall of fire being broken, Xiao Hua was not surprised. He waved his hand and took out the Tingjiao shears. I'll let you all see this Xiao's methods. Xiao Hua sneered. He activated his magic power, and a golden light flashed above the entire main hall. Yin Tingyu and the others only felt a cold air flash before their eyes. The golden light, in an inconceivably short amount of time, swept past the four Dharma artifacts. Ah! Yin Xinglian was the first to cry out in alarm. The bluish-green waves formed by his bamboo pole magic tool were instantly cut into two rows by the golden light. Immediately after, the brilliance disappeared, and the bamboo pole revealed its original form in the air. Not only that, but when the bamboo pole fell into the air, it actually staggered slightly. The Ting Jiao shears actually cut the bamboo pole in half. Pooshwa sounds came one after another. The other two Dharma artifacts also revealed their original forms in the air. At the mouth of the water bottle and halfway through the watermelon, deep cracks appeared respectively. Only Yuntingyu's lotus leaf magic tool was in a slightly better state. The lotus leaf was shattered by the Ting Jiao shears. The lotus leaf trembled and was only pushed back a few feet in the air. Yuntingyu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The shock in his eyes appeared once again. He looked at Xiaohua in disbelief. He really couldn't imagine how this foundation establishment middle-stage cultivator could have such astonishing strength. "Give me your life," Xiaohua sneered. He waved his hand again. Where his magic power surged, the Ting Jiao shears once again flashed with golden light and pounced towards Yuntingyu. Yuntingyu hurriedly pointed his finger at the Dharma artifact. At the same time, lotus flowers appeared one after another from the Dharma artifact. He hurriedly opened his hand slightly and took out a Dharma artifact from his storage bag. His other hand hurriedly formed a Dharma artifact and pointed at the center of the Dharma artifact. Shwa shwa. Kung. With a roar, the Ting Jiao shears actually cut all the lotus flowers in half. Moreover, it directly hit the body of the Dharma artifact. As cracks appeared on the Dharma artifact, Yuntingyu also suffered a backlash from the Dharma artifact and spat out a mouthful of blood. Gg. Yuntingyu's mouthful of blood was spat on the Dharma artifact. The Dharma artifact that had already bloomed with green threads instantly changed again. The green threads gathered together and condensed into green beads. Like tadpoles, they actually made a sound and hit the air around Xiaohua. Hua hua hua. Within one zhang of Xiaohua, a ripple appeared in the air. Countless fist-sized raindrops trembled rapidly and flashed with inexplicable spiritual energy fluctuations, rushing toward Xiaohua. The raindrops were extremely powerful. The Samadhi true fire actually couldn't burn them. The entire wall of fire was like a layer of nothingness as it was broken by the raindrops. Xiaohua couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Since you've entered my Misty Cloud Sex True Water Array, I'd like to see what kind of ability you have. Yuntingyu saw that the Dharma artifact was effective and couldn't help but sneer again. You think there won't be a Dharma artifact in a different place? I'm just setting up a Dharma artifact. Is that so? Xiaohua exclaimed at first, but he didn't panic. While sneering, he slightly grasped with his left hand. The Dharma artifact gushed out from his 5 fingers and the Dharma artifact was activated. Following that, a burst of white brilliance appeared and enveloped Xiaohua. The raindrops formed by the true water hit the brilliance. Peng peng peng. With a series of sounds, the brilliance of the Dharma artifact flashed one after another. But flashing was flashing, the brilliance was actually incomparably tough. It was simply impossible to break through. Do you think that this young master moved just to hide? Xiaohua mocked. Chapter 2088. So what? Yuntingyu pointed at the disc array, and the pale light appeared again. The raindrops that hit the light shield immediately turned into a layer of water, covering the rabbit array. Moreover, the water quickly condensed into ice, isolating the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Is that possible? Xiaohua slightly raised the corner of his mouth and once again urged the soaring dragon scissors. Weng, 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 the soaring dragon scissors made a sound again. A golden light flashed, and with a kacha sound, the layer of ice condensed by the soaring dragon scissors was cut open without any resistance. You. Which senior of my Meng country are you? Yuntingyu's face turned ashen. How could he not know that Xiaohua's strength was far beyond his? Senior, don't mention it. Xiaohua pointed his finger, and the soaring dragon scissors flew out of the array and pointed at Yuntingyu. If you want to live, take out the method of making the condensing rain talisman. Well said, well said. Yun Tingyu hurriedly waved his hand and said, Junior knows his mistake. Junior will take out the jade slip now. Yun Xinglian and the others at the side were even more ashen. They looked at Xiaohua, who was about to kill them, with fear. Yes, Xiaohua came to kill the Misty Cloud sect master. On one hand, he was really angry that the Misty Cloud sect's cultivators did not help and killed Yun Tingyu to vent his anger. On the other hand, he wanted to check his own cultivation to see if he could kill his way into 100 Grass sect with his current cultivation and take revenge for Shang Huaming. It's useless to look for Xiaohua laughed. You should look for Fan Zhuang's father who starved to death. With that, the soaring dragon scissors cut through the air and chopped at Yun Tingyu, but at this moment, a strange scene appeared. However, when Yun Tingyu patted his storage bag as if he was going to take out a jade slip, there was no jade slip in his hand. Instead, a ghastly white palm bone appeared. Peng, the lotus leaf magic treasure flew in front of the soaring dragon scissors and blocked it. However, the magic treasure was once again cut by the soaring dragon scissors. You forced this old man to do this. I'll take you down with me. Yun Tingyu sneered and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the white bones. Immediately after, a green light appeared in his eyes, and an extremely awkward and inexplicable voice came out of his mouth. As the voice came out, Yun Tingyu's face, which was originally like a full moon, rapidly shrank and withered. Green seal text. Xiaohua saw a faint green halo appear on the white bone. Circles of green seal text flew out from the halo and hit the high platform. He immediately had a bad feeling and didn't dare to be slow. He didn't even care about the rabbit spirit talisman and the soaring dragon shears. He immediately jumped up and used the bright thunder escape to fly away from the high platform. Xiaohua's flying speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already flown several feet away, leaving that strange high platform. But just as Xiaohua's heart relaxed, the entire high platform was covered in a green mist. Woo! A roar that sounded like it came from the underworld was heard. The high platform actually turned into a huge python and pounced out. A huge suction force pulled Xiaohua out of the platform. Go! Xiaohua was shocked. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and spat out a scarlet spirit fire towards the huge python. Wang Wang, a scale several feet long, immediately flew out from the dark green python's body. It also seemed to be formed from green seal characters. The scale surrounded the spirit fire, and Xiaohua immediately lost control of the spirit fire. Bad! Xiaohua complained. His bones felt weak and his flesh went limp. His body gave birth to endless exhaustion, and even an incomparable sleepiness appeared in his mind. Xiaohua bit the tip of his tongue and a wave of pain appeared. Then, Xiaohua immediately used his soul cultivation method. A cool feeling came from his soul string and the sleepiness gradually disappeared. However, in the blink of an eye, Xiaohua only felt his vision turn black. He had fallen into the huge python's mouth. Go! In this critical moment, Xiaohua quickly took out the great wisdom sword and smashed it into the huge python's mouth without hesitation. Unfortunately, where the heavy sword passed, the green seal text dodged one after another. However, when the heavy sword passed, the green seal text closed again and covered Xiaohua. Following the huge suction, Xiaohua's figure sank into the layers of green seal text and disappeared into the huge python's mouth. Following Xiaohua's disappearance, the huge python once again turned into green seal text and laid flat on the high platform, gradually disappearing. When the green light disappeared, a few small green seal text flew up and landed on the white bone in Yun Tingyu's hand. Cough cough, the white bone in Yun Tingyu's hand disappeared again. Yun Tingyu couldn't help but cough. Sect Master. Yun Xinglian and the others witnessed this inconceivable scene. When they heard the cough, their gaze fell on Yun Tingyu's face and they were even more shocked. They saw that Yun Tingyu's face, which was still upright and proud just a moment ago, was now withered and shrunk. Wrinkles covered his face, and he seemed to have aged dozens of years in an instant. Yun Xinglian and the others knew that their sect master's senior brother, although his cultivation was at the late stage of foundation establishment and his age was close to 200 years old, because he had eaten a youth-retaining herb when he was middle-aged, his appearance had never changed. They didn't expect that he would change so much now. Congratulations to Sect Master Senior Brother for learning our Misty Cloud Sect's ancient green python formation. Yin Xinglian suddenly woke up from her shock and hurriedly bowed to congratulate. Cough cough. Yin Tingyu coughed again. He clapped his hands and took out a jade bottle. He poured out 2 scarlet pills and swallowed them. After closing his eyes for a moment, he said weakly, "What's there to congratulate? The secret to controlling this green python is something that every sect master of my Misty Cloud sect must learn. I was just unlucky to be able to control this green python. Hee, if you congratulate me on this, it's still okay. This green python hasn't been activated for tens of thousands of years." Then, he paused for a long time and sighed, Are you all still envious of I's sect master position? I remember that year when you all congratulated I had unspeakable bitterness. Before I took over as sect master, I never thought that controlling the green python would actually require one's lifespan as the price. This Xiao Hua, which sect's golden core senior is he? Then, Yun Tingyu flew into a rage. If he wasn't so weak that he couldn't move, he would have already jumped up. He can actually hide his cultivation and use the pressure of a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator to deceive I. If it wasn't for him, how could I? This guy really, his heart is worthy of death. Sect Master, let's not investigate this? Yin Xinglian said pitifully, the one you killed was a golden core cultivator. If his sect finds out, my Misty Cloud sect will be completely annihilated. That's right, if it wasn't for Sect Master's divine courage, we would have all died in Xiao Hua's hands today. The other 2 whispered. And Yun Tingyu thought for a moment and nodded, informed the people on duty that today's matter must not be leaked. Yes, Yin Xinglian hurriedly responded, then frowned and said, how should we deal with the people from Jianghu Mountain? Didn't Sect Master just give them the cold shoulder for a few days and have to explain it to them tomorrow? Just give them the cold shoulder for a few days. Yun Tingyu thought for a moment and said, how can we not take spirit stones for 2 foundation establishment cultivators for them? I heard that Jianghu Mountain's yellow talismans are quite popular in Xi. That's right, what did they say about Meng country? That Fu Feng and Lu Yun are tight-lipped. This subordinate didn't find out anything. If we can take this opportunity to get some talisman-making techniques from Jianghu Mountain's Fu family, that would be good. Yin Tingyu said intentionally or unintentionally, then waved his hand and said, you all can leave. This sect master will be in seclusion for a few days. Yes. Yin Xinglian and the others bowed and saluted. The shock on their faces hadn't faded, and they quietly walked down the high platform and out of the main hall. Sigh, Yun Tingyu let out an aged sigh. His eyes were filled with resentment as he looked at the high platform where Xiao Hua had disappeared. Since you forced this old man to shorten his lifespan, this old man will also make you suffer the pain of being cut into pieces and fall into the 9 underworlds. Unfortunately, this old man doesn't have the strength to open the forbidden spell and can't personally witness your tragedy to appease this old man's resentment. However, your spirit stones are this old man's. The storage pouch of a gold core cultivator, this old man has been dreaming of it. At the end of his words, Yun Tingyu's eyes turned into greed. With a wave of his hand, the soaring dragon shears and a dozen talismans that Xiao Hua left on the high platform fell into his hand. Immediately, Yun Tingyu stood up from the stone chair and staggered into a quiet room behind it. Not to mention Yun Tingyu's seclusion, Xiao Hua's figure fell into the green python formed by the green light on the high platform. The true essence around his body gradually stagnated, and in the end, it was like a rock that couldn't be mobilized in the slightest. How sad. Xiao Hua's heart was filled with panic, and he hurriedly released his divine sense. He wanted to see what this place in front of him that seemed to be incomparably black, but also faintly emitting a faint green color, looked like. Unfortunately, he couldn't release his divine sense at all, and not even a trace of it could leave his body. The green seal text is actually so powerful. Xiao Hua finally tasted the power of the green seal text. Immediately after, Xiaohua forced himself to raise the great wisdom sword in his hand. It was fine if he didn't move, but just as he moved, a huge pulling force appeared from all around him. Like a pair of huge hands, it pulled Xiaohua's body in all directions. Xiaohua's body was incomparably strong, but he still couldn't resist this pulling force. Xiaohua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air from the pain. Just as he cried out in pain, the light around his body flashed, and Xiaohua's Daoist robe was torn to shreds. The spiritual armor protecting his body also emitted a weak light, as if it was trying its best to resist. However, this force was strange. It directly passed through the spiritual armor and acted on Xiaohua's body, making all of his defenses useless. Ah! Xiaohua cried out, struggling left and right. The pulling force became more and more vigorous, wanting to tear Xiaohua apart. Damn it, this young master was too careless. Xiaohua was somewhat regretful. This young master only wanted to rely on the rabbit array to resist the Misty Cloud's sex-forbidden technique, but I didn't expect them to have this green seal text. The rabbit array had no effect in the green seal text, and was instead broken into a mess. Although the soaring dragon shears were powerful, it didn't have any effect in the green seal text. However, that Yun Tingyu was also barely able to control the green python. Presumably, he might not be stronger than this young master. This tearing force, how could it be so strong? It's even more powerful than the hands of a nascent soul cultivator. Chapter 2089. With just a few thoughts flashing through Xiaohua's mind, the tearing force penetrated deep into Xiaohua's body. His flesh was torn open, and a pain worse than being cut into pieces drilled into Xiaohua's brain. Humph! Xiaohua couldn't help but groan. If he hadn't endured Huang Yi's pain for tens of thousands of years, he would have fainted long ago. What do I do? What do I do? Xiaohua's mind spun rapidly. I can't use the Dao sex techniques. I'm afraid I can only use the soul strands. Thinking of this, Xiaohua didn't hesitate. He hurriedly urged the soul strands out of the Dharma Eye imprint. Admittedly, it was like a dragon entering the sea. The soul strands were incomparably comfortable in the green seal text and extended rapidly. However, the tearing force around Xiaohua's body didn't lessen in the slightest because of this. Ah! Xiaohua couldn't help but roar. The pain had already penetrated deep into his brain. Right at this moment, a strange scene occurred. As the green seal text power penetrated deep into his brain, the green seal text in Xiaohua's mind that he had comprehended earlier drilled out along with the tearing force and danced around Xiaohua's body. As soon as these green seal text appeared, the tearing force was alleviated slightly. However, at this moment, Xiaohua's surroundings were already filled with soul strands. The green seal text easily touched the soul strands, just like what Xiaohua encountered when he was refining the shaman puppet. Occasionally, a feeling of comfort or shock would come from the soul strands. How could Xiaohua not know that this was the perfect opportunity for him to comprehend the green seal text? He even knew that if he could rearrange the green seal text, he might be able to break the tearing force of the green light. But the problem was that he didn't know how to rearrange the green seal text, and he didn't have the time to comprehend it one by one. Because the tearing force was only slightly alleviated, and there were no signs of it stopping, perhaps I should first see how the green seal text is arranged. Xiaohua was like a drowning man who had encountered a straw. He immediately grasped the opportunity. Thus, he hurriedly opened his left hand and opened his Dharma Eye to find the arrangement of the green seal text. It was fine if the delusion breaker Dharma Eye didn't open, but as soon as it did, a huge force rushed towards Xiaohua's left hand, as if the Dharma Eye was a taboo of the green light. In his Dharma Eye, Xiaohua felt tiny green seal script characters spinning crazily, as if pulling on the power of heaven and earth. A green seal script character flew out from his Dharma Eye like a flying sword. Xiaohua panicked. All of a sudden, a powerful suction force emerged from the eye and pulled his divine sense into it. Immediately, his vision was filled with silver. A silver-gray beam of light shot out from the eye and shot straight at the green seal text. A strange sound rang out. It sounded like someone was chanting, but it also sounded like a ghost was chanting. When the light beam hit the green seal text, it instantly dissipated. The tearing force on Xiao Hua's body disappeared. Not only that, the silver light gradually melted away with the green seal text. The remaining green seal text fluttered in the air like headless flies. At first, it was disorderly, then it gradually became orderly, as if it was beginning to condense into the green light from before. Now is the time. Xiao Hua's mind was enlightened. With a slight thought, he immediately released his soul strands. Every strand of soul strands touched a tiny green seal text. The green seal text was very mysterious. Every time it touched a tiny green light, the entire sky flashed with green light. And Xiao Hua's soul strands didn't stop. Under Xiao Hua's control, the green seal text characters lined up one by one. Shua shua. For some unknown reason, many green seal text characters that touched each other mysteriously disappeared. And even more green seal text characters gradually shrank, gradually becoming the same size as the green seal text characters that flew out from Xiao Hua's mind. After an unknown amount of time, the green seal text characters that filled the sky disappeared. What surrounded Xiao Hua were only 36 tiny green seal text characters. Great! Xiao Hua was now able to stand freely in the air. How could he not know that he had turned misfortune into fortune? Xiao Hua closed his eyes and sent his soul thread into the 36 green seal script characters. An indescribable feeling came from his soul, and the 36 green seal script characters also fused with the soul thread. They flashed into the mysterious dark cloud in Xiao Hua's sea of consciousness and disappeared without a trace. However, Xiao Hua understood that of the 36 green seal text characters, plus the 3 that he had comprehended earlier, he had already learned 39 of them. Only, he knew a little about the usage of these green seal text characters, but he still didn't know how to use them like Yuntingyu. The crisis had been resolved, and Xiao Hua finally had the time to look at his surroundings. Oh. It's actually another huge space. Xiao Hua's gaze swept around and saw that he was inside a huge cave. Looking at the size, it was several times bigger than the Misty Cloud sect's main hall. Moreover, the entire cave didn't have any pillars or the like. Everything could be seen at a glance. What is that? After looking at the general situation, Xiao Hua's gaze had already landed on a huge green seal text character in front of him. The green seal text was engraved on a stone wall. It was over 30 meters tall, and it seemed to support the entire cave. There was a huge stone chair in front of it, and it was exactly the same as the one Yuntingyu was sitting on earlier. Rain. Xiao Hua carefully identified it. He could already see that it was the word rain, one of the 39 green seal text characters that he knew. Condensing rain talisman. Misty Cloud sect. Rain, green seal text. Xiao Hua flew to the front of the green seal text and stood on the stone chair. He pinched his chin and squinted his eyes to size it up. He was already deep in thought. Needless to say, the Misty Cloud sect was a branch of the ancient cultivation method. The green seal text characters were the foundation of the Misty Cloud sect's cultivation method. However, along with the evolution of the cultivation method, the seal text characters were gradually abandoned or lost. More seal-making techniques were separated from the seal text and formed the current Misty Cloud sect. Damn it, such a powerful seal text was actually lost. Xiao Hua thought of the power of the green seal text and couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Actually messing around with the yellow seal text, isn't this picking up sesame seeds and throwing away watermelons? After lamenting for a moment, Xiao Hua flew up again and prepared to find a way out. However, just as he flew up, he felt a sense of loss in his heart, as if he had lost something. Oh. Xiao Hua had always thought that his senses were sharp. He unconsciously stopped in the air and looked around. When his gaze landed on the green seal text again, a flash of light appeared in his mind. Ha ha ha, this young master is stupid. In the face of such a treasure, I almost entered a treasure mountain and returned empty-handed. Xiao Hua laughed loudly. His soul thread was pulled out from the Dharma Eye imprint and touched the huge, rain, character like a tentacle. Just as Xiaohua had expected, something strange happened. Chapter 2090. Sure enough, as soon as the soul strands touched the green seal script, the green seal script rapidly flashed with green light in his transcendence vision. The entire script floated out from the stone wall and gradually turned into a large character formed by many green seal script characters. Immediately after, these green seal script characters flashed one after another. Xiaohua's soul strands also trembled along with these flashes. Suddenly, cryptic and strange syllables rang out from the dark clouds in Xiaohua's mind. These syllables seemed to have great power. After each syllable, the mysterious dark clouds would churn once. When the entire green seal script flickered once, the syllables also rang out once. Suddenly, layers of dark rain flashed out from the dark clouds and fell down like raindrops, cloud summoning rain technique. Xiaohua suddenly realized. Wasn't this a mystical technique that he couldn't even imagine in his dreams? Moving mountains and overturning seas, cloud summoning rain is indeed not a legend. Xiaohua was wild with joy. The ancient celestials relied on the power of this talisman to actually be able to affect the heaven and earth. The legends of almighty beings are no exaggeration. That's right, Xiaohua had comprehended the ghost cultivator's talisman Dao many times. However, perhaps because Xiaohua's cultivation was too shallow, far inferior to Huang Yi's tens of thousands of years of cultivation, or perhaps because Xiaohua was a cultivator and not a ghost, there was always a barrier between him and the ghost cultivator's talisman Dao, and he didn't know how to cultivate it. Now that he saw the green seal script characters for the first time, he suddenly realized that the cultivator's talisman Dao and ghost cultivator's talisman Dao all originated from the ancient green seal script characters. It's just that the path they took was different and the power they used was different. Yuntingyu, as a cultivator, recklessly used the green seal script characters in an inappropriate way. The price he paid was his lifespan. Ghosts are souls, just like the mysterious dark clouds connected to the soul strands. They can release the green seal script characters' talisman syllables. I am a cultivator, how can I release such syllables? Xiaohua immediately frowned again. In this way, even if this young master knows how to use talisman Dao and how to summon rain, I still can't bring benefits to the villagers. While Xiaohua was pondering, the huge green seal script characters floating in the air had already gradually disappeared. On the stone wall, the rain character now became much dimmer. However, Xiaohua didn't notice it because at this moment, a wave of light noise came from the stone chair beneath his feet. Xiaohua hurriedly flew to the side. With a wave of his hand, he took out the invisibility talisman. He activated his magic power and pasted it on his body. His entire figure gradually disappeared from the spot. The stone chair gently rotated and a water blue halo flashed above the stone chair. When the halo shined brightly, space rippled and Yuntingyu's figure appeared above the halo. Cough, cough. Yuntingyu's face was obviously a lot redder, but he was still very weak. He should have been in seclusion, but he was still thinking about Xiaohua's storage pouch. That was why he immediately activated the restriction to come over and take a look after a short rest. When Yuntingyu's divine sense swept through the entire cave, he didn't see Xiaohua's corpse nor any storage pouch. He couldn't help but stare blankly. Immediately, he felt a warning in his heart. He hurriedly shook his hand, as if he wanted to escape. But it was exactly like the old saying, what you fear will happen. Just as his whole body glowed, Xiaohua's figure appeared a few feet away from him. Since he was already close, even if it was a gold core cultivator, Xiaohua wasn't the slightest bit afraid, let alone Yuntingyu, who was in the late stage of foundation establishment and was injured. Xiaohua's fist hit the halo around Yuntingyu's body. With a burst of sound like glass breaking, Yuntingyu didn't have time to do anything. Xiaohua's hand grabbed his neck. Senior, please spare my life. Yuntingyu's hoarse voice struggled desperately. This junior is willing to give all the spirit stones of Misty Cloud's sect to senior. This junior is willing to give all of Misty Cloud's sects, yes, and the condensing rain talisman senior wants. This junior has the moving clouds and summoning rain talisman, which is a secret spiritual talisman of my Misty Cloud sect. This junior will give it all to senior. Hee, Xiao Hua sneered, why would this Xiao covet your spirit stones? If this young master knows about those spiritual talismans and kills you, won't they all fall into this young master's hands? Senior. Yuntingyu panicked, senior doesn't know, my Misty Clouds sect is an ancient orthodoxy, and this place is an ancient ruin, is it that? Xiao Hua smiled and pointed his finger. Yes, how did senior know? Ah. Yuntingyu was stunned. When he turned his head and saw that the green seal text had dimmed, he immediately turned pale with fright. However, before he could express his shock, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. The talismans protecting his body were all broken, and his vision turned black. Everything in the world was far away from him. Xiao Hua never gave any explanation to the cultivators who tried to harm him, especially this Yuntingyu who treated the lives of the people of the world as nothing. Xiao Hua shook his hand and threw Yuntingyu's corpse to the ground. He patted his forehead and the Buddha's Sarira flew into the air. Then, he executed a Buddhist skill and captured Yuntingyu's soul. He waited for Xiao Hua to ask him what he wanted to know before transferring the soul away. This seemed to be Xiao Hua's first time trying out this particular Buddhist soul-searching technique. He felt very satisfied. With a wave of his hand, he picked up the storage pouch on Yuntingyu's corpse and scanned it with his divine sense. He was stunned on the spot. Damn, this Yuntingyu seems to be too stingy. This storage pouch is full of spirit stones, and there are also a lot of top-grade spirit stones. Why is Misty Cloud's sect so poor? Since it's in this young master's hands, it's better not to waste it. Xiao Hua took out half of the spirit stones from the storage pouch and left the rest inside. Then, Xiao Hua spent a few hours copying the jade slips in the storage pouch one by one. Then, he took out a few seemingly old talismans and said with a smile, this is the Cloud Travel and Rain Talisman? This Misty Cloud sect senior is indeed a capable person. Since talismans can't be easily used, they can be turned into talismans for both spirit and yellow talismans. It's just that yellow talismans are easy to refine, but the materials for these spirit talismans are difficult. Today's Dawn Rain continent is really hard to find. After taking half of the yellow talismans, spirit talismans, and his own soaring dragon scissors and rabbit spirit talismans, Xiao Hua took out the palm leaf fan-like hand bone. A wisp of true samadhi fire burned on it, and a series of green seal characters flew out. Xiao Hua used his soul strands to touch it, and 4 more green seal characters that Xiao Hua didn't understand appeared. Great! Xiao Hua was happy and threw the hand bone into the space. Sure enough, the hand bone automatically flew to the other white bones and landed on the left hand. A faint lightning bolt connected it to the other white bones. Then, Xiao Hua cut off Yuntingyu's Daoist robe and burned his corpse with a wisp of true samadhi fire. Finally, Xiao Hua's figure changed and turned into Yuntingyu's appearance. He put on the Daoist robe again and flew back to the stone chair. After thinking for a moment, he cast a few unfamiliar spells and a halo covered him. The halo spun rapidly, and Xiao Hua's figure disappeared from the cave. When he opened his eyes, he already appeared in a quiet room. Xiao Hua sat cross-legged and thought for a moment. Yuntingyu was killed by me. But the Misty Cloud sect's orthodoxy is still here, so I don't need to destroy their inheritance. This Yuntingyu just happened to be devoured by the talisman, so it's an excellent excuse. I can also do some good for this dead man and gather some good karma. Presumably, Xiao Hua left the quiet room and landed on the main hall. He waved his hand and a messaging talisman flew out. Sect Master, Sect Master. Xiao Hua's messaging talisman hadn't even flown out of the main hall when a burst of exclamations came. Yun Xinglian and the other Foundation establishment disciples recklessly rushed in from outside the main hall. You wait. Xiao Hua sat on the stone chair and felt very strange. Sect Master, you. Seeing Xiao Hua sitting on the stone chair perfectly fine, Yun Xinglian was also very surprised. She was extremely shocked and stuttered, your life spirit tablet, Io. Xiao Hua's heart moved. He knew he was wrong again. He had forgotten about the life spirit tablet of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Cough cough. Xiaohua coughed a few times and said with a hoarse voice, "Junior brother, the brother in front of you is already, not the original brother. This sect master. Sect master senior brother." Yun Xinglian cried, "Junior brother knows, junior brother knows. This is the body that sect master senior brother used my Misty Cloud sect secret technique to maintain. Senior brother used my Misty Cloud sect secret technique just now. His lifespan has already been completely exhausted. Alright, you are indeed Yuntingyu's junior brother. This young master doesn't need to explain anymore." Xiaohua laughed secretly in his heart. Sigh, Qinglian, you still don't know. This, forget it. This sect master doesn't have much time, so I can't explain too much to you. Wait until you understand the essence of my Misty Cloud sect, then you will naturally know what this brother is talking about. Xiaohua sighed again and patted his storage bag. With a wave of his hand, he took out half of the spirit stones and said, "Don't blame this sect master for being stingy. Being in charge of a sect has never been as simple as you all think. This sect master has always been living frugally. These are the spirit stones that this sect master has recorded for 100 years. Now, I will give them all to you and let the disciples in the sect divide them. Count it as this sect master's final gift to them. Sect master senior brother." Seeing that Xiaohua actually took out so many spirit stones, the hesitation of Yun Qinglian and the rest instantly disappeared. There was only one sentence in their hearts: when a person is about to die, his words are kind. Alright, the second matter is the most important. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Qingyu, come over here." Yes, Qingyu greets the sect master. A middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivator stepped forward and bowed. "Yin Qingyu, this sect master will now pass on the position of sect master of my Misty Cloud sect to you. You must properly manage the Misty Cloud sect for this sect master." Xiaohua said seriously and handed over Yun Tingyu's storage bag to her. Sect master. Yun Qingyu happily took the storage bag. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "This sect master doesn't have much time. Everything will be simple. You will be in charge of the sect master ceremony. In the future, you can manage it yourself." "Yes, thank you sect master." Yun Xingyu's tears were about to fall. To be continued. Chapter 2091. The third thing. Yun Xingyu said again, "Before I die, I will look back on the past. I don't regret wasting my time, nor do I feel ashamed for doing nothing. However, I regret that I didn't use my cultivation to do more things for the common people." That Xiaohua who came from nowhere. What he said is quite reasonable. All of you, from today onwards, you should make condensing rain talismans and make rain for the common people in Yu City, and even Meng country. This is my last order, you must do it with all your heart. Yes, we will do our best to fulfill your last wish. Yun Xingyu and the others bowed with tears in their eyes. Alright, this sect master is about to leave. Xiaohua stood up. This sect master has already left a quiet place for himself. Before Xiaohua could finish, Yun Xingyu hurriedly said, "Senior brother sect leader, I have one last question." "Oh, go ahead." Xiaohua stopped. His heart was beating fast. After all, he was asking Yun Tingyu's soul, and he didn't know much about Misty Cloud sect. How should we deal with the Fu family of Mount Jianhua in Shi country? Yun Xingyu said in a low voice, "Senior brother sect leader seems to be dissatisfied with the spirit stones they took out. Also, after you leave, Misty Cloud sect will have nothing to do with the Fu family of Mount Jianhua. Should we let them go or help them? Please tell us, senior brother sect leader." Fu Feng. Xiaohua was stunned. He was a little surprised and a little embarrassed. He rolled his eyes and said, "Qingyu is guarding Misty Cloud sect. Qinglian and Qingfeng, help them. After all, the Fu family of Mount Jianhua is my old friend." "Yes, we understand." Yun Xingyu and the other two bowed. "Alright, all of you, follow me and wait at the entrance of the palace." Xiao Hua's figure floated leisurely like a formless object. This old man will leave alone. Let this old man's primordial spirit, let this old man's ruined body, dissipate between heaven and earth. As Xiao Hua spoke, he flew out of the main hall and landed in front of the stairs. He followed the long flight of stairs and slowly walked down. His figure was both imposing and seemed to be staggering. The entire Misty Clouds sect was immediately filled with a solemn atmosphere. Yun Xinglian, Yun Xingyu, Yun Qingfeng, and the other disciples couldn't help but kneel down and weep. Xiao Hua's back became increasingly blurry in their eyes. Yes, this Yun Tingyu's character is not good, he is quite sinister and stingy, but the sect leader's prestige is still there. Xiao Hua had already walked far away when he used his divine sense to scan the area. When he saw that the Misty Cloud sect's people did not follow him, he muttered in his heart. He took off Yun Tingyu's Daoist robe and casually threw it into a stream. Then, with a twist of his body, he entered the ground and headed in Fan Zhuang's direction. As for whether or not Yun Xinglian and the others had come out to find Yun Tingyu, and whether or not they had only seen Yun Tingyu's Daoist robes and were puzzled, that was not something Xiao Hua had to consider. Outside of the Misty Cloud sect, Xiao Hua really did not put the Misty Cloud sect's disciples in his eyes. When Xiao Hua arrived at Fan Zhuang, he saw the Fan Zhuang's clan leader, Fan Yunxiao, organizing the young and strong people of the clan to plant rice seeds. It looked like it was in full swing, far from the cold and lifeless appearance of a few days ago. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over. Shui had already sensed it and flew out in joy. Everyone also knew that Xiao Hua had returned, so they all looked up. Xiao Hua whispered in Shui's ear for a moment, then stretched out his hand and took out a dozen condensing rain talismans. Under the urging of his magic power, they were all scattered. Sure enough, streaks of blue light flashed, and under each ray of light, a thin layer of water dozens of feet in size immediately formed, then condensed into rain and dripped down. Many thanks, Daoist Xiao. Everyone's face showed a pleasantly surprised expression. Regardless of the rain pouring on their bodies, and regardless of the mud gradually growing between the fields, they knelt on the ground. Seeing everyone so happy, his heart unconsciously felt at peace, and the corners of his mouth also carried a smile. It seemed that all the previous life and death hardships had been rewarded. Huh. This is... Xiao Hua suddenly felt that there was something strange in his body. He hurriedly examined it, but saw that within the Buddha fire, there were more and more invisible golden threads, becoming increasingly clear. Xiao Hua looked at the extremely pious expressions of everyone under his feet, as well as their grateful eyes, and unconsciously thought of something. These golden threads of the Buddha fire are actually related to other people's gratitude? It seems that the first few golden threads appeared after this poor Daoist saved those martial artists. Immediately, Xiao Hua put this matter to the back of his mind. He didn't think of anything in return for saving people, especially these secular people. He knew that they absolutely couldn't help him. These golden threads, it's better to have them, but it doesn't matter if they don't have them. Thank you, Daoist Xiao, for your great kindness. Fan Yunxiao trembled as he bowed, the snow-white beard on his mouth trembling. Old man, this is what we cultivators should do. Xiao Hua hurriedly supported him. If all the immortals were like Daoist Xiao, we secular people wouldn't be afraid of any disasters. Fan Yunxiao said as he wiped his tears. Xiao Hua knew that he didn't have the ability to guide the entire Dawn Rain continent, so he could only deal with it with a smile. I have already ordered all the Fan family disciples to pay respects to Daoist Xiao every day, and pass on Daoist Xiao's grace to the future generations of the Fan family. Fan Yunxiao said excitedly. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand. We'll talk about this later. With this rain, the drought around Fan Manor should be solved. I still have to go to the other places to take a look. If there is a drought, it will also be solved. Yes, it should be like this. Fan Yunxiao smiled apologetically. However, I have a strange matter that I want to tell Daoist Xiao. And, please speak. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Fan Yunxiao pointed at the previously sowed field and said, Where did you get the rice that Daoist Xiao took out earlier? If Daoist Xiao still has some, can you bestow some more? Oh. Why? Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over. At first, it was strange, but then he came to a realization and said curiously, but what's going on? Some of the rice already have some seedlings, some are still not. Oh, no, these seeds don't seem to have sprouted at all. Really? They haven't sprouted at all? Fan Yinxiao frowned and said, I thought it was still early, but it turns out that they haven't sprouted at all. It seems that my guess was right. What do you mean by that? Xiao Hua also frowned. The rice in his space grew with his own eyes, but he only had a vague impression of how the rice outside grew. Alright, I'll let Daoist Xiao know. Fan Yinxiao didn't take advantage of his seniority just because he looked old. He said respectfully, this old man is 73 years old this year, and I've lived in Fan Manor all my life. The furthest I've gone is Yu City. This old man doesn't have much knowledge, but I do have some skills when it comes to taking care of crops. Xiao Hua smiled and nodded slightly. My Fan Manor's rice has always grown well since I was a child. For many years, the rice was planted at a fixed time, sprouted at a fixed time, headed at a fixed time, and ripened at a fixed time. My Fan Manor's farmers also harvested at a fixed time. Fan Yinxiao stroked his beard and sighed, but now, everything has changed. Chapter 2092. Since more than 10 years ago, oh, it should be more than 20 or 30 years ago, the situation has gradually changed. At first, the time of germination of the rice seeds changed, then the time of heading changed, and then the time of ripening, harvesting, and sowing also changed. What worries this old man the most is that the harvest is slowly decreasing. Fan Yinxiao said with a pained expression. Ah. Xiao Hua almost cried out in surprise. He immediately thought of the changes in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth he heard from a foundation establishment cultivator at the auction in Haoming City. Daoist Xiao. Fan Yinxiao immediately stopped and looked at Xiao Hua in panic. It's okay. I seem to have thought of something. Senior, please continue. Xiao Hua nodded with a smile. Yes, the agriculture has been declining for more than 10 years, and the climate has also become worse. In this old man's humble opinion, even if this year's drought didn't happen, in a few years, the rice seeds will not be able to be used anymore. Fan Yinxiao said very sadly, I'm afraid that the people of the secular world will starve to death. I understand what Senior is saying. Xiao Hua nodded, then pointed his finger and said, how did Senior know that these rice seeds were taken by I? Hee, how could we dare to eat the life-saving food that Daoist Xiao gave us all at once? Farmers all know the principle of using grain as seeds. Without seeds, how can we survive in the coming year? Fan Yinxiao said with a smile. Seeds, survival. Fan Yinxiao's simple words immediately made Xiao Hua understand, as if the essence of the Tao of life and death was deeply contained in them. When Daoist Master Xiao brought food again, this old man asked them to plant the rice from before and some of the good seeds that were sent over. Fan Yinxiao explained, however, they have already been mixed together, and this old man knows how to distribute them. Yes, I understand. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and said, I will walk around first. The drought in the vicinity of Yu City is very serious. When I finish this matter, I will come back and discuss it with Senior. Yes, Daoist Xiao is truly compassionate. If an immortal like Daoist Xiao cannot live as long as the heavens, then the heavens must be blind. Fan Yinxiao said gratefully. Xiao Hua smiled and pulled Shueshue's hand. The two of them flew into the air and gradually disappeared into the distance. Although the congealing rain talisman was an unremarkable yellow talisman, it was quite difficult to refine. Shueshue didn't know how to refine yellow talismans, so she couldn't help much. Therefore, along the way, Xiao Hua refined the congealing rain talisman, and Shueshue displayed the congealing rain talisman. In just a few days, Xiao Hua and Shueshue had taken control of the areas with the most severe drought before flying back to Fan Manor. Husband. Shueshue thought as she flew, and asked with some doubt, I didn't feel it before, but after doing so many things with my husband, I feel quite satisfied. It seems that this concubine hasn't cultivated for so many years in vain. This is something that this concubine has never felt before. I don't know why either. Xiao Hua said with a smile. However, helping others is the foundation of happiness. Being able to help others and being able to be happy, why wouldn't you and I be happy? My husband is indeed different from the cultivators of my Xiaoyu continent. Shui Shui's eyes were filled with love, and she said tenderly, it's exactly as Elder Fan said. If a cultivator like my husband can't become a great person, the heavens will really be speechless. Xiao Hua hurriedly blocked Shui Shui's lips with his index finger, and whispered, Elder Fan is a secular person, his words don't need to be taken seriously. We are cultivators, and our words must come true. You mustn't speak nonsense. Shui Shui stuck out her tongue and licked Xiao Hua's finger, and said with a smile, I understand. If I can help you become a great person, what's wrong with this concubine's body being crushed and my soul being scattered? Shui Shui. Xiao Hua was startled, and he had a bad feeling. He frowned and said, why do you keep saying such things? Could it be that there's something wrong? Of course not. Shui Shui's charming eyes were like silk, and she said with a smile, this concubine is just expressing her feelings. Xiao Hua muttered to himself for a moment, then nodded and warned, wife, there are some things that can be said, and some things that absolutely cannot be said. If my wife has any warning signs, you must tell your husband as soon as possible. This concubine understands. Shui Shui said indifferently, with my husband's cultivation, this concubine has always been by your side, what kind of warning signs can there be? All right. Xiao Hua knew that these things couldn't be explained clearly, let's return to Fan Manor first. When they returned to Fan Manor, it was just as Fan Yinxiao said. Some of the rice seeds had already sprouted into thumb-sized seedlings, but the majority of the seeds still didn't have any movement. Xiao Hua used his divine sense to check, and after a moment of contemplation, he told Shui Shui about it, and then went into seclusion. He still had to wait and see if the remaining seeds could germinate or not. In addition, he urgently wanted to know what kind of secret technique Misty Cloud's Sex Yuntingyu used to produce the syllables of the green seal characters. Xiao Hua went into seclusion for 14 days, and on the 15th day, he came out of seclusion with a disappointed face. Now, he knew the talisman of the cloud summoning rain technique, and also knew how ghost cultivators use these syllables, but what he lacked was how cultivators could produce these syllables. From Misty Cloud's Sex ancient records, he indeed knew how Yuntingyu produced the syllables of the green seal characters, and it was indeed very strange. It was indeed something he couldn't even dream of. But the ancient records clearly said that this was the price of the cultivator's lifespan, and it absolutely couldn't be used unless it was an emergency. Xiao Hua was so righteous that he would use his own lifespan to freely squander it. However, it wasn't like he didn't have any gains. He had already seen Misty Cloud's Sex cloud summoning rain talisman clearly, and as long as he could find rare spirit beasts, he was confident that he could easily refine this talisman. As for the cloud summoning rain talisman recorded in Misty Cloud's Sex records, Xiao Hua looked at it again and again, carefully comprehending more than half of it. In addition, while he was cultivating, he also thought clearly that Xiaoyu continent should have encountered a situation where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth changed strangely. Fan Zhuang's rice seeds should have been affected by this, and could no longer produce food for ordinary people to eat. And the seeds produced in his space, because of his space's spiritual light, or because the water of the two extreme yin and yang pools in his space had the effect of breeding all living things, were able to produce suitable seeds in this world where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had transformed. Husband, is there something wrong? Shui Shui keenly saw Xiao Hua's disappointment and hurriedly asked. It's nothing. Xiao Hua said with a smile, maybe your husband's expectations were too high. How is Fan Zhuang's situation? There are changes, but also no changes. Shui Shui pursed her lips and said with a smile, just like before husband went into seclusion, those germinating seeds have already grown strong and healthy. According to the farmers of Fan Zhuang, they are growing much faster than the rice they planted before. What about the changes? Fan Zhuang has already completely restored to the vitality it had before husband arrived. Hee, are you very happy to see them? Xiao Hua said with a smile. Shui didn't conceal anything and nodded vigorously, that's right. And, your husband has already found a way to solve the problem of the seeds. Once we finish dealing with the matter here, my wife will follow your husband to another place. Xiao Hua replied with a smile. Husband is really amazing. Shui's face revealed a happy expression. This concubine has thought for a long time, but there is no way to solve it. I don't know how husband will solve it. It's too simple. Xiao Hua laughed and said, your husband knows that it's enough to give them enough seeds, right? That's right, but... Shui heard this and was naturally shocked. This kind of solution was naturally a cure, but where did the seeds come from? Shui instantly thought of the seeds that Xiao Hua took out from his storage bag. However, Xiao Hua obviously didn't have any seeds in his storage bag, otherwise, Xiao Hua wouldn't have asked her for some spirit jujube. Shui thought of this and very rationally stopped asking. She only smiled and didn't say anything else. Xiao Hua brought Shui to see Fan Yunxiao and gave enough seeds to Fan Zhuang. He didn't say anything else. After all, Fan Zhuang was an expert in farming. Xiao Hua only needed to provide good seeds, and other things, Fan Zhuang could do better than him. Seeing Xiao Hua take out so many good seeds, Fan Yunxiao's eyes lit up. These days, he had been observing the seeds planted in the fields. He found that these seeds were not only resistant to drought, but also grew very fast. They were simply the legendary, immortal seeds. The villagers of Fan Zhuang knew that with these, immortal seeds, even if the drought came again, they would still be able to survive. Spiritual Master Zhao's great kindness, this old man, will be unable to repay you even if his bones are crushed. Fan Yunxiao began to sing praises. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, there's no need to be like this. Elder Fan, these good seeds are for Fan Zhuang. However, it's more than 10 times what Fan Zhuang wanted. I also hope that if possible, while Fan Zhuang is farming, he can also distribute these good seeds to other places in Fan Zhuang so that they can all benefit from it. But if Elder Fan... Xiao Hua's tones suddenly became cold. Rest assured, Spiritual Master Xiao. This old man understands that Spiritual Master Xiao has the hearts of all living beings. This old man has also suffered the pain of starvation. I will not watch others starve to death because of my selfish desires. Fan Yunxiao heard this and immediately knelt on the ground, kowtowing in panic as he answered. But all people have selfish desires and greed. I hope that Elder Fan will do as you say. Xiao Hua glanced at Shui, and the two flew up at the same time. Spiritual Master Xiao, Fairy Shui is leaving. Fan Yunxiao reluctantly shouted, children of Fan Zhuang, quickly kowtow and respectfully send Spiritual Master Xiao off. Thank you, Spiritual Master Xiao. Respectfully send Spiritual Master Xiao off. Hearing this, everyone immediately dropped what they were doing and knelt on the ground. Respectfully sending Xiao Hua and Shui off. What good farmers. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart. He waved his hand and flew even further away. Husband, you are really amazing. After flying far away, Shui gave him a thumbs up and smiled. Xiao Hua smiled and squinted his eyes as he looked into the distance. He smiled and said, solving the problems of the secular world is really not easy. However, when it comes to solving the disputes between cultivators, your husband is much more amazing. Chapter 2093. Husband, what's the matter now? Shui pursed her lips and smiled. I've been waiting for you for a long time to see you rescue Yunduan, Fu Ho, and Fu Zhu. You've been delayed for so long. I'm afraid that the three of them have already been killed by the Fu clan of Mount Jinhua, right? Xiao Hua knew that Yun Tingyu's funeral and Yun Xingyu's taking over of the Misty Clouds sect required time and ceremony. Even if the Fu clan of Mount Jinhua didn't want the Misty Clouds sect's help, they couldn't leave. Not to mention that Yunqing Lai and Yunqing Feng still had to follow them to White Bamboo Mountain. Fu Feng and the others could only wait until everything was over before they could leave. This was also the reason why Xiao Hua had been staying at Fanzhuang all this time. Let's go. We should be able to catch up. Xiao Hua pointed to the distance. He had already scouted out the location of White Bamboo Mountain in Yu City. He held Xue Xue's hand and flew towards White Bamboo Mountain. White Bamboo Mountain was a small remote mountain range. It was even more barren than the Misty Clouds sect. The thin heaven-earth spiritual qi was only enough to satisfy the cultivation needs of cultivators. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they definitely wouldn't stay for long. At this moment, within the White Bamboo Mountain, there was an emerald green bamboo forest. The bamboo roots were sparkling and translucent like jade. Moreover, from time to time, there would be the crisp chirping of birds rising from the bamboo forest. Although the birds could not be seen, combined with the sound of the gurgling stream, it was indeed a place that led to a secluded place. In this beautiful bamboo forest, there was a bamboo house built with bamboo. On top of a few thin bamboos, an extremely handsome middle-aged cultivator was frowning. In the air in front of him, there was a blood-red beast skin floating. The middle-aged cultivator was holding a red brush in his hand. There was a faint light on the brush, and the heaven-earth spiritual qi in the surroundings slightly flowed along with the strokes of the brush. Ka! A strange sound was heard. It was as if the red brush had hit a solid stone and stopped. The heaven-earth spiritual qi that was flowing rhythmically in the surroundings immediately stopped. However, in just an instant, the heaven-earth spiritual qi suddenly exploded and rushed towards the beast skin in front of the cultivator. Boom! A flame rose from the beast skin with a soft sound. Sigh. The cultivator sighed and hurriedly waved his hand. A yellow talisman fell on the beast skin, and a cool mist appeared and extinguished the flame. Husband, did you fail again? Two crisp voices sounded at the same time. Behind the cultivator, two extremely beautiful female cultivators who looked exactly the same flew down from the bamboo house. Their figures were graceful, like fairies flying in the air. Needless to say, these three cultivators were none other than Zhao Feng, Fu Zhu, and Fu Ho. A wry smile appeared on his face. He waved his hand and the damaged beast skin fell into his hand. He said, "Yes, your husband has tried countless times. Your husband clearly has this memory, but, when I draw here, the brush gives off a cryptic feeling and my magic power can't flow smoothly. Perhaps my husband remembered wrongly?" Fu Zhu said cautiously. The Fu puppet giggled and said, "My husband's cultivation is still shallow. You'll naturally be fine after you reach the foundation establishment stage." Alas, what the two of you said is reasonable. Looking at the two of them, happiness appeared on his face. This husband is a little too impatient for success. This invisibility talisman can only be drawn after foundation establishment with true essence. As for true qi, it's beyond my power. You can't blame my husband. Fu Zhu said considerately, foundation establishment requires luck. We've worked hard. My sister and I have already reached the 11th layer of qi refining, and my husband is already at the peak of the 12th layer. You're much stronger than the disciples of Mount Jinhua. As long as your luck is right, you'll be able to reach the foundation establishment stage and successfully refine this invisibility talisman. That's right. The Fu puppet stomped her foot and said angrily, "If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have given Xiao Hua the method to refine the yellow talisman. That guy must have been captured by Fu Yunhua and his storage bag must have been left behind in Mount Jinhua. Alas, my wife." Songing sighed, "Don't say such words again in the future. Junior brother Xiao has been extremely benevolent to us. He took the item for himself, and at that time, he removed all suspicions on us. Only then could we calmly escape. He completely replaced us in Mount Jinhua. Your husband couldn't obtain the method to refine the yellow talisman, it's fate. There's no need to blame junior brother Xiao. My husband is right." Fu Zhu held the Fu puppet's hand and said with a smile, "We can only be grateful to Xiao Hua and not resent him. I understand. The Fu puppet pouted and agreed. Her pretty appearance was extremely similar to when she was young. That's right. When Xiao Hua separated from Zhao Feng and the others, the battle formation was incomparably sensational. 4 Foundation establishment cultivators joined forces to find him. With Xiao Hua's qi refining cultivation, it was absolutely impossible for him to escape. This was also the reason why Zhao Feng never thought about it. My wife, why did you come to the back mountain instead of teaching the disciples how to refine yellow talismans in the front mountain? Zhao Feng asked with a smile. What's there to teach? They're just a bunch of kids. The Fu puppet said disdainfully, those third-layer disciples are really too stupid. I told them several times, but they didn't understand the main points. I was really angry. I just let them cultivate on their own. Hee. Zhao Feng looked at the Fu puppet lovingly, then looked at Fu Zhu's smiling face. He reached out and held the Fu puppet's hand, saying, my wife has worked hard. Your husband is very grateful. The Fu puppet felt sweet inside, but also a little embarrassed. She looked at Fu Zhu and lowered her head, saying, my husband, I know I'm a little impatient. Our Heavenly Talisman sect has only been established for a few years. These disciples will be the future pillars of the sect's development. When we return, I'll definitely focus on teaching them. Hee, as long as my wife understands. Zhao Feng held the two's hands, saying, come, let's sit down. I've been busy cultivating, and you two have been busy teaching the disciples. We haven't had a good chat in a long time. Fu Zhu and Fu puppet smiled. The 3 of them walked to the front of the bamboo hut and sat on the bamboo planks that had been set up. They each leaned on Zhao Feng's side, leaning their heads on his shoulders. Their faces were full of happiness as they looked at the blazing sun hanging in the sky to the west of White Bamboo Mountain. The 3 of them were silent for a long time before Fu Zhu said faintly, husband, sometimes this concubine really has doubts. Today, this concubine feels like she's dreaming. This concubine and my sister are really together with husband. Look at what you're saying, sister. It's been decades, and you still think you're a girl in your teens? The Fu puppet smiled, and then her face was full of joy, but then again, Fu Yunbua, that old bastard, really doesn't have good intentions. He knew that we were husband-sisters, but he still arranged for us to be together. His intentions are really terrible. When I heard this, I felt that the whole world was dark. But I didn't expect that husband's background was a little special. Sister and I really aren't husband-sisters. If Uncle Xiang didn't tell us, how would we know? I really want to thank Fu Yunbua and my wife. Just as the Fu puppet smiled and was about to say another name, Zhao Feng scolded, some things are enough for you to know. Why say it out loud? Then he sighed, it's a pity for Uncle Xiang. He worked hard for my husband all his life, but only lived quietly on this White Bamboo Mountain for a few years before he passed away. Fu Huang pursed her lips and giggled. Fu Zhu consoled, husband, don't be sad. Uncle Xiang is already smiling in the underworld when he sees your achievements, and you have my little sister and I to accompany you. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Calm to vote. Chapter 2094. Husband. Fu Zhu said with infatuation, wouldn't it be great if the 3 of us could enjoy such beautiful scenery together? Wouldn't it be great if we could cultivate together and enjoy the scenery when we're free? Why, create a heavenly talisman sect? That's right. Once Big Sister and I reach the Foundation establishment stage, it would be best for us 3 Foundation establishment cultivators to take charge of a sect. It's a bit too early for that. Fu Xiao looked at her sister and probed. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he looked left and right at his 2 equally beautiful wives. My 2 wives are absolutely right. However, your husband has his own plans. I'm going to explain it to my 2 wives. We'll listen to your explanation. Fu Zhu and Fu Xiao said with a smile. From their tone, even if Tsongda explained it casually, they wouldn't pursue the matter. If the three of us were to cultivate by ourselves, we would be able to relax. But don't you think that the three of us are too weak? Even if the three of us reach foundation establishment, I'm afraid we won't be a match for Mount Jianhu. Your husband created the Heavenly Talisman sect and all the disciples are your husband's helpers. If they can cultivate to a high level of qi refining, they'll be your support. Even if we face Mount Jianhu that day, our Heavenly Talisman sect won't be at a disadvantage. Songda said with a smile, moreover, our strength is in yellow talismans. We can cultivate while refining yellow talismans. Since we can cultivate and refine yellow talismans at the same time, why can't we teach our disciples while refining yellow talismans? This is killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Yes, you're right. Fu Zhu and Fu Xiao agreed as expected. Moreover, your husband. How can a small sect in a corner of the Meng kingdom be my goal? Songda's eyes lit up. Your husband wants to make this Heavenly Talisman sect one of the top sects in the Dawn Rain continent. What Xianghua sect? What Changbai sect? Mount Jianhu isn't even worthy of carrying my Heavenly Talisman sect's shoes. Hee, your husband has even thought of a title for your baby. Is that so? Husband, please tell us. Fu Zhu's and Fu Ai's faces lit up. I like cultivators with lofty ambitions like you, husband. Husband will definitely dominate the Dawn Rain continent in the future. He proudly said, after I become pregnant, I will be called Daoist Heavenly Talisman. What do you all think? Awesome. A look of longing appeared on the Fu puppet's face. My husband's title is truly resounding. In the future, my Heavenly Talisman sect will definitely follow Daoist Heavenly Talisman's name throughout the entire Dawn Rain continent. Husband is truly a genius. Fu Zhu also praised. Mistress, mistress. Just as Fu Zhu and Fu Puppet were intoxicated, a panicked voice came from behind them. Displeased, he turned his head around and saw a 3rd-layer qi refining disciple flying unsteadily towards him from the mountain behind the bamboo hut. Li Su Kuan. Why are you in such a sorry state? The talisman puppet flew up and scolded, didn't I teach you? You are a disciple of my Heavenly Talisman sect, and also a disciple of a cultivation sect. You should have the temperament of not being frightened by a mountain. Yes, disciple understands, disciple understands. Li Su Kuan was a child of about 10 years old. Panting heavily, he replied, disciple has an urgent matter to report to sect master. Can't you just send a message, talisman? Why are you so panicked? Song Luan said in a very imposing manner. He had the bearing of a sect master. Disciple. Disciple is slow-witted. Disciple panicked, and forgot. Li Su Kuan scratched his head in embarrassment. Yes, I will remember this matter for now. There will be no next time. Song Luan nodded. What's the urgent matter? All right, sect master understands. Li Su Kuan bowed and said, that Su Zhiqing secretly escaped from the mountain. Su Zhiqing, why did he escape from the mountain? The Fu puppet was stunned. Su Zhiqing had the best aptitude among all the disciples, and was also a disciple she taught with great care. Did he do something wrong? All right, mistress understands. Li Su Kuan said anxiously, this Su Zhiqing is not an ordinary disciple. He is a disciple of the Su family in Xian City. Xian City's Su family. How? How is this possible? Song Luan was stunned and his face turned pale. How did you know? Sect master. Li Shukuan said with a sad face, last night, this disciple and the others drank some fruit wine and were a little drunk. That Su Zhiqing accidentally let slip and talked about the Su family. At that time, this disciple and the others didn't care. Even now, this disciple still thinks that he was bragging. But Su Zhiqing's behavior today was a little strange. He often looked absent-minded. Just now, Lu Xian jokingly said a few words to him, and he immediately became angry. He knocked Lu Xian to the ground and rushed out of the mountain gate. Seeing this, I felt that what Su Zhiqing said last night must be true. I see. The Fu puppet gnashed her teeth and said, no wonder that guy kept making mistakes and made me angry. It turns out that he was afraid that I would kill him with one palm. Husband, just you wait. I will chase after him and kill him. We must not let the Su family, who also refine yellow talismans, know that our heavenly talisman sect has the means to refine talismans. What? You told Su Zhiqing that our husband can refine talismans? Not only was Tsong Luan shocked, but Fu Zhu also blamed her. I saw that guy looking down on our heavenly talisman sect and couldn't help but tell him. The Fu puppet said shamefully, I will go now. The Fu puppet knew the danger of this matter and hurriedly flew away. Fu Zhu, you also accompany the Fu puppet. You must not let the Su family know about this. Tsong Luan was also anxious and ordered. Yes, rest assured, husband. Fu Zhu nodded. Just as she was about to fly away, another panicked voice came from Li Su Kun, Master's wife, it's bad, it's bad. Lu Xian, why are you panicking? Did someone barge into White Bamboo Mountain? Tsong Luan looked at the disciple with a bruised nose and purple eyes. His face showed a trace of panic, but he still asked calmly. Yes. How did Sect Master know? Lu Xian's injured face showed a trace of surprise. I didn't expect the Su family to come so early. The Fu puppet said hatefully, it seems like they planned this from the start. No, it's not the Su family. Lu Xian argued. At this moment, two divine senses swept over and a voice laughed. Is this Xiao Hua of the Heavenly Talisman sect? Please come to the front mountain to meet us. Foundation Establishment Cultivator? Tsong Luan's face changed greatly. He barely cultivated his divine senses and could not reach far. How could he not know when two divine senses swept over? Lu Xian. You said it's not the Su family, then who is it? Fu Zhu asked anxiously. Lu Xian said loudly, I heard that it's the Fu family of Jinhua Mountain. Ah. Fu Zhu and the Fu puppet were shocked and their faces turned pale. Since the Fu family of Jinhua Mountain came, the divine senses must belong to Fu Yunbua. With Fu Yunbua's hatred for Tsong Luan and his desire to eliminate them, how could the three of them survive? Husband, we will hold them back for you. You should leave. The Fu puppet's face showed determination. Only when you are alive can our heavenly talisman sect have any value. You still want to leave? Fu Feng had already flown up to White Bamboo Mountain. There were no formations or restrictions on White Bamboo Mountain, so how could it stop these people? Elder Fu? The Fu puppet's beautiful eyes swept across and saw that most of the people were familiar. There were only two Foundation Establishment cultivators that she did not recognize. A hint of joy flashed in her eyes and she hurriedly went up to greet them. Puppet was wondering who it was. Elder, you are here? Cough, cough, Fu puppet. You are no longer a disciple of the Fu family, so don't call me that. Fu Feng coughed a few times, feeling very uncomfortable in his heart. He had watched the Fu puppets and Fu Zhu grow up, especially the Fu puppets. Since they were young, they were very clever and lively, and were doted on by some elders. Fu Feng was one of them. Elder. The Fu puppet's mouth flattened and her eyes turned red. She was about to cry. Humph, you are already a cultivator in the 11th layer of Qi refining. Do you still think you are a teenager? Do you still think you are in Jinhua Mountain? Lu Yun sneered and glanced at Fu Feng. Lu Yun was a guest elder and was not very close to the disciples of the Fu family. This was one of the reasons why Fu Yunbua sent her here. Yes, Fu Zhu, Fu puppet, do you know your crime? Fu Feng understood Lu Yun's meaning and nodded. Fu Zhu and Fu puppet have long regretted it. It is just that I have restricted their freedom and they are unable to leave. Fu Feng rushed to say. Husband. Fu Zhu and Fu puppet shouted, we are one with our husband. How can you say that we are forced? Shut up. Yun Qingfeng sneered, it is not up to you to say what is true. Then, Yun Qingfeng turned his head and said, Fu Feng, we have accompanied you to White Bamboo Mountain. The Foundation establishment cultivator you mentioned did not appear. The Misty Clouds sect has done what we promised you. Moreover, the Misty Clouds sect has undergone a great change. We need to hurry back to the sect. We cannot stay here any longer. Yes, thank you for your help, seniors. Fu Feng said goodbye to Yun Qingfeng. He knew that they had done what they promised. Yun Tingyu was dead and the only connection between the Misty Clouds sect and the Golden Mount Hua had been lost. He could no longer keep them here. Goodbye, seniors. Yes. Yun Qingfeng waved his sleeves and prepared to leave. Fu Feng's eyes flashed and he was happy. He was now at the peak of Qi refining level 12, which was the same as Fu Feng and the others. He was most afraid of these two Foundation establishment cultivators. Once Yun Qingfeng and Yun Qinglai left, he might be able to resist. However, just as Yun Qinglai and Yun Qingfeng flew up, another two spiritual senses swept in from outside. A cold voice sounded, "Humph, which fellow cultivator has also come to White Bamboo Mountain? Could it be that you want to make trouble with the Su family of Xian City?" Who? Yun Qinglai and Yun Qingfeng were stunned. Their faces became alert. They clapped their hands and took out two magic weapons. They stopped in mid-air. Oh no. Fu Feng knew that Su Zhiqing's clansmen had come. He probably had no chance to escape. Chapter 2095. Yun Qinglai and Yun Qingfeng looked up and saw two early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators flying towards them. One of them was a fat man with big ears and a big body. His Daoist robe was rolled up, revealing his hairy arms. The other was a female cultivator. She was about 40 years old and her skin was pale. Although she was not as beautiful as a painting, her small nose and delicate eyebrows made her look comfortable. Su family of Xian City. How should I address you? Yun Qingfeng frowned and cupped his hands. I am Yun Qingfeng from Misty Cloud sect. This is I's junior brother, Yun Qinglai. Oh. So they are disciples of Misty Cloud sect. No wonder. The plump cultivator's eyes flashed with understanding. He nodded and said, "This humble Daoist is Su Hong." Then, he looked at the female cultivator beside him and said, "This is Zhong Yejing from Zhong family of Yun City, Fairy Zhong. I greet the two of you." Zhong Yejing followed behind Su Hong. The two of them stopped a few feet away from Yun Qinglai and Yun Qingfeng and greeted them. After the two sides greeted each other, there was a moment of silence. They seemed to be thinking about how to phrase their greetings. Yun Qinglai looked at Yun Qingfeng and said loudly, "Both of you are cultivators from Meng country. Why are you here at White Bamboo Mountain? That's strange. Fellow Yun, White Bamboo Mountain is Meng country's spiritual mountain. Why can't we come here?" Su Hongyi raised his eyebrows and asked, "Since you two fellow Daoists are here, I have the same purpose as you." Yun Qinglai and Yun Qingfeng looked at each other, a hint of understanding flashing in their eyes. They knew that their purpose was different from the other parties. In other words, Fu Feng was hiding some of the truth. They did not come to the White Bamboo Mountain to capture the three Fu family members who had betrayed the Golden Mount Hua and brought them back to the country of Xi. Yun Qingfeng glanced at the confused Fu Feng and then looked at the calm Su Hong. He smiled and said to Su Hong, "Since fellow Daoist Su knows that we have the same goal, then junior brother and I are one step ahead of you. Fellow Daoist Su, shouldn't you turn back?" Humph. How could it be that simple? Su Hong sneered. "Although I'm late, I've sent a Su clan disciple to spy in the Heavenly Talisman sect many years ago. Otherwise, how could I have known that there was an invisibility talisman here? Fellow Daoist Yun, your Misty Clouds sect is also a talisman crafting sect. I'm sure you know the importance of these invisibility talismans, right? Do you think I can turn back?" Invisibility talisman? Yun Qinglai and Yun Qingfeng's faces lit up. They looked at each other and then at Fu Feng. Fu Feng's face was pale, and Lu Yun's mouth was bitter. They clearly understood, the Misty Cloud sect and this Su family were both talisman-crafting aristocratic families. Their objective of this trip, to bring the talisman-crafting method back to Mount Jinhua, was most likely impossible to achieve. Sure enough, when Su Hong saw that Yun Xinglia's expression wasn't right, he immediately came to a realization and felt some regret in his heart. Could it be that they didn't do it for the invisibility talisman? Fellow Daoist Fu. Yun Xingfeng sneered, so this is the reason why fellow Daoist Fu came to White Bamboo Mountain. No wonder you wanted to invite us over. You wanted me to be your shield. Arresting the defectors is just a cover. I'll let the two seniors know. Fu Feng was a little flustered. Junior's main objective is to arrest these three disciples. The invisibility talisman isn't the main point. If the four seniors are willing, I'll make the decision. You can copy the crafting method of the invisibility talisman and take it away. Oh. When Yin Qinglai heard this, he was even more delighted. Without having to fight, he could obtain the crafting method of the invisibility talisman. Why not? Then, he looked at Su Hong and Zhong Yejing. I was invited by fellow Daoist Su. I'll listen to your orders. Zhong Yejing said with a smile, of course, if fellow Daoist Su is willing to give it to I will accept it. Okay, we'll do as you say. Su Hong thought for a while and beamed with joy. Hearing this, Fu Feng's heart finally settled down. But at this moment, Su Hong spoke again. Other than the invisibility talisman, I also have the Qingyun talisman. Its use by disciples at the peak of Qi refining stage 12. I wonder if the four seniors are interested. You have the Qingyun talisman? Yin Qinglai and the others were even more perceptive. They knew that the Qingyun talisman was a spirit talisman. It was a necessity for disciples in the cultivation sections. It was also one of the methods to nurture outstanding disciples in the foundation establishment stage. If Yin Qinglai had the Qingyun talisman, his magic power would be more than 30% stronger. The invisibility talisman and the Qingyun talisman are both with me. Su Hong said with a smile, if the four seniors want it, I can take it out from my hiding place at any time and let you copy it. However, I have a condition. Is it to kill these Qi refining cultivators? Or to drive them away? Su Hong was the first to speak. His gaze had already landed on Lu Yun and Fu Feng. Of course it's to kill them. Leave no one alive. Su Hong said coldly. Husband. Fu Zhao and Fu Zhu were shocked. My two wives, if you let them go, your husband's life will be in danger. Su Hong explained, although Fu Feng will let you go and perhaps bring your husband back to the Golden Mount Hua, will Fu Yun will let your husband live? My wives, don't blame your husband for being ruthless. There are no cultivators in the Dawn Rain continent who are not ruthless. Fu Zhu and Fu Zhao were silent. They knew that Su Hong was telling the truth. All right. Su Hong laughed and clapped his hands. Just as he was about to take out his magic weapon, Fu Feng, Lu Yun, and the others were scared out of their wits. Fellow Daoist Su. Yun Xingfeng frowned and said, please wait for a moment. What? Fellow Daoist Yun, do you have something else to say? Su Hong said coldly. Zhong Yejing, who was beside him, followed Su Hong's gaze and pressed her hand on her storage bag. Yes, I have received the sect master's dying order to send Fu Feng and the others safely to the White Bamboo Mountain. Although I have already completed the sect master's task, but, if I take their lives now, wouldn't it be a disgrace to my sect master in the afterlife? Yun Xingfeng said, in my opinion, why don't we drive Fu Feng and the others away and make them swear a hard oath that they will never come to the White Bamboo Mountain to look for Su Hong? Wouldn't that be perfect? Sect Master Yun's dying order? Su Hong rolled his eyes, feeling a little troubled. If it weren't for some dying order, he would have just fought with Yun Qinglai and the others. However, the sect master's dying order was a great honor for a sect. If Su Hong forced himself to fight with Yun Qinglai and the others, it would mean that he was going against the entire Misty Cloud sect. The Misty Cloud sect was nothing, but if the entire sect went against the Su family, it would be really troublesome. He wouldn't be able to explain it to his family. Sect Master Fu, what do you think? Su Hong looked at him with a smile. This old man can make a decision for you. These aura refining cultivators absolutely won't cause you any trouble in the future. Furthermore, if you manage to avoid today's matter, you can very well move your sect to another place. How could these cultivators possibly find you? Actually, let me tell you, you should cultivate secretly. Why are you dreaming about becoming a sect master? This isn't a heavy burden that an aura refining cultivator can undertake. Chapter 2096. This. Songda hesitated. What? You don't want to listen to me? Su Hong's face turned cold. Then I'll leave right now. I don't want the Qingyun talisman or the invisibility talisman. I'd like to see if you can keep those two talismans. Can you keep your life? Fine. Songda gritted his teeth. I'll listen to you, Senior Su. Please help me. A wise man submits to circumstances. According to Zhiqing, sect leader Fu also wants to achieve something big. There's no need to be so calculative over such a small matter. Su Hong smiled. Then, he looked at Fu Feng and asked, what about you? Do you want to make things difficult for me, or do you want to obediently swear an oath? We're willing to swear an oath. Fu Feng and Lu Yun looked at each other and smiled bitterly. What could they do? These were Foundation establishment cultivators. Even the Fu family master couldn't defeat them. Therefore, they smiled apologetically and said, we won't come to White Bamboo Mountain again, and we won't look for Tsongda and the others. And we won't let them have any ideas about the Qingyun talisman and invisibility talisman of our heavenly talisman sect. Tsongda added. Good. Fu Feng nodded and swore an oath. Not bad. These little guys are sensible. Zhong Yejing nodded. Otherwise, I would be in a difficult position. Then, can we leave now? Fu Feng and Lu Yun looked at each other bitterly. In front of 4 Foundation establishment cultivators, they were indeed little guys. This trip to the Meng Kingdom was really fruitless. However, being able to see Fu Zhu and Fu Ao alive and well, and their cultivation improved greatly, wasn't it a gain for Fu Feng? Go. Su Hong waved his hand. Go back directly. Don't make any other plans. Yes, we don't dare. Fu Feng and the others were overjoyed. They looked at Fu Zhu and the others and were about to fly away. At this time, a lazy voice sounded. What's wrong? You're leaving now. Why do I feel that it's inappropriate? Who is it? When Su Hong saw that there were more cultivators approaching, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. When he looked up, he saw a young man and a young woman gradually appear on the foothills about 100 feet away from them. Weren't they Xiaohua and Shueshui? Xiaohua? Yun Xinglian and Yun Xingfeng's faces revealed extremely shocked expressions. It was as if they'd seen a ghost. They practically didn't dare believe that Xiaohua, who'd been killed by Yun Tingyu, would actually make an appearance here. Xiaohua? An early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator? Fu Feng and Lu Yun naturally recognized Xiaohua. Their expressions were complicated. Other than shock, there was also envy, jealousy, and uneasiness. When Xiaohua escaped from Jinhua Mountain, Fu Feng was present. He didn't think that Xiaohua could escape from the hands of 4 Foundation establishment cultivators. He didn't even think that Xiaohua would appear in the distant Meng country with an early Foundation establishment cultivator. After all, Xiaohua was only at the 5th or 6th level of qi refining. Xiaohua? You actually. Song Guang found it even more inconceivable. As he made all sorts of guesses, the panic on his face turned into realization. Fu Zhu and Fu Ai covered their mouths in shock, their eyes wide open. Invisibility talisman? When Su Hong saw Xiaohua, who was also in the early stage of the Foundation building realm, and Shueshui, who was at the peak of the 12th layer of the aura refining realm, he didn't pay them any mind. He glanced at Yun Xinglian, frowned, and sneered, "Fellow Daoist, which sect or family are you from? Why are you sneaking around here with invisibility talismans? You talk too much. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to this Xiao like this?" Xiao Hua's face revealed a layer of killing intent. He waved his Daoist robe, and a fierce force came out of it. In an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around Su Hong was confined. Ah! Su Hong was shocked. He felt as if he was completely surrounded by a layer of solid rock. He couldn't even move his limbs. Moreover, the true essence around his body was also confined. He couldn't use even a trace of magic power. He was very clear in his heart that Xiao Hua's magic power was higher than his by more than a level. Not only that, Xiao Hua's figure immediately flew to Su Hong's side with an inconceivable speed in the blink of an eye. Raising his hand, "Pa," he slapped Su Hong's face twice. When the first slap landed, Su Hong's body flashed with brilliance. It seemed that the defensive yellow talisman was broken by Xiao Hua's hand. "You!" Zhong Yejing was shocked. She clapped her hands and a strange magic tool appeared in her hands. "Humph, if it was me, I would just quietly watch. I wouldn't invite trouble to myself." Xiao Hua didn't even look at her and said coldly. Then he raised his foot again. With a bang, he kicked Su Hong to a corner of the foothill. Blood immediately flowed out from the corner of Su Hong's mouth. But contrary to everyone's expectations, Su Hong struggled to stand up. He bowed very respectfully. "Junior was wrong. Please give me pointers, Senior Xiao. This Xiao isn't your senior." Xiao Hua's gaze swept over Su Hong and said coldly, "This Xiao doesn't want to see someone bullying the weak and forcefully snatching other people's things. Especially since this thing is what this Xiao owes others." Saying this, Xiao Hua clapped his hands and took out a few jade slips from his storage pouch. He threw them to Su Hong and said, "Su Hong, these are the jade slips I gave you that day. I'll return them to you now. Take good care of them and properly teach the disciples. Properly support the Heavenly Talisman sect. Don't worry, if any news is leaked out and someone with a higher cultivation than this Xiao comes to find you, this Xiao will first exterminate the Su family, Zhong family, and Misty Cloud sect. Yes, this junior understands." Su Hong was overjoyed. He received the divine accumulation talisman and the jade slips and bowed in thanks. Yes, this junior understands. Su Hong bitterly smiled and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He smiled apologetically and said, "This junior will definitely keep this matter a secret. If anything happens to the Heavenly Talisman sect, please send a message to this Su. If it is within my power, this Su will definitely not refuse. In the future, this Fu will definitely pay a visit to Senior Su." Su Hong was very good at currying favor. Then Xiao Hua looked at Zhong Yejing. Zhong Yejing bitterly smiled and hurriedly said, "This junior only wanted to exchange for a small piece of Qian Mo's secret stone from fellow Daoist Su. That's why I was invited to help. This junior swears that this junior will definitely not leak it." Xiao Hua's heart moved. He immediately nodded and no longer paid attention to Zhong Yejing. "Senior Xiao." Yun Xinglian and Yun Xingfeng's expressions were complicated. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said coldly, "This Xiao and your Misty Cloud sect can be considered as having a grudge. Originally, this Xiao wanted to wait until this matter was over before going to look for Yun Tingyu. However, I just heard that your sect leader has already passed away. This Xiao is a bit puzzled. That day, Yun Tingyu was full of vitality. Why did he suddenly pass away? Isn't this because of Senior?" Yun Xingfeng's eyes narrowed. However, when he thought about how Xiao Hua was not at a disadvantage against the four of them, how could he have any thoughts of resistance? He then transmitted his voice and told Xiao Hua what he had done. "Oh, so that's how it is." Xiao Hua nodded, the expression on his face softening slightly. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Since Sect Master Yun had an epiphany before his death and actually had the thought of repentance, and even urged his sect to do more good deeds, then this Xiao will let you all go. Many thanks for Senior's mercy. Yun Xinglian and Yun Xingfeng's anxious hearts finally relaxed. With their strength, they really didn't have any thoughts of resistance. It was inevitable that they still had doubts in their hearts, but would they say it out loud? And you all. Xiao Hua turned to look at Fu Feng and Lu Yun. Senior Xiao, if there's anything, please instruct us. Fu Feng and Lu Yun were scared witless. Even Su Hong, a Foundation Establishment senior, was sent flying by Xiao Hua's kick. When he stood up, he didn't even dare to be angry and humiliated. He even wanted to thank Xiao Hua for not killing him. How could they have the slightest intention to rebel? And this Xiao was originally a bit embarrassed. Xiao Hua nodded. The matter between you all is an old grudge of the Fu clan. It's not about who is right and who is wrong. Everyone has their own reasons. However, since Elder Fu has already vowed not to cause any more trouble, this Xiao will have an easier time. However, Elder Fu, please go back and report to Fu Yunbo that this matter will end here. This Xiao will also not pursue the matters in Jinhua Mountain. Consider it a kind of exchange. Yes, this junior understands. This junior will pass on Senior Zhao's words to the clan leader. Fu Feng hurriedly bowed and said. Good. Xiao Hua nodded. After Xiao Hua finished speaking, Fu Feng hurriedly cupped his hands and said, This junior thanks Senior Xiao for his kindness. Since this matter has already reached a satisfactory conclusion under Senior Zhao's guidance, this Fu is untalented. Please come to my Heavenly Talisman Sex guest hall and let this junior play the role of a host. Hee, there's no hurry. Xiao Hua waved his hand and looked at another mountain. He smiled and said, Fellow Daoists, isn't it too late to leave now? There's someone else? Su Hong, Yun Xinglian, and the others were even more shocked. Fu Feng's eyes flashed with understanding. She looked at Xiao Hua and then at the place Xiao Hua was pointing at. Ha, fellow Daoist Xiao is really amazing. A very abnormal voice sounded. Then, just like Xiao Hua, two cultivators slowly appeared in a certain place. They were completely enthralled. The cultivator in front cupped his hands and said, Fellow Daoist Xiao, we're just passing by. We definitely have no other intentions. We'll leave immediately and won't delay fellow Daoist's matter. Fellow Daoist, are you just passing by? Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at that cultivator with confidence. He said coldly, Fellow Daoist, if you don't take down the Mi Lu and make a hard oath, how can I let you go? Fellow Daoist Xiao, don't push us too far. That cultivator also said angrily, Don't think that just because you have a bit of cultivation, you can be arrogant. If this old man takes down the Mi Lu, do you still want to live? Ha, Xiao Hua clapped his hands. The soaring dragon shears flashed with a golden light and flew into the air. Like lightning, it slashed towards the cultivator. This Xiao wants to see who will be able to kill who. Humph, that cultivator clapped his hands and took out a fan-like magic treasure. Under the urging of his magic power, a hurricane was born from the fan-like magic treasure. As the cultivator waved his hand, that hurricane actually turned into dozens of sword-like wind blades and stabbed towards Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua felt the sharp fluctuation of spiritual power on the wind blades and the astonishing magic power contained in the wind blades. He couldn't help but be a bit stunned. He thought, Foundation Establishment late-stage cultivation? Could it be that this young master guessed correctly? This guy really isn't Qiu Mingwei? If it's not him, then who is it? However, if a mere Foundation Establishment late-stage cultivator wants to escape from this young master's hands, that's simply a dream. Break, Xiao Hua sneered. He pointed his hand and the soaring dragon shears flashed with a golden light. Like cutting silk, it easily cut the numerous wind blades in half. The golden light didn't even lose its momentum and slashed towards the fan-like magic treasure. Chapter 2097. Io, such a tyrannical magic treasure, such a strong magic power. That cultivator clearly understood Su Hong's situation and knew that he had underestimated Xiao Hua. He was slightly surprised, but he still did not panic. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of life essence, sprinkling it on the palm leaf fan. The palm leaf fan shone brilliantly, and with a schwa sound, the brilliance collided with the soaring dragon scissors. The cultivator sucked in a breath of cold air, and with a wave of his hand, the palm leaf fan fell into his hand. However, there was already a faint crack on the palm leaf fan. It was actually a mark left by the soaring dragon scissors. Rise! Xiaohua simply didn't give the Miyao cultivators a chance to breathe. His hands continuously rubbed, and 2 Samadhi true fire walls appeared from his hands. In the blink of an eye, the 2 Miyao cultivators were surrounded. Ah! Samadhi true fire. The cultivator was stunned. His voice was concealed by the palm leaf fan, but it still revealed his panic. Fellow Daoist, do you really want me to kill you? Xiaohua's tone was cold, and it seemed to penetrate the cultivator's heart. Along with this voice, Xiaohua once again clapped his hands, and a rumbling sound like millions of bees was heard. It was also like a huge hill slowly rising. Xiaohua actually took out the second magic treasure, the cloud-suppressing seal. Above the cloud-suppressing seal, a bronze brilliance bloomed, and the surrounding spiritual energy quickly condensed, faintly forming a veil. Ah! Su Hong and the others were once again shocked in their hearts. Xiaohua really opened their eyes again and again. As long as it was a cultivator, even if it was a Jindan stage senior, being able to use 1 magic treasure and 1 magic tool at a time was already rare and commendable. Xiaohua actually took out 2 magic tools at once. It seemed that each magic treasure was more powerful than the previous one. Is this still the poor rogue cultivator from that year? Not only did the people who knew Xiaohua the earliest have such thoughts, but even Fu Feng, Lu Yun, and the others also had such thoughts. In just a few decades, Xiaohua was actually so powerful, so fierce. On the other hand, they themselves did not seem to have changed. In an instant, Fu Feng recalled in her heart. Fortunately, she didn't seem to have done anything to offend Xiaohua. Looking at the Miho cultivator again, seeing Xiaohua use the cloud-suppressing seal, the face of the Miho cultivator was a little pale, but at the same time, a kind of arrogance was aroused in his eyes. The cultivator stretched out his hand and patted on his own head. Woo! The roar of a beast was like an earthquake, and a faint shadow of a black bear about 5 feet tall flashed out from his back. It was actually the black bear Dharma body. As soon as the black bear Dharma body appeared, a fierce aura was released, as if the pressure of a Foundation establishment late-stage cultivator directly rushed towards Xiaohua. Fellow Daoist, if you want to die, release this avatar. Xiaohua did not panic at all. He also did not release his pressure. Before the aura of the black bear celestial body could suppress him, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He seemed to be mumbling something. Ah! The Miho cultivator suddenly clutched his head and curled up as if someone had struck him hard in the head. He quickly withdrew the avatar he had just released, and his fierce aura was withdrawn as well. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please spare my life. I will get rid of this Miho. The Miho cultivator's voice was hoarse. He hurriedly waved his hand and begged for mercy, removing the Miho from his body. Ah! It's actually Qiu Mingwei. Xiaohua widened his eyes and looked at this fat cultivator. Qiu Mingwei's black and fat body was definitely comparable to Su Hong's. Xiaohua was more curious about the other Miho cultivator. However, when Liao Xianlan took the Miho cultivator, Xiaohua's eyes fell even more. It really is the Foundation establishment early stage Liao Xianlan. This is somewhat inconceivable. Xiaohua almost murmured, how did Liao Xianlan reach Foundation establishment? Her previous cultivation. Qiu Mingwei, Liao Xianlan, Yunda, Fu Feng, and the others almost moaned as if this was not White Bamboo Mountain, but Golden Mount Hua. Several people of the Fu clan's grievances were actually gathered in the distant Meng country. Junior, greets Senior Xiao. Liao Xuanlan's face was somewhat pale and somewhat unwilling. She hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and bowed. Xiaohua flicked his sleeve, you and I are old acquaintances, don't be too polite. Greetings, fellow Daoist Xiao. Qiu Mingwei put away all the magic treasures, and Xiao Hua also put away the Samadhi true fire. He stepped forward and greeted, I really didn't expect that an unknown Qi refinement disciple from back then would have a cultivation far surpassing me. Yes, Golden Mount Hua Xiao Hua was simply an ant in Qiu Mingwei's eyes. He even joined hands with Fu Yunbua to help the 3 cultivation sects surround Xiao Hua, but now? Xiao Hua killed him without any effort at all. Especially Xiao Hua's soul stab at the end, without anyone noticing, it suddenly poked his weak spot. He no longer dared to have any thoughts of resistance in his heart. He believed that if he really released his Dharma body, Xiao Hua would definitely use an unimaginable method to kill him. Humph, you're just a little cultivator who was chased by others until you pissed your pants. Xiao Hua said coldly. Hee, that day I felt that the 3 cultivation sects were too much of a bully, actually sending 4 foundation establishment cultivators. Qiu Mingwei smiled apologetically, however, since fellow Daoist Xiao is so talented, even if they send 10 more, I'm afraid it still won't work. Although Qiu Mingwei had some flattery in his words, he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He really couldn't believe that Xiao Hua actually had a cultivation comparable to a golden core cultivator in just a few decades. How could he endure this? Especially when he used a special method to forcibly enter the late stage of foundation establishment. So it's Senior Liao who came. Songda didn't miss the opportunity to bow and say, presumably Senior Liao still has some misunderstandings towards me. Since Senior Xiao is here, this junior will clearly explain the cause of this matter. Let Senior Xiao uphold justice for us. Uphold justice for what? Liao Xuanlan's heart was bitter as she thought to herself. Xiao Hua said it clearly just now that he supports the Heavenly Talisman sect. With the support of this golden core cultivator, how many cultivators on the Dawn Rain continent will disturb the Heavenly Talisman sect? Without waiting for Liao Xianlan to speak, Songda raised his hand and said, this isn't the place to talk. This junior invites seniors to sit in the guest hall. Senior Xiao, we won't stay any longer. Senior already knows why we came. Moreover, there's still a drought around you city. It's better for us to go back and help. Yin Qinglai and Yin Qingfeng bowed and said. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and nodded, that's good. This Xiao will remember what you did. If anything happens to the Misty Clouds sect, this Xiao will definitely help. Yin Qinglai and Yin Qingfeng were overjoyed and bowed to express their thanks. Oh right, there's also some good seeds that this Xiao collected. Take them. If you see a place where the rice can't germinate, give these good seeds to them to cultivate. Remember. Xiao Hua took out a small storage pouch from his bosom and handed it over. Chapter 2098. Yes, this junior understands. Senior Zhao's compassion truly makes this junior admire you. Yin Qingfeng took the storage pouch and left. As for how they would report to Misty Cloud's sect master when they return, that was not Xiao Hua's concern. Junior and the others will not stay any longer. Su Hong and Zhong Yejing also bowed and said. Unexpectedly, Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, fellow Daoist Su, please wait a moment. I heard from fellow Daoist Zhong that you have a small piece of Qian Mo's secret stone. Su Hong nodded and clapped his hand, taking out a fingernail-sized Qian Mo's secret stone and handed it over. He smiled apologetically and said, this junior only has this small piece. If senior needs it, please take it. Zhong Yejing at the side was speechless. She was careful, said endless good words, and even accompanied Su Hong to help out, just to exchange this Qian Mo's secret stone with him. But Xiao Hua's one sentence and Su Hong immediately gave it to him. This made her feel very uncomfortable. Xiao Hua took it and clapped his hand again, taking out many spirit stones and handing them to Su Hong. He smiled and said, how can I take fellow Daoists things for free? Are these spirit stones enough? Su Hong's divine sense swept over, his face already showing joy. Nowadays, spirit stones in Dawn Rain continent were gradually becoming scarce. Xiao Hua's spirit stones were more than enough. Su Hong took the spirit stones, cupped his hands and flew up. At this time, Xiaohua spoke again. Fellow Daoist Zhong, please wait a moment. This Xiao has something to ask. Senior Xiao, please speak. Zhong Yejing was a bit surprised. She definitely had nothing to do with today's matter. She really could not think of what Xiaohua wanted to ask her. But after Xiaohua transmitted a few words, Zhong Yejing's face showed a serious expression, then a burst of ecstasy, nodding vigorously. And, since that's the case, fellow Daoist Zhong, please stay. This Xiao will discuss this matter with fellow Daoist Zhong later. Xiaohua said without any doubt. Yes, Junior understands. Zhong Yejing smiled and said to Su Hong, fellow Daoist Su, please go first. Okay, Su Hong nodded, not daring to ask anything, and flew away. Let's go, we will go to the guest hall to see the recent situation of Heavenly Talisman sect. Xiaohua smiled and said, please lead the way. Yes, Senior Xiao, Senior Qiu, this way please. His face was full of joy. The grudges between Qiu Mingwei and the Fu family of Jinhua had come to an end today. With the support of his old friend Xiaohua, it was impossible for his Heavenly Talisman school not to prosper. The Heavenly Talisman sect's guest hall was actually very simple and crude. It was a hall that was made after the cave was tidied up. However, Xiaohua didn't mind at all. He looked around with interest, then smiled again. Sect Master Fu, your welcoming hall isn't small, but there aren't enough chairs inside. You're not qualified to be a sect master. Hee, Senior Xiao is right. With a big smile on his face, Tsongming called out to Fu Zhu and Fu Puppet to prepare tea and other things. He said, Junior Heavenly Talisman sect is just a cover. Junior Heavenly Talisman sect is only a small success in qi refining. Everyone else is at the 11th layer of qi refining. The only disciples we have are either children or low-level cultivators with poor aptitudes. This junior had never thought that so many seniors would return at once. Today's grand occasion is something that this junior has dreamt of even in his dreams. This junior has prepared for 50 years before it can appear. Senior Zhao's arrival has made this junior's dream come true. This junior is truly grateful. And Xiaohua waved his hand and said, you don't need to trouble yourself. We'll just sit on the floor. It's no trouble, no trouble. Tsongming said anxiously. Fu Feng looked at Lu Yun and also said anxiously, there's no need, Senior Xiao. We'll send the Fu clan's disciples out to have a good chat with the Heavenly Talisman sect's disciples. We'll just talk. And this junior will also go out. Lu Yun smiled and waved her hand. Fu Shan and the other disciples followed her out of the welcoming hall. Senior Xiao, please take a seat. Tsongming arranged the seats and respectfully invited Xiaohua to take a seat. Xiaohua looked around. Tsongming actually only placed one jade chair in the center. The other chairs were placed on both sides of the chair. The flattery in his eyes was self-evident. And Xiaohua nodded and said to Qiu Mingwei with a smile, it would be impolite of me to refuse. Of course. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please. Qiu Mingwei's face was a bit embarrassed. He was at the late stage of foundation establishment, and his cultivation was the highest among them. Xiaohua was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. However, Qiu Mingwei still understood that Xiaohua's appearance was somewhat discounted. Xiaohua took a seat first. Qiu Mingwei, Liao Xianlan, Zhong Yejing, and Fu Feng took the guest seats. Tsongming, Fu Zhu, and Fu Ai sat on the left side of the main seat. Shui was very curious and kept staring at Fu Zhu and Fu Ai. Xiaohua drank a mouthful of spirit tea and said with a smile, I'm quite familiar with the grudges between the two generations of the Fu clan. I was also involved in it a few decades ago. Elder Fu has already made a hard oath and explained it on behalf of Fu Yunhua. I won't say anything more. I only want to say one thing. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. Senior Xiao, please enlighten us. Tsongming and Fu Feng hurriedly stood up and bowed. Both sides are from the Fu clan. No matter if it's Xi or Meng, the bloodline is the same. Xiaohua said after pondering for a while. If both sides fight, both sides will suffer. Actually, it's not that you haven't thought about it, but because of the hatred in your heart, you feel that the other side won't forgive you. That's why you're in a stalemate. Just now, this Xiao clearly saw that Elder Fu is very fond of Fu Zhu and Fu Ma. In the future, the direct disciples of Talisman Gate will also be the children of these two people. Elder Fu may not necessarily not cherish them. Therefore, this Xiao hopes that your two families will take a few steps back and consider this matter carefully. Songming glanced at Fu Feng and didn't say anything. After all, he was the weaker side. Junior will definitely pass on your words to the clan head. Fu Feng said with a smile, Junior is only an elder after all. I can't promise Senior anything. This is just a small thought of mine. Xiao Hua waved his hand. Then, he looked at Liao Xianlan and said, Fellow Daoist Liao, I'm also clear about your grudges. It seems to be in the Fu clan of Jinhua Mountain, right? Yes. Liao Xianlan bit her lips and replied like a mosquito. I don't dare to talk about who is right and who is wrong. I'm sure fellow Daoist Chiu won't not talk about it with you. Xiaohua nodded and said, I just think that since you want to take revenge, you should clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. Don't drag unrelated people into this. Moreover, I won't hide it from you fellow Daoists. What I hate the most is using grudges as a cover to do things that harm others for their own benefit. It's against reason and nature. Liao Xuanlan's face flushed red. She lowered her head deeply and didn't dare to say a word. Fellow Daoist Liao, you and I can be considered old friends. On Jinhua Mountain, we also look after each other. I won't say anything more today, and I don't want to pursue this matter anymore. Fellow Daoist is also a foundation establishment cultivator. The road to heaven is in front of fellow Daoist. I hope fellow Daoist Liao can take care of yourself. Xiao Hua said with a gloomy and cold tone. Yes, Junior understands. For some reason, Liao Xuanlan's face turned pale. She murmured, even if Junior wants to improve her cultivation in the future, it will be extremely difficult. That's why Junior has evil thoughts. I want to obtain Fu clan head's yellow talisman technique. Oh. Xiao Hua stared blankly. He glanced at Liao Xianlan and then looked at Qiu Mingwei. Cough cough, Qiu Mingwei's face showed a trace of embarrassment. He knew Xiao Hua was going to ask, so he didn't hide it and told him the reason. It turned out that Qiu Mingwei had obtained a secret technique in his early years. It was the widely rumored human cauldron furnace technique of plucking yin to replenish yang. This human cauldron furnace technique was the same as dual cultivation. They both relied on the balance of yin and yang to achieve a breakthrough in cultivation. However, dual cultivation was based on the balance of yin and yang. It was beneficial for both men and women. However, the human cauldron furnace technique was different. The male cultivator was the main cultivator and the female cultivator was the auxiliary cultivator. The female cultivator could certainly benefit, but there were more injuries. Liao Xianlan was in such a situation. That day, Qiu Mingwei met Liao Xianlan and saw that her constitution was different. It was actually compatible with his human cauldron furnace technique. He wanted to make Liao Xianlan his human cauldron. However, the human cauldron furnace technique was also voluntary. Therefore, Liao Xianlan set revenge as her condition. Of course, Qiu Mingwei would not blindly compromise. He only agreed to help her once. After all, he had to deal with a cultivator family. But that day, Liao Xuanlan's revenge was blocked by Xiao Hua. Qiu Mingwei saw that Jinhua Mountain was involved in the grievances of the three sects, so he did not dare to force Fu Yunbo too much. He only brought Liao Xianlan out from Jinhua Mountain. When Qiu Mingwei failed to break through to foundation establishment late stage, he had no choice but to copulate with Liao Xianlan. Using Liao Xianlan as his human cauldron, he forcibly broke through to foundation establishment late stage. Liao Xianlan also benefited from this and directly entered foundation establishment early stage. However, the consequence of this kind of forcible advancement was that Liao Xuanlan's cultivation could only remain at foundation establishment early stage for the rest of her life. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiao Hua suddenly understood. He secretly said, no wonder Liao Xianlan suddenly entered foundation establishment. This young master used this to guess these two people. It was impossible to guess correctly. Hee, fellow Xiao, this is my secret technique. I ask fellow Xiao to accept it. Consider it a small token of my appreciation. Qiu Mingwei said. He stretched out his hand and took out a jade slip and handed it to Xiao Hua. Ah. Xiao Hua stared blankly. He didn't have such thoughts. Knowing that Qiu Mingwei had misunderstood, he unconsciously turned his head to look at Xue Xue. Xue Xue was currently looking down and didn't even look at him. Many thanks, fellow Daoist Qiu. Xiao Hua's eyes turned slightly, and he reached out to receive it. Qiu Mingwei was delighted in his heart when he saw Xiao Hua receive the jade slip, and he stood up and said, since the enmity between my wife and sect Master Fu has been exposed, then I won't stay here any longer. Farewell. All right then. Xiao Hua stood up and returned the greeting. He casually said, actually, there's no harm in trying out Gung Mountain's Liao clan's pill refining technique. Even head Fu was able to establish the heavenly talisman sect. Since fellow Daoist Liao has fellow Daoist Qiu's support, what's there to fear? Liao Xuanlan's face lit up with joy. She bowed towards Xiao Hua and said, Senior Zhao's shout was like being enlightened. This junior was blindly thinking of inheriting Gung Mountain's Liao family's talisman crafting technique, and neglected my husband's help. In the future, this junior will try to refine pills. If I succeed, I still have to thank Senior for his kindness today. Chapter 2099. No problem, no problem. Xiao Hua laughed casually. He was just interested in the Liao family's alchemy technique, but he didn't know if it was complete or not. After Qiu Mingwei and Liao Xianlan left, only Zhong Yejing, an outsider, was left. The others were familiar with each other in Jinhua Mountain. Xiao Hua smiled and said, fellow Daoist Zhong, please wait outside for a while. I have something to discuss with Master Fu and the others. I will go with you to the Zhong family immediately. Yes, I understand. Zhong Yejing replied with a smile before walking out of the room. Seeing that there were no outsiders in the guest hall, Xiao Hua asked his last doubt, Master Fu, I still have some doubts. Do I have to ask? Senior Xiao, what sect Master Fu? You can just call me Fu. Songda smiled and said, my heavenly talisman sect's talisman technique and cultivation method are all from Senior Xiao. Why are you so polite? Xiao Hua shook his head, those are all Master Fu's own. They have nothing to do with me. I have some doubts. Didn't Fu Yunbua say that Master Fu, Fu Zhu, and Fu Ho? Oh, so that's it. With a sudden realization, he looked at his two twin wives with a very sweet look in his eyes. He then transmitted a few words to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua's face showed a look of realization. He nodded and said with a smile, since you're not directly related by blood, that's the best. This Xiao's wives have been thinking about this all the way, and have often sighed for you. So the confused cultivator in the Black Forest is Senior Xiao? Fu Feng had been suspicious and asked hurriedly. Yes. Xiao Hua smiled and said, I met Songda in Shi country and heard that he came to Meng country. Since Elder Fu also came, I naturally came too. I know how bad it is to owe someone something. That's because Senior Xiao has a noble character. If it was someone else, he would have taken it himself. Songda smiled apologetically. Well, Elder Fu, since the grudge has been revealed, the disciples of Jinhua Mountain will stay in White Bamboo Mountain for a few more days. Xiao Hua smiled and said, now, I have a few words to say to Master Fu. Yes, I'll go out now. Fu Feng said with a smile, I also hope that the Fu clan can flourish and prosper. After everyone had left, Xiao Hua's expression turned serious as he said, that's right. Listen carefully. The reason why I supported you earlier was to help you eliminate the enemies in front of you. It can be considered as giving your heavenly talisman sect a buffer. This Xiao has never thought of blocking your heavenly talisman sect. Although Tsongcheng was depressed in his heart, he didn't show it on his face. He cupped his hands and said, Junior understands Senior's painstaking efforts. For Senior to take care of Junior like this, Junior is already endlessly grateful. Yes, after all, you and I are fated to meet. Xiao Hua nodded. Sect Master Fu has used this Xiao's name to fend off strong enemies in the beginning. However, if Sect Master Fu does anything shameless, this Xiao will definitely not show mercy. Thank you, Senior. An overjoyed expression appeared on Songda's face as he said, actually, if Senior Xiao is willing, this Junior's heavenly talisman sect can let Senior become the sect master. Ha ha ha, there's no need. Xiao Hua flicked his sleeves. Why would he care about a small sect like this? Then, he waved his hand and took out a storage pouch. He handed it to Songda and said, this Xiao didn't know that Sect Master Fu had established a sect, so I don't have any gifts. Just take this as a token of my sincerity. Hee, there's no need, there's no need. Songda politely declined, but he still took the pouch. However, when he opened the storage pouch, he couldn't help but be stunned. He muttered, foundation establishment pills, spirit stones, spirit herbs, and some rice? Songda raised his head. His eyes were filled with sincerity as he said, Senior Xiao, this Junior won't speak empty words. These things are too precious to Junior and the Heavenly Talisman sect. Moreover, they are too important. This Junior didn't expect Senior to give Junior so many things. This Junior really can't express the excitement in my heart right now. Forget it. Since you don't speak empty words, this Xiao won't speak any empty words either. Xiao Hua patted Songda's shoulder and said, you and I are old acquaintances. In the past, you also took care of this Xiao. Since this Xiao can help you, why wouldn't I? This Xiao also knows that you have great talent and great ambitions. You want to achieve great things on Xiaoyu continent. Today, I've said many times that everything you do must be worthy of your conscience. Yes, this Junior will definitely remember. Songda said, this Junior will personally take the seeds in this storage pouch with my wife. This Junior will definitely complete Senior's task properly. Good. This Xiao will take his leave now. Xiao Hua stared at Songda. He didn't know what to think. I hope you can keep your words. Senior, you're leaving now. Songda said anxiously. You won't stay for a few more days? This Junior still wants to listen to Senior's teachings. Xiao Hua understood Songda's thoughts. He muttered to himself for a moment and said, Songda, it's not that this Xiao doesn't want to help you build your foundation. You also saw that my wife is also at the peak of the 12th layer of qi refining. She also hasn't built her foundation. However, building one's foundation is a fated chance. Everyone is different, so there's nothing special to learn from. And this Xiao's foundation building is also different from others, so there's nothing I can teach you. Songda's face was filled with disappointment, but he still had a smile on his face. This Junior is already happy that Senior Xiao can think of this. As he said this, Songda clapped his hands and took out a worn-out silk cloth. He handed it over to Xiao Hua and said, Senior Xiao has done so much for this Junior really has nothing to repay. This Junior also guessed that although Senior's cultivation base is already at the core formation realm, this Junior and the others can still sense that Senior's cultivation base is at the foundation establishment realm. I'm afraid this is the reason for this Junior's so-called crossing the sea of deception cultivation technique. This is a record of the cultivation technique. It belongs to the Senior who raised this Junior. Uncle Xiang. This is the Senior's legacy. This Junior treasures this item very much. However, if this Junior doesn't give this item to Senior, this Junior will feel apologetic. Oh. Is that so? Xiao Hua knew that there were some flaws in this crossing the sea of deception, so he already had the idea to make up for it. After receiving the item, he carefully looked at it and nodded. I know your intentions. I'll just make a copy of this cultivation technique. I'll leave this item to you. If it's the complete cultivation technique, Senior Xiao can just make a copy. This junior will definitely keep this item. Songda waved his hand and said, but this silk cloth is damaged. If there's something wrong with the copy, I'm afraid it'll be detrimental to Senior's cultivation. Senior should just keep it. Hearing this, Xiaohua looked at Songda's sincere expression and made a decision in his heart. He nodded and said, since it's like this Xiao will accept it. Then, Xiaohua put away the silk cloth and walked out of the guest hall. He saw Shui whispering to Fu Zhu and Fu Puppet. They seemed to be very close. Shui heard Xiaohua coming out and hurriedly went over to greet him. Let's go. Xiaohua said with a smile. Everything has been explained. The Heavenly Talisman sect and Jinhua Mountain's Fu clan can be considered to have a good start. In the future, everything will be under Fu clan's control. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 2100. Yunda and Fu Feng tried their best to urge him to stay, but Xiaohua only smiled and didn't stop. Now that he had the status of a senior, everyone was respectful in front of him. He was far from being free and unfettered when he was with Shui, so Xiaohua didn't want to stay here any longer. Zhong Yejing naturally cupped her hands and bid farewell to Yunda and the others. To be honest, she wasn't interested in the Heavenly Talisman sect at all. This kind of cultivation sect that couldn't even be compared to an ordinary cultivation family, or a small sect that was created to satisfy the selfish desires of a sect master, there were many of them in Meng country. She didn't dare to say that she had seen 100 of them, but there were at least dozens of them. These sects were like morning dew, but they would disappear under the sun. Zhong Yejing didn't understand why Xiaohua said those words for the sake of the Heavenly Talisman sect's survival. After all, on the Dawn Rain continent, cultivators were as numerous as the hairs on an ox, and the karma between them was even more chaotic. Xiaohua would pay too much for what he said today. However, after waiting for more than half a day, under Zhong Yejing's lead, the three of them didn't fly too far. However, Xiaohua's actions made Zhong Yejing realize something. Xiaohua didn't fly by himself, but released his divine sense. Every time he flew for a while, he would stop and let Zhong Yejing and Shui wait while he flew away. Sometimes he was far away, and Zhong Yejing's divine sense couldn't reach him. Sometimes he was close, and Zhong Yejing could see clearly with her divine sense. Xiaohua sat there and actually did what he instructed Yunda to do, and gave some good seeds to the villagers who were farming. Is this still a cultivator? Zhong Yejing was enlightened, but she still couldn't understand. Since she was young, she knew that she was a cultivation disciple and had never heard of secular people. When she met these secular people during her travels, she was also instilled with the concept of ants by her clansmen. Therefore, not only did she not know that secular people had to rely on farming to make a living, she also didn't know that secular people needed to rely on mulberry and cotton to keep warm. There was no need to even mention the fact that the rice was extinct and the fine variety was extinct. Senior Xiao, this method of yours, can it increase cultivation? Zhong Yejing seemed to have caught onto something. She waited until Xiaohua came back in a hurry and asked, could it be that you have such a high cultivation, but you relied on this to benefit from it? Ha ha ha, Xiaohua laughed heartily. He glanced at Shui and said, if this can increase one's cultivation, then why would cultivators go back to cultivate? Do these secular people still need to farm? Then, why is Senior doing such a useless thing? Zhong Yejing finally voiced out her doubts. The first thing that the head of the Zhong family told us after we became sensible was to improve our cultivation by any means necessary. As long as you have a superhuman cultivation, all your means will be legitimate. Xiaohua actually didn't want to explain too much to her. There were some things that if other people understood, they would understand even if you didn't say a word. But if there were some things that other people didn't understand, they wouldn't understand even if you were eloquent. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua stretched out his right hand and patted his chest. He said with a smile, nothing else but my conscience. Conscience? Zhong Yejing was even more puzzled. She secretly said, "Conscience, this thing, how many spirit stones is it worth?" Hee, senior's wisdom really benefits this junior. Zhong Yejing didn't refute Xiao Hua. She smiled apologetically and said, "Just now senior said that you know Zhong Xiuhan and Zhong Haoran from my Zhong family. What's going on? This junior hasn't seen them for a long time." Xiao Hua was not in a hurry to answer. Instead, he asked, "The 2 gold leaves that fellow Zhong mentioned, are they still in the Zhong family?" "They should be." Zhong Yejing nodded and said, "This thing was taken out by Junior's third uncle, Zhong Peiyuan, several times. First, he wanted to find out where this thing came from. Second, he wanted to use this thing to exchange for the Qian Mo secret stone, but he failed several times. So, third uncle threw this thing in the ancestral hall and never took it again. If this junior remembers correctly, no one took it away." Very good." Xiao Hua nodded. "This Xiao met your third uncle at the auction in Weeping Moon City. However, this Xiao didn't know that fellow Daoist was Zhong Peiyuan. I didn't even know that he was a disciple of Meng country's Zhong family. And Zhong Xiuhan and Zhong Haoran were also met by this Xiao when this Xiao went to the netherworld to gain experience. If fellow Zhong didn't mention the Qian Mo secret stone just now, this Xiao wouldn't have thought about asking fellow Daoist about the gold leaf. And this Xiao didn't expect that the gold leaf that this Xiao had been looking for a long time was actually in Zhong Xiuhan and Zhong Haoran's home. Yeah, the matters of the world change unpredictably. How could it be something that we cultivators can rashly guess? Zhong Yejing sighed and said, "I didn't expect that I would meet Senior Xiao when I just wanted to exchange for a small piece of Qian Mo's secret stone from Su Hong. Not only do you have the Qian Mo's secret stone, but you also have several other materials for refining weapons. Senior Xiao even knows how to refine weapons. Hee, fellow Daoist Zhong, how long will it take from here to Yuncheng?" Xiao Hua looked into the distance and smiled. "Not too close, about 10 days of travel." Zhong Yejing said carefully. "Okay, I don't need to be too anxious," Xiao Hua said, but without waiting for him to finish, he immediately smiled and said, "Wait a moment, this Xiao will go again." Shue's eyes were filled with love, and she looked at Xiao Hua hurriedly flying away with satisfaction. Zhong Yejing stood at the side, and her eyes were full of helplessness. Just like this, the 3 of them didn't fly fast. On the evening of the 3rd day, Shui and Xiao Hua were quietly cultivating. Xiao Hua said in a low voice, "Wife, this husband has some matters to attend to, and will be back at dawn." "Husband, please go, this concubine will cultivate by herself." Shui didn't ask what Xiao Hua had to do, and smiled very virtuously. "Okay." Xiao Hua laid down the rabbit formation, then used the earth escape technique to leave. Before the sun had even risen, he quietly returned and once again took out the concealment technique that was given to him, carefully studying and comprehending it. Shui didn't find it strange, but the heavenly talisman sect of White Bamboo Mountain was in chaos. Originally, after Xiao Hua and the others left, Song, Fu Feng and the others became more and more harmonious. Fu Feng even taught Song how to make talismans, and Lu Yun also taught Fu Zhu and Fu Ba how to cultivate. It seemed that the disciples of Golden Mount Hua were going to stay in the Heavenly Talisman sect for a while. However, on the night of the 3rd day after Xiao Hua left, a short foundation establishment middle-stage cultivator suddenly broke into White Bamboo Mountain. Not only did he want to take Tsong's life, he also wanted to capture Fu Zhu and Fu Ba as concubines. Naturally, Tsong, Fu Feng and Lu Yun resisted with all their strength, and planned to perish together. That short cultivator's methods were very powerful, and with just a few ordinary techniques, the 3 of them were forced to a dead end. Just when the 3 of them were in despair, that cultivator gave up on the technique, and took out a strange, pitch-black stick, wanting to beat the 3 of them to death. Strangely, when the 3 of them disregarded life and death and prepared to make a final resistance, the 3 of them discovered that their true qi, which had not changed for several years, or even several decades, suddenly showed signs of condensing, and the 3 of them simultaneously showed signs of building their foundation. The mood of the 3 of them could be imagined, both happy and sad, and half happy and half sad. What was even more strange was that at this time, that cultivator seemed to have realized something, and said, "Damn it, I made a mistake, I made a mistake." Immediately after, he threw down a few spiritual herbs and flew away. For the three of them, this was a great joy. The three of them did not have time to figure out that person's purpose, and each of them left White Bamboo Mountain to find a place to build their foundation, and quietly build their foundation. Not to mention the pleasant surprise of the others, Xiaohua's journey, which was supposed to take 10 days, took a full 15 days because of his delay. On this day, he saw a large city in front of him. There was a bustling crowd, towering city walls, and guards in bright armor. Xiaohua knew that this was Yun City. Sure enough, Zhong Yejing said with a smile, "Senior Xiao, this is Cloud City, the foundation of my Zhong family. More than half of the industries in this city belong to my Zhong family. More than half of the people in this city belong to my Zhong family." "Oh, are they all surnamed Zhong?" Xiaohua asked curiously. "I've been to Yu City before, but I didn't know much about it." "Senior, please understand that I said belong to, not are." Zhong Yejing smiled apologetically. Most of the people in Cloud City are secular people, tenants, workers, or other identities of the big families surnamed Zhong in the city. These big families surnamed Zhong are the disciples of my Zhong family who have shallow aptitudes and can't cultivate, and they manage these secular industries. There are no cultivation families in Yu City, so there aren't many secular people. All the families and sects have disciples there. "Oh, I understand." Xiaohua suddenly understood. Then, the Zhong family must not be in Cloud City, right? "Yes, I'll send a message now, asking the family head to come and welcome me." Zhong Yejing said respectfully, "All the disciples of my Zhong family are in Zhongling Mountain Village, south of Cloud City." With that, Zhong Yejing sent out a red messaging charm and asked again, "Senior Xiao, do you want to wait in Cloud City? Once the family head receives the message, he will come and welcome you personally." "Hee, no need." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "I'm not that arrogant, let's hurry. Don't make the Zhong family head too tired." "Yes, I'll listen to senior's instructions." Zhong Yejing had observed Xiaohua for the past 10 days and knew that he didn't have a strange temper. He was even very approachable, and his attitude was far from being proportional to his strength. However, after flying for a long time, not only did Zhong Yejing not see the family head coming to welcome her, but she also didn't receive a messaging charm. Her face became a little ugly. "Senior Xiao, I'm afraid that the family head can't come out to welcome me because of some family matters. Please forgive me." Zhong Yejing said carefully. "Well said, well said." Xiaohua waved his sleeves casually. "Your Zhong family has a lot of mundane affairs. Your family head must be very busy every day, and can't be compared to me. Even if he doesn't come out to welcome me, it's normal." Zhong Yejing smiled apologetically, but she was muttering in her heart. Although she didn't clearly explain what happened in the messaging charm, she did tell him that Xiaohua's strength was outstanding, and that even a foundation establishment late-stage cultivator had to admit defeat. Finally, she especially said that Xiaohua had the Qianmo secret stone in his hands, and asked the family head to come and welcome him. There was a patch of green grass, a small pond that rippled in the wind, and countless tall and sturdy trees that stood upright like guards. A villa with green bricks, green tiles, green grass, and white walls appeared in the midst of the green leaves that were like waves of the sea. Xiaohua knew that this must be the Zhong family's Zhongling Mountain Village. Chapter 2101. Because of politeness, Xiaohua didn't release his divine sense. He just looked from afar with a thoughtful expression. "Senior." Zhong Yejing was too embarrassed to say anything. "Junior will send another summoning talisman, no need." Xiaohua looked at Shui and smiled. "You really don't need to trouble yourself." The corner of Zhong Yejing's mouth twitched a few times. She smiled apologetically and said, "Oh, okay." At this moment, a divine sense quickly swept over from the villa. When it passed by Xiaohua and the others, it swept over Xiaohua several times. However, Xiaohua's expression was the same as usual, as if he didn't notice it at all. Second uncle? Zhong Yejing's expression changed slightly. She looked at Xiaohua uneasily and whispered, Senior Xiao, this is Junior's second uncle, Zhong Peifu. Junior doesn't know why Master didn't come. Xiaohua was the same as before. He really was the same. He was far from what Zhong Yejing was worried about. A tall old cultivator flew over from the green leaves. He looked a little annoyed and impatient. He flew very fast. There seemed to be a few aura-refining disciples following behind him. They had already been left far behind. Second uncle, Zhong Yejing saw that Zhong Peifu's expression wasn't right. She hurriedly flew over and bowed respectfully. Is there something urgent in the family? Why didn't Master come out? Humph, Zhong Peifu waved his hand and scolded, what does a little girl like you know? Do you think that Master has to personally welcome any cultivator who comes to visit our Zhong family? Second uncle. Zhong Yejing felt extremely wronged, but she didn't dare to say anything. She could only smile apologetically and say, this is Xiaohua, Senior Xiao. Jing already said clearly on the summoning talisman that Misty Cloud's sex Yunqing Lai and Yunqing Feng, as well as Su family's Su Hong, suffered in front of Senior Xiao. Moreover, Jing personally saw a late Foundation establishment cultivator begging for mercy in front of Senior Xiao. Humph, Zhong Peifu waved his hand and coldly glanced at Xiaohua. He said, this old man will naturally judge. As he spoke, Zhong Peifu patted his forehead and released the pressure of a late Foundation establishment cultivator. Second uncle, what are you doing? Zhong Yejing was greatly shocked. She didn't expect that Zhong Peifu would actually release his pressure as soon as he came up. This was simply provoking Xiaohua. But to Zhong Yejing's and Zhong Peifu's surprise, Xiaohua didn't release any pressure at all, allowing Zhong Peifu to firmly suppress him. What? This cultivator didn't resist at all? Isn't this putting your life in the hands of others? Zhong Peifu didn't understand and felt even more uneasy. He looked at Xiaohua's calm gaze, as if he was nothing. If I wanted to take his life now, it would be as easy as lifting a finger. Zhong Peifu said hesitantly, but I have no enmity with him, and he was invited by little Jing. How can I do it? Zhong Peifu was in a bit of a dilemma. His original intention was to probe Xiaohua's cultivation level. He had also stopped Zhong Yejing's transmission. He knew that Xiaohua's cultivation level was only at the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm. However, pressure couldn't be faked. As soon as Xiaohua released his pressure, he would immediately know. But he didn't expect that Xiaohua would ignore him. At this time, if Zhong Peifu withdrew his pressure, it would be tantamount to slapping his own face. Compared to Xiaohua directly getting angry, or just defeating him, he would lose face. Xiaohua's move was really sharp, like a needle hidden in silk floss. Don't tell me. I have to make a move. Zhong Peifu's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. Xiaohua clearly saw Zhong Peifu's fierceness. He knew that he couldn't tease this late-stage Foundation establishment realm old man anymore. Thus, Xiaohua said indifferently, fellow Daoist Zhong, since you're probing, then stop before going too far. Don't do anything that would cause you to pull chestnuts out of the fire. Xiaohua. Imperial Thunder Sect's Xiaohua. At this time, a voice sounded, second granduncle, this is Xiaohua, fellow Daoist Xiaohua, whom I met when I was traveling in the country of Xi. He is a good person. He gave me medicinal pills. Please show mercy. Xiaohua smiled. Wasn't this the voice of the honest Zhong Haoran who was suppressed by Zhong Xiuhan? Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple? Zhong Peifu was shocked. Previously, when he heard Xiaohua's warning, he was hesitant to withdraw his pressure. Now, with Zhong Haoran's mediation, he immediately withdrew it. He even cupped his hands and said, so it's a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. This Zhong didn't know, please forgive me. That's right, the Imperial Thunder Sect was a big sect in the country of Xi. It wasn't something the Zhong family could afford to offend. even if Xiao Hua was really only an early-stage Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. Well said, well said. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said calmly. Senior. Senior Xiao. Zhong Haoran also flew to Xiao Hua. He first greeted him very intimately, but when he saw that Xiao Hua was already in the Foundation Establishment realm, he was slightly embarrassed and hurriedly changed his greeting. Xiao Hua had a very good impression of this little cultivator. He said with a smile, Zhong Haoran, your progress is not small. Now you're already at the peak of the 12th layer of qi refining. You'll be able to step into the Foundation Establishment realm soon. Congratulations. A trace of pride flitted across Zhong Haoran's face, but it was immediately replaced by a slightly desolate expression. He smiled apologetically and said, how can Junior compare to Senior Xiao? Junior only advanced from the 10th layer of qi refining to the 12th layer, but Senior immediately entered the Foundation Establishment realm. This is what Junior yearned for day and night. Hee, everyone has their own destiny. You can't force it. Xiao Hua smiled. He then looked behind him and saw several unfamiliar disciples. He asked again, what about Zhong Xiuhan? Has she already entered the Foundation Establishment realm? No. The desolate expression on Zhong Haoran's face became even more pronounced. Senior sister hasn't entered the Foundation Establishment realm yet. And then she must be at the peak of the 12th layer of qi refining. Xiao Hua nodded. Her aptitude seems to be better than yours. Yes, indeed, but... Zhong Haoran seemed to want to say something, but Zhong Peifu's gaze swept over him. He smiled and said, fellow Daoist Xiao, my Zhong family's patriarch couldn't come to welcome you because of some worldly affairs. I hope fellow Daoist can understand. Come, fellow Daoist, please. Patriarch is waiting for you in the reception hall. As he said that, Zhong Peifu gave a meaningful glance to a quick-witted disciple behind Zhong Haoran. That disciple hastily turned around and flew away. Xiao Hua followed Zhong Peifu and flew up. Xue followed behind him. Zhong Haoran hesitated for a moment then stopped. He wanted to wait for Zhong Yejing to leave before following them. However, Xiao Hua turned around and said, Zhong Haoran, your eyes old acquaintance. Come and accompany I. Zhong Haoran's face lit up with joy. Just as he was about to fly up, Zhong Peifu gave him another order. Cough, cough. Haoran, you're a junior. You can't accompany fellow Daoist Xiao. Follow behind your martial Aunt Jing. Yes, grandson understands. Zhong Haoran was silent. He nodded very calmly and silently stopped in midair. He waited for the others to fly up, and he followed behind them. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please. Zhong Peifu pointed at the scenery on the side as he walked. He said something in a low voice, but there wasn't any respect in his tone. After all, Xiao Hua was only in the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. And he was at most a late-stage Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. Even if he was a disciple of the lightning-controlling sect, he couldn't really be respected by a late-stage Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. Chapter 2102. Zhong Yejing, who was behind Xiao Hua, clearly understood what was going on. She couldn't help but feel somewhat anxious in her heart. This Xiao Hua was truly somewhat mysterious. Not only did he use a divine ability, but his actions of helping the people of the secular world made Zhong Yejing feel that Xiao Hua was absolutely not a simple late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator. Not long after, Xiao Hua followed Zhong Peifu to the Zhongling Mountain Villa. It was a rather large gate, several times larger than the one Xiao Hua had seen in the Kai family in Luyang. Moreover, just like the Kai family, there was a vermilion gate in the middle. In fact, it was actually a plaque. The word Zhong on the plaque was extremely large. It also looked strange and different from the usual style. It actually looked somewhat like an armor inscription. On both sides of the main door were two side doors. Although they were also vermilion red, they were much smaller. At this moment, the side door on the left was already wide open. Several aura-refining disciples were standing there, dressed in bright clothes. Fellow Daoist Xiao. Zhong Peifu pointed at the main door and smiled. My Zhong clan's clan head is a golden core cultivator. Therefore, the main door of my Zhong clan can only be opened by the clan head when a golden core cultivator or above comes to visit the Zhong clan. Fellow Daoist Xiao, although you're a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, you still have to go through this side door. It's fine. Xiao Hua seemed to have an extremely good temper. He didn't care about this kind of vulgar etiquette and nodded slightly. Please. Zhong Peifu gestured with his hand as he led Xiao Hua through the side door. Welcome to our Zhong clan, Senior Xiao. Several aura-refining disciples bowed together. Their loud and clear voices soared into the sky. Haha. Xiao Hua slightly nodded. Fortunately. Seeing that Xiao Hua's face didn't have any particular displeasure, Zhong Yejing's heart calmed down a little. Among the cultivation aristocratic families, Xiao Hua had been to Luyang's Kai family and Misty Mountain's Ling family. Obviously, the Zhong family's structure was similar to the Kai family's, but the Zhong family's manner was far from comparable to the Kai family's. Not to mention, the area it occupied, and not to mention the pavilions, terraces, and pavilions, but from time to time, immortal birds would appear, and from time to time, there would be strange flowers and plants by the side of the lake. This made Xiao Hua's eyes light up, and he knew that the Zhong family's foundation was also extraordinary. No matter what, the Zhong family's patriarch, Zhong Tianyao, was also a golden core cultivator. If the Zhong family did not have a solid foundation, it would be impossible for them to have such a patriarch. There was no need to elaborate on the scenery of the Zhongling Mountain Villa. Under Zhong Peifu's guidance, Xiao Hua arrived at a unique courtyard. Seeing Zhong Peifu walk straight in, Zhong Yejing frowned slightly. She sighed in her heart and regained her composure. She had already done what she could and said what she needed to say. This was all arranged by the patriarch and she had nothing to say. Inside the courtyard was a quiet hall. It was also quite large. An old man with white hair sat in the middle of the hall. He was holding a book in his hand and his eyebrows were slightly furrowed. It was unknown whether he was reading or thinking. Beside the old man sat a skinny old man. He was in the late stage of foundation establishment. He had a bitter expression on his face, but it was impossible to tell what his expression was. Reporting to Patriarch, this is Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder sect. He is the cultivator that brought here. Zhong Peifu bowed and said. Oh, so you're a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Zhong Tianyao put down the book in his hand and swept his gaze over Xiao Hua. At the same time, he also used a spell to sense Xiao Hua's cultivation. He smiled and said, no wonder he could scare off a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. This disciple of a large sect is indeed formidable. Junior Xiao Hua greets Senior Zhong. Xiao Hua didn't dare to neglect and bowed to greet Zhong Tianyao. Sit down. Zhong Tianyao pointed at Xiao Hua and said. Thank you, Senior, for granting me a seat. Xiao Hua modestly sat beside Xue Xue. Xue Xue lowered her head and didn't say a word. However, she was somewhat angry in her heart. She understood in her heart that even if she, an aura-refining cultivator, didn't reveal her identity, not to mention Xiao Hua. Since she had already revealed her identity, she represented the Imperial Thunder sect and the Zhong family to receive her in the real welcoming hall. Of course, the etiquette of an aura-refining cultivator towards a golden core cultivator was universal in the Xiaoyu continent, regardless of your identity. Zhong Tianyao receiving Xiao Hua here was rude in terms of etiquette. In terms of attitude, he was looking down on Xiao Hua. When the Zhong family disciples served the spirit tea, the cultivator at the side said, Jing Er, what you said in the summoning talisman was unclear. Now, explain the ins and outs of the matter in front of the master. Why are you with the disciples of Misty Cloud sect and Su family? Yes, third uncle. Zhong Yejing glanced at Xiao Hua and was slightly apologetic. It seemed that there were some problems because she said something without Xiao Hua's consent. Zhong Yejing's expression naturally didn't escape Zhong Tianyao eyes, or perhaps Zhong Yejing wanted the clan head to see it. Following which, Zhong Yejing briefly recounted the matter of her looking for Su Hong, as well as the matter of White Bamboo Mountain. Of course, regarding the matter of the talisman, Zhong Yejing didn't mention it, only saying that Su Hong invited her to help. Zhong Peiyuan and the others heard clearly and knew that Zhong Yejing was hiding something in her words. However, they didn't ask too much. They only heard Zhong Peiyuan ask faintly, "So, Su Hong's Qian-Mo secret stone has already fallen into Xiaohua's hands?" His gaze, however, drifted towards Xiaohua. "Yes." "Good, it's been hard on you. Jing, you can leave." Zhong Peiyuan nodded. "But, third uncle, Senior Xiao." Zhong Yejing didn't know what Xiaohua was thinking. She didn't dare to mention the matter of the gold leaf in advance. At this time, she was a little anxious. "It's fellow Daoist Xiao, not Senior Xiao." Zhong Peiyuan said faintly, "Although my Yinsheng Zhong family can't be compared to a famous sect, it's still a famous cultivation family in Meng country. There's no need to lower your status." "Yes, third uncle." Zhong Yejing felt a little wronged, but she didn't dare to contradict. She bowed, looked at Xiaohua again, and retreated. "You all can leave too." Following the order, the other disciples also left. "Xiaohua." Zhong Peiyuan stared at Xiaohua and asked, "I don't want to know what you did at White Bamboo Mountain. Let me ask you, you took the Qian-Mo secret stone from Su Hong's hands. Do you want to exchange it with my Zhong family? How do you know that my Zhong family needs Qian-Mo's secret stone? Do you want to use Qian-Mo's secret stone to threaten my Zhong family?" Xiaohua was very funny. Zhong Yejing could clearly explain the matter, but Zhong Peiyuan didn't let her finish. Moreover, without waiting for him to speak, Zhong Peiyuan self-righteously put the hat of threatening on his head. Could it be that he really thinks that because his cultivation is high, he can distinguish right from wrong and can see through things at a glance? Xiaohua couldn't help but criticize. However, Zhong Tianyao and Zhong Peifu both stared at Xiaohua without blinking. Their eyes were full of vigilance, as if what Zhong Peiyuan said was their inner thoughts. Xiaohua was very helpless. He cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Daoist Zhong misunderstood." Then, Xiaohua told the matter of him meeting Zhong Peiyuan at the auction in Chiyu City. Finally, he smiled apologetically and said, "I didn't know that Miyu was fellow Daoist Zhong." Just as fellow Daoist Zhong said, "When I heard that she wanted to exchange Qian-Mo's secret stone with Su Hong, my heart moved and I remembered this matter." "How did you know Haoran?" Zhong Peifu's eyes were still flickering as he asked in a low voice. "This is even more of a coincidence." Xiaohua smiled and said, "I met him when I went to the Netherworld after leaving Chiyu City. And, this old man knows." Zhong Peiyuan waved his hand and said, "Haoran seems to have mentioned this before, but this old man was in a bad mood at that time and didn't remember carefully." Then, Zhong Peiyuan looked at Xiaohua and asked, "So, fellow Daoist Zhao's purpose is the 2 gold foil of my Zhong family?" "Yes, it's the 2 gold foil." Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out a few pieces of Qian-Mo's secret stone. He smiled and said, "This Xiao found a few pieces of Qian-Mo's secret stone in the past few years to find the owner of the gold foil to exchange. Now is a coincidence, please take a look, Senior Zhong." Unexpectedly, Zhong Tianyao didn't seem to be interested in the Qian-Mo's secret stone. He scanned it with his divine sense and said indifferently, "Actually, the gold foil of my Zhong family is exchanged for the Qian-Mo's secret stone. The main thing is that I want to know what this gold foil is and what it's used for." "This." Xiaohua was startled. He looked at Zhong Tianyao a few times and shook his head, "Sorry, this is this Xiao's business. Forgive this Xiao for not telling you." "Oh." Zhong Tianyao narrowed his eyes and said, "Since you can't tell this old man what the gold foil is used for, then this old man can't exchange with you with the gold foil." "Senior Zhong," Xiaohua was anxious and said, "the gold foil is just a dead thing in the Zhong family. The Zhong family doesn't need it at all. Why can't you exchange it?" Could it be that the Zhong family doesn't want to use the Qian Mo secret stone to repair magic tools? Humph, repairing magic tools or not is my Zhong family's business. Zhong Peiyuan sneered and said, could it be that fellow Daoist Xiao wants to forcefully exchange with my Zhong family? Hee hee, why can't I? Aren't the so-called big cultivation sects all like this? Without resorting to trickery, how can they become a big sect? How can they dominate a region? Zhong Peifu said sarcastically, although the Imperial Thunder sect is far away in the country of Xi, their fame is spread throughout the entire Xiaoyu continent. Their disciples can even be arrogant in Meng country. What do you two fellow Daoists mean? Xiao Hua sneered, if you don't want to exchange, then don't exchange. Why do you have to speak so viciously? These words are related to this Xiao's sect. Fellow Daoist, do you mind this Xiao bringing these words back? What? Did this Zhong offend the Imperial Thunder sect with just a few words? Zhong Peiyuan stood up and said angrily, just based on these few words. Imperial Thunder sect dares to come to my Meng country and exterminate my Zhong family? Do you think you have this opportunity? Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua stood up and laughed loudly. He really felt that it was funny. A late Foundation establishment cultivator, no matter what, had a lifespan of several hundred years. He had seen many more things than him, but why did he look like a loose cultivator at the early qi refining stage? He didn't know the gravity of his words. This Xiao wants to see what ability your Zhong clan has to keep this Xiao here. Xiao Hua coldly said after he finished laughing. At White Bamboo Mountain, you injured Su Hong and intimidated a late Foundation establishment cultivator. Was it just for Jing, to see? Zhong Tianyao said indifferently, even if you are a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, even if your cultivation is comparable to a late Foundation establishment cultivator, don't forget that this old man is a gold core cultivator. In this old man's eyes, you are just a child. Besides, without the clan head here, this old man and two late Foundation establishment cultivators can't kill a late Foundation establishment cultivator? Not to mention an qi refining cultivator. Zhong Peiyuan said even more arrogantly, even if the late Foundation establishment cultivator escapes, will this qi refining female cultivator still be alive? Chapter 2103. Hearing these words, Xiao Hua's face instantly turned cold, truly cold. There was no longer a trace of indifference in his original tone. If fellow Daoist Zhong wants to try, then feel free to make a move. I don't have the confidence to protect my wife in front of a core formation cultivator. However, I am confident that I can escape from the hands of a golden core adept. As long as I leave, other than the golden core adepts of the Zhong family, I will not touch them. As for the other disciples, I will kill them all. Are you threatening me? Zhong Tianyao's face was even colder. If his gaze could kill, it would have poked many holes in Xiao Hua's body. At this moment, the dignity of a core formation cultivator was facing the provocation of an initial stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Senior Zhong, can't you see that this junior is explaining the facts to fellow Daoist Zhong? Xiao Hua said word by word. What this junior said is the truth. I didn't speak a word of nonsense. Good, good, good. Zhong Peiyuan laughed from extreme anger. He couldn't help but stand up. Why are all the disciples of Cultivation sects so arrogant? I won't say anything about the core formation cultivator from before. He opened his mouth and said that he would destroy my Zhong clan. You, an insignificant initial stage Foundation establishment cultivator, actually dares to be arrogant in front of me. Today, I'm going to stake it all. Even if I have to destroy jade and common stone, so what? Xiao Hua sneered. Although words can be said casually, your hands can't be stretched out carelessly. Once you make a move, the consequences will be very serious. Seeing that Xiao Hua only spoke and didn't make any moves, he was terrifyingly calm. Sure enough, Zhong Peiyuan was somewhat hesitant. The thought of stretching out his hand to release pressure could only flash through his mind again and again. Since the words had already been said, if he made a move, there was no possibility of probing. Xiao Hua would definitely go all out in a spurt of energy like a tiger. Seeing Zhong Peiyuan stand up, Zhong Peifu naturally couldn't help but stand up as well. His gaze actually wasn't looking at Xiao Hua, but rather at Xue Xue. Old second, old third. Zhong Tianyao seemed to be doing his utmost to restrain himself. His grizzled hair and beard were trembling. At this moment, he slapped his hand on the chair and said angrily, "You two, shut up. You nearly caused trouble before, and now you still want to talk. Didn't you hear that the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples want to challenge my Zhong clan? Could it be that you're waiting for me to make a move?" Hearing this, Zhong Peiyuan was pleasantly surprised. He slapped his forehead and released the pressure of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. He smiled and said, "If that's the case, then this old man will teach this arrogant disciple a lesson on behalf of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Let him know the principle of respecting high-level cultivators." At the same time, Zhong Peifu wasn't slow either. He had already prepared his aura and slammed it towards Xue Xue. Seeing that the Zhong clan's people were really going to make a move, Xiao Hua was furious. He reached out and pulled Xue Xue's little hand that was stretched out to the side. He transmitted his voice, "Don't use your transcendence energy." Xue Xue originally wanted to use the flight technique, but after hearing Xiao Hua's words, she immediately stopped the flow of true qi. However, Xiao Hua's figure flew up, and all of a sudden, he pulled Xue Xue into his arms. His other hand clapped, and the pressure of a middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivator was similarly released. With a boom, the pressure of two late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators collided with Xiao Hua's pressure, setting off a burst of qi waves. "Humph, you're actually in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. You've concealed it well." Zhong Tianyao sat steadily on the seat of honor and released his divine sense. There wasn't any surprise on his face, and he only coldly snorted. However, what happened next shocked him. In his opinion, under the pressure of two late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, wouldn't Xiao Hua be helpless? Because pressure was something that couldn't be faked. However, Xiao Hua's figure only trembled slightly, and then he swam like a fish. His figure slid slightly, and he flew towards the entrance of the hall. If it was a month ago, Xiao Hua definitely wouldn't have such a method. He would definitely have released his Phoenix Dharma body and resisted. In other words, Xiao Hua had some subtle understanding of the nameless secret art that matched his comprehension in the past 10 days. Although he couldn't further improve in concealing his cultivation level, he had a remarkable ability in evading pressure that others couldn't think of. "After coming to my Zhong clan, you still want to leave?" Zhong Tianyao waved his hand, but light flew out. It wasn't Xiao Hua, but the four walls of the hall. Magic power rippled on the four walls, and a jade-green brilliance emerged from the center of the four walls. It was divided into two layers, one facing upwards and the other facing downwards, rapidly surging. Seeing that the pressure was ineffective, Zhong Peiyuan rubbed his hands, and several rays of brilliance flew out from his hands. Countless sparks were produced, and they flew towards Xiao Hua's back. Humph, Xiao Hua knew that Zhong Tianyao wouldn't directly make a move because of his status. He clapped his hands, and the soaring dragon scissors flew out of the space. A golden light flashed, and the soaring dragon scissors directly chopped towards the hall's entrance that was close at hand. With a rumbling sound, the jade-green brilliance that had already flooded the hall's entrance was split apart like a jade wave, and it rolled backwards. Not only that, the sharpness of the soaring dragon scissors also split open the entire hall's entrance. Amidst the sound, the hall's entrance and part of the hard stones were split open by the huge force, as if they were blown apart by a fireball talisman. Three shameless old things. Xiao Hua's figure swayed rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he already arrived at the hall's entrance. Quick, Zhong Tianyao also couldn't help but be greatly alarmed. He reprimanded in a low voice, and just as he was about to cast a spell, he saw Xiao Hua fling his hand without even turning his head. Hundreds of fireball talismans flew out, precisely blocking Zhong Peiyuan's cluster of sparks. Moreover, within those fireball talismans, there was also a wall of true samadhi fire that Xiao Hua cast. With a rumbling sound, it was as if the mountains were shaking and the earth was quaking. It was as if the entire hall was going to be overturned by the explosion. This explosion and wall of fire just happened to block Zhong Peiyuan and Zhong Peifu. Humph. Zhong Tianyao face slightly changed. He swung his sleeve, covering the entire fireball talisman and wall of fire. Like a whirlwind sweeping away clouds, all the fireballs and wall of fire disappeared. But it was also in this blink of an eye that Xiao Hua and Xue Xue's figures had already rushed out of the hall. By the time Zhong Peiyuan and Zhong Peifu flew out of the hall, Xiao Hua and Xue Xue's figures had already faded. In the sky above the entire Zhongling mountain villa, Xiao Hua's cold and eerie words floated. Since your Zhong family dares to make a move, then this young master won't be polite. Zhong Tianyao, just wait for this young master to kill your Zhong family's disciples one by one. Zhong Peiyuan and Zhong Peifu's noses were crooked from anger. If you say you want to escape, then escape. You actually let out such big words, and let the entire Zhongling mountain villa hear it. This was really a naked slap to their own face. How dare you? Zhong Peiyuan shouted. He simply didn't think and didn't even look at Zhong Peifu. His figure swayed, and he was about to fly out of the villa. On the other hand, Zhong Peifu's eyes turned, and he shouted, Patriarch, quickly open the villa's restrictive spell. Humph, all of you come back. Zhong Tianyao's voice sounded, and his tone was also filled with shame and anger. Chapter 2104. Zhong Peiyuan and Zhong Peifu looked at each other helplessly. Gritting their teeth, they floated down and landed in front of the hall that no longer had a door. At this time, several Zhong family disciples sneakily poked their heads out and looked over, not knowing what happened. What are you looking at? Why aren't you cleaning this place up? Zhong Peifu glared at them, an indescribable feeling in his heart. When they stood in front of Zhong Tianyao, they stole a glance at Zhong Tianyao's gloomy face. You talk too much. Will you die if you speak less? Zhong Tianyao shouted at Zhong Peiyuan, if you didn't stir up trouble, would this old man be so passive? It was like this before, and it was like this just now. Family head, Zhong Peiyuan felt extremely wronged. Boy was also unwilling. Who knows where he leaked the news and let that guy know? And this Imperial Thunder sect brat is even more arrogant than that guy. Humph, cultivation sects are all sanctimonious things. Zhong Tianyao snorted coldly, but they are powerful, not something our cultivation sects can compare to. We can't afford to offend them, but can't we hide? Which cultivator would be able to tolerate such words from you? Moreover, Imperial Thunder sect is famous for their flying techniques. You also saw it just now. Xiao Hua is only a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. His flying speed far surpasses yours. If this old man doesn't use his divine ability, I'm afraid I can't catch up to him. Zhong Tianyao didn't say anything. With a wave of his sleeve, he flew out of the hall. Second brother, you say, what's all this about? Zhong Peiyuan waved his hand, and the chairs beside him were destroyed. He sat down, picked up the teacup beside him, and drank the spiritual tea in one breath. Who knows? Zhong Peifu also gritted his teeth and sat down. We can't afford to offend that guy from before. A middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator came. We thought he could blow the sky apart. But who would have thought that not only was this guy's cultivation not bad, his magic treasure was also extremely powerful. Moreover, his ability to escape was even comparable to a Jindan. No wonder we brothers were defeated. Speaking up to here, Zhong Peifu pondered for a moment, then said in a low voice, Third brother, Xiao Hua just said some ruthless words. Of course, we aren't afraid, but, our Zhong family's disciples number in the thousands? None of them are Xiao Hua's match. Shouldn't we make some preparations? Zhong Peiyuan frowned for a moment before he smiled. There's no need for that. After all, we didn't hurt his lover. He didn't have any reason to lower himself and hurt a disciple of our Zhong family. I think he's just saying it casually. He's also a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. He wouldn't be so shameless. That's true. Since the patriarch didn't order us to do anything about it, we don't have to worry about it. Zhong Peifu nodded. We'd better think of another way. Damn it, that's right. How can we not think of a way? Zhong Peiyuan naturally knew what Zhong Peifu was talking about. He said fiercely, my Zhong family has been accumulating things for decades, or even hundreds of years, and they were taken away by that bastard in an instant. How can we not be angry? That artifact was passed down from my ancestors and is related to the bloodline of my Zhong family. If it can be repaired successfully, it will be able to awaken the true spirit bloodline of my clansmen. It's extremely important to my Zhong family. We can't not repair it. If that Xiaohua had come a few years earlier, my Zhong family would have been able to obtain the last Qian Mo's secret stone. We would have already started to repair the artifact. Zhong Peifu sighed. AI, it's really fate that makes fools of people. It's too late to say anything now. Zhong Peiyuan waved his hand. We'll rest for a while and continue to collect. How could it be so simple? Zhong Peifu curled his lips. The most difficult Qian Mo's secret stone, what? Is Xiaohua the only one in the Xiaoyu continent who has the Qian Mo's secret stone? Zhong Peiyuan said angrily. Even you want to blame this old man? No, how could it be? Zhong Peifu smiled apologetically. Third brother has worked hard and taken many risks. He's the one who has contributed the most to my Zhong family. Let's go, let's go. Zhong Peiyuan was a little dispirited. He waved his hand and walked out of the hall with his hands behind his back. After the two of them left, the disciples of the Zhong family naturally rushed over to repair the hall that was destroyed by Xiaohua. Seeing how badly damaged the hall was, the disciples of the Zhong family were all dumbfounded. Of course, they knew how powerful the restrictive spell in the hall was. While they were guessing in a low voice, Xiaohua's fame quickly spread throughout the Zhongling mountain villa. Shui only knew that Xiaohua's flying speed was extremely fast. However, when she truly experienced the speed, she realized that she had underestimated Xiaohua's flying speed. She only felt the scenery in front of her fly away at an extremely fast speed. Her vision blurred for a moment. Her figure had already flown out of the Zhongling mountain villa while Xiaohua slowly stopped in midair. Husband. Xiaohua's hand was still around Shui's waist. His brows were slightly wrinkled as he looked at the Zhongling mountain villa in the distance. No one knew what he was thinking. Shui asked in a low voice, husband won't really kill the disciples of the Zhong family, right? Hee, of course not. Xiaohua withdrew his gaze and said with a smile, when have you seen your husband kill people indiscriminately? Your husband is just angry that Zhong Peiyuan actually used my wife's safety to threaten your husband and randomly scared them. Exactly. That Zhong family's patriarch is really rude. He himself doesn't know the use of the gold leaf and instead forced my husband to say it. If he knew the use of the gold leaf, why would he still exchange it? Shui also echoed. Even if they knew the use of the gold leaf, they wouldn't be able to use it. Xiaohua coldly snorted. However, your husband feels that he won't leak the use of the gold leaf. Then what do we do now? Shui slightly wrinkled her brows. We've already fallen out with the Zhong family. Zhong Tianyao will definitely not exchange the gold leaf with my husband. If he doesn't want to exchange, then so be it. From his tone, I'm afraid that he was forced to do something he didn't want to do. He didn't have the ability to get back at them and instead wanted to vent his anger on this young master. How can this young master let them have their way? Xiaohua curled his lips and said, since they did it, then they can't blame this young master for doing it 15 times. Husband, what do you think? Shui somewhat strangely asked. In her heart, Xiaohua had always advocated being straightforward and upright. She couldn't think of any reason that Xiaohua had to persuade Zhong Tianyao to exchange with him. What do I think? No idea. Xiaohua spread out his hands with a helpless look. Wouldn't it be fine if your husband went over and snatched the gold leaf? Shui covered her mouth. What Xiaohua said was indeed a common method used by cultivators. However, this most common method coming from Xiaohua's mouth really made Shui feel strange. She couldn't help but ask, "Husband, this kind of action doesn't seem to be your usual behavior. What does your husband usually do?" Xiaohua said with a smile. "Husband has always prioritized others. Husband has never used the strong to bully the weak. Husband has never done things that harm others for his own benefit." Ha ha ha, Xiaohua stuck out his chest, raised his head, and patted his chest. He laughed and said, "I didn't expect your husband to be so perfect in your eyes." "Of course," Shui said proudly. "Husband is the most perfect male cultivator in Xiaoyu continent. How could other cultivators work for people in the secular world who starve to death? Just based on this, husband can make all the female cultivators have a whole new level of respect for you." Hee, so that's how it is. I was wondering why my wife would say such a thing. Xiaohua suddenly said, "Your husband isn't a stickler for rules. For the sake of other people's opinions, I don't care about my own benefits. This is a completely different matter from caring for the common people." Why? Shui was somewhat puzzled. Xiaohua pointed his finger and said, "That gold leaf obviously has no use in the Zhong family. They just treated it as an ordinary thing and threw it in the ancestral hall. Your husband didn't harm their benefits by taking it, so why can't I? Besides, this gold leaf is extremely important to your husband's cultivation. Even if it harms the Zhong family's benefits, it can still be exchanged for the benefits of more people. Your husband naturally has to take it." Hee, husband's reason seems to be what every cultivator thinks when they do this, Shui said with a smile. However, she didn't go into detail. She knew that Xiaohua had a sense of propriety, so she was somewhat worried. If there were only 2 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators, I wouldn't be worried. However, the Zhong family's patriarch is a golden core cultivator. Husband must be careful, isn't it just a small Zhong family? Xiaohua swept a glance at the distant Zhongling mountain villa and thought with a sneer. This young master really isn't afraid. Besides, the Zhong family's disciples actually threatened my wife's life in front of me. If I don't teach them a lesson, how can I let them know how powerful your husband is? All right, Shui's eyes looked at Xiaohua. A strange expression flickered in her eyes. She seemed to have sensed that an incomparably sharp awl was gradually appearing. Anyone who ignored this sharp awl would most likely be injured by this awl. Immediately, Xiaohua smiled and said to Shui, "Let's go, my wife. We'll go further away from here. This place is really a dragon's pool and a tiger's den." Hee. Shui was originally somewhat depressed. She felt that she was holding Xiaohua back. At this moment, she smiled and said, "Since it's a dragon's pool and a tiger's den, you can even charge out. Your husband is a hero who punched the South Mountain sky-eyed tiger and stepped on the North Sea's tide dragon. How can I be afraid of these small shrimps?" Xiaohua pulled Shui and flew far away. He still didn't forget to tease the Zhong family. Shui originally thought that Xiaohua would find a place to stop around the Zhong family. However, she didn't expect that Xiaohua would fly for dozens of li without any intention of stopping. She couldn't help but be surprised and asked, "Husband, where are we going? Won't we be far away if we continue flying?" "Oh, your husband thought about it just now. We just finished threatening them. If we go to look for the gold leaf now, I'm afraid that they'll be on guard. Maybe the gold leaf is still on Zhong Tianyao. Your husband can only get the gold leaf if I kill Zhong Tianyao." Xiaohua smiled and said, "Rather than that, it's better to wait for them to forget about this matter. Your husband can secretly come back and take it away. Then, we'll find a place to meditate. My wife, you should meditate first. Familiarize yourself with the cultivation method again so that you can find an opportunity to consume the Ling Lei pill. Your husband will go take a look around and send some good seeds to the secular people near Yun City," Xiaohua said. "If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian." Chapter 2105. Xianxia thought for a moment and nodded. Husband, go ahead. I fly slowly and my cultivation base is also shallow. I can only be your stumbling block. Don't worry about it. After you build your foundation, you'll be powerful. Xiaohua comforted her. Just based on the medicinal power of the Ling Lei pill, your husband can guess a thing or two. I hope so. Xianxia smiled sweetly. I want to lend my husband a hand. Thus, Xiaohua found a secret place and set up the rabbit formation. He let Xianxia go into seclusion inside while he flew out and went to the surroundings of Yun City. There, he distributed the good seeds that had been piled up like a mountain to the many secular people. To the north of the country of Shi, there were endless hills. The hills were high and low, undulating continuously. Low thorny vegetation covered the hills, piercing sharply into the air in the cold wind. Somewhere, where the sun was shining brightly, a thick fog suddenly rose up. That thick fog quickly dispersed with the cold wind. Wherever the fog passed, the thorns on the hills were dyed with a layer of light brown. That brown color was similar to the color of the thorns. Not to mention the naked eye, even if one's divine sense swept over, it would be impossible to see clearly if one didn't examine it carefully. Immediately after, 1,000 feet away, another thick fog rose up, still floating in the surrounding area of several hundred feet. This process was repeated over and over again. Waves of thick fog rose up and slowly pushed forward. After an unknown period of time, the last wave of fog fell and a hazy figure appeared from the fog. It was the mysterious black-cloaked fellow Daoist from the eastern mountain. Haha, fellow Daoist from East Mountain's gaze swept past the thorns and let out a satisfied laugh. Then, he carefully bent down and looked at the thorns and the hills again. With a wave of his hand, he took out a dark green object. That object was more than 3 inches long, sparkling and translucent, faintly emitting a luster. Fellow Daoist from East Mountain touched that object to the thorns, but the brown color on the thorns changed slightly, as if it was transferred to the dark green object. The entire object turned completely brown, its brilliance faded, and the luster also disappeared, turning into a withered branch. Fellow Daoist Eastern Mountain didn't wait for the object's brilliance to fade. He immediately flicked his hand, and the object fell to the ground with a bang. It was extremely hard. Heh heh. Fellow Daoist East Mountain was very pleased with the result. He leaped up, and as if he were climbing a flight of stairs, he took a few steps up into the air. Then, his body began to fade away as he flew toward the area surrounded by the black fog. Shockingly, the black fog covered an area of over 50 kilometers. However, even though it was hundreds of miles long, it seemed so insignificant in the face of this boundless hilly land. Fellow Daoist East Mountain? After flying for dozens of miles, Fairy Yingzhuo was frowning slightly as she stood in midair. Below her, there were thousands of Foundation Establishment stage disciples holding all kinds of strange materials in their hands. Their hands were forming strange seals, and from time to time, a faint green light flashed. As the green light bloomed, the materials disappeared on the ground or in midair. Fairy Yingzhuo seemed to have sensed something. She exclaimed softly and looked up. Heh heh, fellow Daoist Yingzhuo's cultivation has indeed improved. Fellow Daoist Eastern Mountain's figure appeared in Fairy Yingzhuo's eyes. If it was 10 years ago, fellow Daoist definitely wouldn't be able to sense Ai's aura. That's right. Fairy Yingzhuo nodded slightly. Under fellow Daoist's guidance, my cultivation has really made some inconceivable progress. However, this progress seems to be somewhat unequal to my Xuanyan school's contribution. Fairy Yingzhuo's brows relaxed as she looked below her. Alright, I'll let fellow Daoist Yingzhuo know. Fellow Daoist Eastern Mountain didn't seem to be angry. He smiled and said, I can clearly see fellow Daoist's contribution, and I also understand that I will definitely not go back on my words. I will definitely help fellow Daoist distract your attention. Furthermore, fellow Daoist Eastern Mountain glanced at the thousands of people below his feet and said, Fellow Daoist Yingzhuo, although you spent a lot of effort to collect these materials for setting up the formation, I completely handed over this 8 desolate spirit capture formation to fellow Daoist. Not only did fellow Daoist obtain this ancient formation for free, these thousands of Foundation Establishment disciples have also learned the Tao of Formation from Ai's secret manual for the development of Xuanyan school. Fellow Daoist Yingzhua, don't say that you have no use at all. Heh. Fairy Yingzhua smiled and nodded. It's precisely because of this that I will use the strength of the entire school to help fellow Daoist Eastern Mountain. It's just that. Fellow Daoist Eastern Mountain, I have some doubts. Fellow Daoist has to deal with, who is it? With fellow Daoist's magic power, don't tell me, you still have to go through so much trouble? Fairy Yingzhua hesitated for a moment, and asked via voice transmission. Fellow Daoist Eastern Mountain's face turned cold. Although his entire body was hidden in a cloak, Fairy Yingzhua could clearly feel the surrounding temperature drop. She heard a faint voice. Fellow Daoist Yingzhua, according to our agreement, you can't know about this matter. Furthermore, with your current cultivation, knowing about this matter will only bring you disadvantages and not benefits. Why do you have to be so nosy? Fairy Yingzhua was a bit embarrassed, and the corner of her mouth curled up. I will use the strength of the entire school, so naturally I have to consider the situation of Xuanyan school. If there is something that harms the foundation of our humble school, I will have to consider it. Fellow Daoist Eastern Mountain seemed to be thinking, and after a moment, he said, what I do, no one in the Xiaoyu continent will know. Don't worry, when you enter the deity transformation stage, perhaps you will have the qualifications to know some things. I also want to see the situation and tell you some things. Oh. Your school's disciples really have a foundation. This formation seems to be about to be completed. Is that so? When Fairy Yingzhua heard this, her face lit up with joy. She used her divine sense and said, this 8 Desolation Spirit Detention Formation has been set up for several years, and it is finally about to be completed. I also want to see the might of this ancient formation. Fellow Daoist Yingzhua, I'm afraid you can't see it yet. Fellow Daoist Eastern Mountain laughed heartily, seeming to be in an extremely good mood. After this 8 Desolation Spirit Detention Formation is set up, it still needs to slowly absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, gradually smoothing out the formation's imperfections, and fusing the formation's traces with the heavens and earth. Only then can it be used. Otherwise, if even fellow Daoist can see the formation's traces, how can Ai's enemies fall into the trap? There's this kind of trouble? Fairy Yingzhua was a bit flabbergasted. I thought that it was rare to see a formation that could be set up for 100 miles. Who would have thought that this formation actually needs to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth? Of course. I see that the existing formations on your Xiaoyu continent are all formation tools like formation plates and formation flags. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth used by those formations is stored in the formation tools beforehand. The fluctuations of these spiritual chi of heaven and earth are different from the surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It is extremely easy for others to see. Ai's formation emphasizes on fusion, using the surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth as its foundation. Fellow Daoist can still see the formation's traces now, but after several months to half a year, you definitely won't be able to sense it with your divine sense. Fellow Daoist Eastern Mountain said proudly, otherwise, how could I let fellow Daoist collect so many rare materials? Chapter 2106. Sigh, I can be considered ignorant in front of fellow Daoist East Mountain. Fairy Yingzhua sighed. Fellow Daoist East Mountain flew to the center of the 8 Desolate Spirit Capture Formation and scanned the entire formation with his divine sense. He was very satisfied and transmitted his voice, in half a day, this formation will take shape. At that time, fellow Daoist Yingzhua will lead your sect's disciples according to the previous plan and withdraw from all directions. I will then use the final spell to activate the formation. Oh, is it the spell that consumes a lot of magic power and divine sense at the end of fellow Daoist East Mountain's formation? Fairy Yingzhua asked thoughtfully. That's right. After using these spells, I will consume a lot of my own power. I have no choice but to find a place to meditate first. Fellow Daoist East Mountain nodded and said, Fellow Daoist Yingzhua, during this period, you still have to diligently inquire about that person's whereabouts. Yes, I understand. When Fairy Yingzhua said this, she looked like she wanted to say something but hesitated. What? Fellow Daoist Yingzhua doesn't believe in I? Fellow Daoist East Mountain was very sensitive and noticed this and asked curiously. That's not it. Fairy Yingzhua thought for a while and transmitted her voice. I only received a tip from a disciple. Ever since we got a clue about that person, my Xuanyan sect has done its best to pay attention to that person's whereabouts. In order to not be discovered by that person, we used countless methods. It's really exhausting. Furthermore, I can't guarantee that I won't be discovered. This isn't what fellow Daoist should consider. Fellow Daoist East Mountain waved his hand and said, that person's magic power is profound. Even if he was discovered, it wouldn't be surprising. What I want to say is that that person's whereabouts are uncertain, as if he's looking for something. Fairy Yingzhua clenched her teeth and said. Hee, fellow Daoist Yingzhua also noticed. Fellow Daoist East Mountain laughed and said, I can't answer this question because I also don't know what that person is looking for. And it's precisely because I sensed that this person was looking for something that I had no choice but to make a move. If that person finds that thing, I'm afraid it would be an abnormal disaster. I had no choice but to make a move in advance. Oh, I see. Fairy Yingzhua nodded slightly, as if this was the first time she had heard such news from fellow Daoist East Mountain. About half a day later, the sun had already set in the western mountains. The gorgeous blood-red color burned through the western sky, casting a dusky light over the hills. Fairy Yingzhua and the other Xuanyan disciples gradually flew away, like flies leaving their nest. They scattered in twos and threes in all directions. When everyone was far away and their divine senses could not reach, they saw fellow Daoist of Eastern Mountain's body tremble and quickly rush into the sky. When he reached a height of several hundred feet, his body suddenly stopped. His divine sense was like a torrential flood, covering an area of 100 miles, scanning inch by inch. Only after 2 hours did his divine sense stop. Fellow Daoist East Mountain then clapped his hands, and a green formation diagram several feet in size appeared in his hands. Fellow Daoist East Mountain shook his hand, and the formation diagram unfurled in the air. At this time, it could be seen clearly that the formation diagram was actually made up of pieces of green seal text. These green seal texts seemed to be separated from each other, but also seemed to have a mysterious connection, forming the entire formation diagram. Pooh! Fellow Daoist East Mountain opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of green blood on the formation diagram. The green brilliance on the formation diagram became brighter, and in the evening sky, it appeared extremely strange. The formation diagram appeared with the brilliance, and it became increasingly larger, gradually turning from several feet to several feet, and then gradually expanding again. At this time, fellow Daoist East Mountain's body began to tremble again, and a series of cryptic syllables came out from his cloak. As the syllables rushed into the formation diagram, the green seal text scattered in all directions like tadpoles leaving their nest, and the formation diagram was enlarged again. What was inconceivable was that as the green seal text swam in the air, many strange phenomena flashed in the air. Clusters of green light accompanied by wisps of black fog appeared in the void, entangling the green seal text. Sounds like the wailing of ghosts came from the void. A pitch-black color, darker than the night sky, first appeared, then condensed, forming thin threads, 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 and even thin threads. Rumble, the faint sound of thunder came from the sky above the formation diagram, which was already close to 100 miles in size. It seemed that many strange phenomena had attracted the might of the heavens, but the thunder and lightning were extremely weak, and only lit up this part of the sky a little. Seeing the green light mixed with the black mist and the green seal text, fellow Daoist East Mountain raised his head and let out a long howl. His body trembled violently again, and two identical fellow Daoists of East Mountain separated. This was clearly a spirit-severing cultivator's ability. However, to everyone's surprise, the two fellow Daoists of East Mountain swayed again, and actually split into four. The four cloaked fellow Daoists of East Mountain flew to the four corners of the formation diagram, and at the same time, used the green seal text. At this time, along with four rhythmic syllables, four flame-like green lights flew out from the four corners of the formation diagram, and clustered around the feet of the four fellow Daoists of East Mountain. The four fellow Daoists of East Mountain waved their hands, and there were also faint green seal text syllables. Along with the fellow Daoists of East Mountain's arms, the four green lights rushed to the center of the formation diagram. Pung! With an earth-shattering sound, the four green lights collided and instantly turned into countless dots of fluorescent light. The fluorescent light fell like raindrops and sprinkled over the entire array diagram. The green seal text and the dots of ink that had appeared before merged into the fluorescent light and fell with it. Thus, the entire formation diagram slowly fell, and gradually merged with the formation that had been set up before. Go! The four fellow Daoists of East Mountain shouted at the same time, and their 8 hands rubbed together. Large amounts of spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered together, and as the seals were cast, they scattered over the formation diagram. Rumble. The earth shook, and the entire ground shook. Endless dust rose into the sky, covering half of the sky within 100 miles. As the dust gradually settled, the jade-green brilliance and the pitch-black ink spots gradually disappeared. The entire array diagram had completely disappeared. Phew! The four fellow Daoists of East Mountain let out a sigh of relief at the same time, and then they raised their heads to the sky and laughed. Ha ha ha! Then, the four figures rushed to the center of the formation, and gradually merged into one person. The fellow Daoist of East Mountain, who had just turned into one person, swayed slightly, as if he had used up too much of his magic power. Humph! Fellow Daoist of East Mountain snorted coldly, and his figure flickered, like a ripple, and disappeared in midair. The entire night sky returned to its deathly stillness. Apart from the wind, there was only darkness. The moon had just risen, and the moonlight scattered down, dispelling the darkness. However, the hills within 100 miles were no different from the other hills. Even if one scanned it with their divine sense or looked with their naked eyes, they would absolutely not be able to find any clues. The hills in the north of the country of Shi regained its peace, which had not been there for several years. However, in the Meng Kingdom's Yun City, the Zhong family's Zhongling mountain villa could not calm down. Ah! A shocked cry rang out from a slope in the north of the villa. There were several rows of huts on this slope, and in front of the huts were patches of medicinal fields. In the darkness of the night, the spirit herbs shook their spirits, absorbing the moonlight and spiritual energy. What's going on? Who's making so much noise? Several patrolling disciples flying in midair heard the noise and flew over. Senior brother, senior brother. An anxious voice rang out, and a young disciple broke through the door of one of the huts. He almost rolled on the ground as he cried out, "Dead, dead, what are you shouting for?" One of the patrolling disciples scolded, "What dead?" "They're all dead, all dead." The young disciple pointed his finger incoherently, and said with extreme fear, When the other disciples heard this, they frowned. The disciple at the front patted his hand warily, and took out a yellow talisman. He said in a low voice, "Calm down. We've already passed by. You should explain the situation clearly." At this moment, the lights in the surrounding huts lit up. Several disciples had already poked their heads out of the huts, wanting to see what was going on. "All of you stay in the huts. Don't make a sound." The patrolling disciples shouted loudly, preventing everyone from coming out. Huff, huff, huff. The disciple who had screamed took a few deep breaths, and the horror on his face had not disappeared. He whispered incoherently, "The people in my hut are all dead." "What? All dead? There were 5 people in your hut." The patrolling disciple was shocked and turned to look at the hut. "Yes, 4 living senior brothers are all dead." The disciple came back to his senses and said in horror, "I was talking to them just now. Because I didn't eat well last night, I had a stomachache. When I returned to the hut, the 4 brothers in the hut were all dead. And they died in an extremely horrible way. Hiss, the patrolling disciple took a deep breath and looked at the hut in front of him. His mood was very complicated. Obviously, this disciple had said something that he had never encountered in the past 10 years of patrolling. Immediately, the patrolling disciple did not dare to be negligent. He ordered another disciple to go back and inform the others. He then activated the yellow talisman in his hand and walked steadily towards the hut where the light was coming from. With a sound of the door, the patrolling disciple pushed open the door that he had closed and looked around. He saw that it was a hut about 5 feet wide. 5 heatable beds were placed in the 4 corners of the hut, and a bean oil lamp swayed on the table in front of the window. The flickering shadow moved in the hut, and in the light and shadow, the corpses of 4 young disciples with ashen faces were reflected in the eyes of the patrolling disciple. Although the patrolling disciple had made some preparations, he still could not help but exclaim softly when he saw the horrified and distorted faces of the 4 disciples. The hands of the 4 disciples were stretched out, as if they were trying to grab something. Their fingers were slightly curled, and their nails were black and tight. The eyes of the 4 disciples were staring straight at the door. Their eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief, as if they had seen something terrifying. Their lips were already dripping with blood, obviously bitten by the disciples' teeth. Chapter 2107. The 4 disciples who had died tragically were looking at the door. The disciples on duty who had just stepped into the room saw the 8 dead fishes' eyes and their hair stood on end. Fear rose from the bottom of their hearts. The disciple on duty was afraid, but he didn't dare to be negligent. He first scanned the entire room, and when he didn't find anything unusual, he walked to the disciple closest to the door. After a brief inspection, he frowned slightly, because he didn't see any injuries on the disciple's body. "How is it?" At this moment, a deep voice sounded, "Did you find any clues?" "Captain Jianghu." The disciple on duty showed a relaxed expression and hurriedly turned around and bowed. A middle-aged cultivator in his 40s with thick eyebrows and big eyes steadily stepped into the room. This cultivator's cultivation was around the 11th layer of the qi refining realm. Jianghu raised his hand and motioned for the disciples on duty to stand up. He asked, "Did you find anything unusual?" "No." The disciple on duty shook his head slightly. This subordinate did a rough check and found that they might have been poisoned to death. "But I didn't find any injuries." This subordinate can't say for sure. "Did anything happen tonight?" "No, it was the same as before." There was no movement at all. Hearing this, Jianghu's frown deepened. He had been the captain of the Zhongling mountain villa for decades, but this was the first time he had encountered such a strange thing. It was also the first time he had encountered so many low-level disciples dying at once. "Let the coroner come and take a closer look." Jianghu turned around and ordered. One of the disciples on duty quickly walked away. Jianghu looked around the room again and asked, "Tell me the details of the situation." "Yes, Captain." The disciple on duty pointed outside and said in a low voice, "There is still a surviving disciple outside. This subordinate will let him speak." Let him in." Jianghu nodded, but the disciple on duty had just taken 2 steps when Jianghu shouted again, "No need, this old man will go and ask him myself." "Yes." By the time Jianghu arrived in front of the surviving disciple, he had already recovered some of his spirit, but his eyes were still a little dazed. Jianghu looked at this disciple and muttered in his heart. He knew that although there were some disciples of the Zhong clan amongst these disciples, most of them were disciples of other surnames that were related to the Zhong clan. There were even some villagers with some natural endowments near Zhongling Mountain Villa. Their aptitudes weren't too good, but they could still cultivate. Most of them were around the 3rd layer of qi refining. Because they couldn't advance any further, they were assigned to the medicinal garden. Although these disciples would receive guidance from the Zhong family's disciples on their cultivation, their true purpose was to plant spirit herbs and do some chores in the Zhongling Mountain Villa. Although their status was higher than that of ordinary servants, they would never be noticed by others. Therefore, they would not be involved in anything that targeted the Zhong family. Tell this old man the ins and outs of the matter in detail. Zhong Yu looked at the disciple with clear eyes. Yes. The disciple licked his dry lips and repeated the story. This time, it was clearly more detailed than before, and his tone was much calmer. However, the matter was simple to begin with. No matter how detailed it was impossible to loosen Zhong Yu's brows. You're saying that you only went out for a short moment, and when you returned, the 4 of them were all dead? You didn't see anything out of the ordinary? Zhong Yu asked. Yes, this disciple really didn't. The disciple was about to blurt out when he suddenly thought of something. He hesitated and said, No, this disciple seems to have seen a black shadow. It was faster than a bird, but I couldn't see it clearly at night. This disciple doesn't know if this disciple saw wrongly. Oh. A black shadow? How big was it? Where did it fly to? Zhong Yu's face lit up with joy. The disciple stretched out his hand and gestured to the size of his palm. However, he seemed to feel that something was wrong, so he enlarged his hand again. Then, he felt that something was wrong again, so he enlarged his hand again. When he reached the size of a foot, he hesitated and said, This big. This disciple was really sleepy and didn't see it clearly. Where did the black shadow fly to? It seemed to be, over there. The disciple was still hesitant and pointed uncertainly at another row of small houses. This is bad. When Zhong Yu saw the disciple pointing at another house, his heart immediately sank. He said anxiously, Zhong Huan, quickly go and gather all the disciples in the herb garden. Captain, it's already late at night. The disciple on duty whispered. Don't gather all the disciples. However, at this point, the disciple named Zhong Huan seemed to have realized something and exclaimed, Captain, could it be, only now did you remember? How dare you rely on this old man's usual guidance? Zhong Yu snorted coldly. Yes. Zhong Huan hurriedly waved his hand and asked the disciples on duty to wake up all the disciples who were resting in the herb garden and gather them. After a while, Zhong Huan walked over with a slightly dark face. How is it? Zhong Yu asked indifferently when he saw Zhong Huan's expression. Captain, you know that the disciples in 3 houses are all dead, Zhong Huan said in a low voice. They died in the same way as these 4. This subordinate also took a rough look and didn't find anything unusual. 15 disciples? Zhong Yu's expression changed drastically. Yes, 15 disciples. Including these 4, there are 19 disciples. Zhong Huan nodded slightly. At this moment, a loud sound rang out in the air above the Zhongling mountain villa in the distance. It was as if millions of firecrackers had been lit up one after another. Following the sound, clusters of brilliance flashed in the night sky. Who touched the mountain villa's restriction? Zhong Yu was shocked. He didn't have time to ask his subordinate about the situation and activated the flying talisman to rush into the air. However, just as he flew up, he heard an extremely angry voice like rolling thunder. Where did this evil creature come from? How dare you break into my Zhong family's ancestral hall? Then, another burst of dazzling fire appeared, and a thunderous sound was heard. Ah! Third granduncle's magic weapon? Zhong Yu was shocked and his body paused in midair. He knew that Zhong Peiyuan's cultivation was in the late stage of foundation establishment. With him attacking, how could he stand by the side? Even if he went, he would only die. Ha ha ha, old Zhong, of course it's me. Xiao Hua's slightly exaggerated voice sounded at the same time. Then, Zhong Yu saw a golden light flash in front of his eyes. The golden light was so bright and sharp that it almost blinded his eyes. He couldn't help but close his eyes. Slash, a sound was heard. It was unpleasant to the ear, as if silk was being cut. Then, he heard Zhong Peiyuan's angry roar. Xiao Hua. You are really bold. Chapter 2108. This young master said that if you make this young master angry, this young master will kill everyone in your Zhong family one by one. If you want this young master to calm down. Xiao Hua's voice suddenly came closer. Zhong Yu was shocked and hurriedly landed. Humph, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged, and then condensed together with that cold snort. Hee hee. A sneer flew over Zhong Yu's head. It was so fast that Zhong Yu had just opened his eyes and couldn't see it clearly. This. Zhong Yu was somewhat enlightened. Isn't this the black shadow that disciple mentioned just now? Moreover, didn't this black shadow say that he would kill everyone in the Zhong family one by one? Could it be, this is the Xiaohua that spread throughout the Zhong family a few days ago? Zhong Yu didn't have time to turn around and ask the surviving disciple when he saw two figures chasing after Xiaohua. Even in Zhong Yu's eyes, the speed of these two people was much slower than Xiaohua's. Patriarch? Third granduncle. Zhong Yu moaned sorrowfully. How could he investigate a person who could make a late-stage foundation establishment and an early-stage golden core cultivator join hands to chase after him? Finished thinking, Zhong Yu swallowed his saliva and turned to ask the surviving disciple, "Did you see that black shadow just now? Was it the one you saw just now?" I saw it." The fear on the disciple's face hadn't disappeared, and his fingers were trembling. "Yes, it looked like it, but what?" Zhong Yu asked anxiously. "But it didn't look as fast as just now," the surviving disciple said with some hesitation. "Of course, just now he was killing someone, and now he's running for his life. Of course it's a lot faster," Zhong Yu said without hesitation. "Look at that figure, is it the same? It's this size, it's this size." The surviving disciple raised his hands, and the gap between his hands was a bit wider. After about half a cup of tea's time, two figures flew over from a distance. Zhong Tianyao voice also came over in a low voice. "Old Third, how's your magic weapon?" This old man seems to have seen it being injured by that guy's magic weapon. N. Zhong Peiyuan's voice was somewhat distressed. "Good, Patriarch knows that Guy Xiaohua's magic weapon is extremely powerful. Boy's magic weapon wasn't his match, and it was broken just now. If the boy wants to repair it, I'm afraid it will take a long time. Damn it. Xiaohua, this bastard." Zhong Tianyao's voice was also angry. "This bastard's cultivation is indeed not bad. Jing Er's message is also not a false report. Relying on this magic treasure, he can resist a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator with a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivation. Moreover, his thunder-controlling sex disciples are proficient in flying techniques, and this brat's technique, even this old man can't catch up. If he goes against my Zhong family, it will be really troublesome. The most hateful thing is that Xiaohua was actually able to touch the ancestral hall and break through several defensive array formations. If not for the last array formation, wouldn't he have entered the ancestral hall?" Zhong Peiyuan also felt some lingering fear at this time. "And, since I've already fallen out with Xiaohua, I have to be tough to the end." Zhong Tianyao sneered. "Even if we have to reconcile in the end, we have to let him know that this is Meng country, and he's just a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. My Zhong family isn't a place where he can behave atrociously." "Humph, you still want to kill my Zhong family's disciples one by one. Give him more guts. Give him 10 times his cultivation," Zhong Peiyuan said angrily. Who is this?" As Zhong Tianyao spoke, he saw a figure in front of him flying over in a somewhat cowering manner. "Oh, it's my Zhongling Mountain Villa's disciple on duty." Zhong Peiyuan seemed to have some impression of Zhong Yu. He raised his voice and said, "Zhong Yu, go back to your duty. This is not a place where you can meddle." "Yes, disciple understands." Zhong Yu bowed and said, "However, disciple has something to ask third granduncle to go over and take a look." "Oh? What matter do you need this old man to go over?" Zhong Peiyuan was stunned for a moment. His divine sense swept towards Zhong Yu's back and those low-level disciples gathered together. This is..." Zhong Peiyuan was stunned. His face also changed greatly as he turned his head to look at Zhong Tianyao. Patriarch. This old man has already seen it. Zhong Tianyao's face had never been as gloomy as this 2 times. His eyes flashed as he stared at Zhong Yu. You said that this was done by that bastard Xiaohua? Zhong Yu trembled. Zhong Tianyao's gaze was really too sharp. He hurriedly bowed and said, yes, Patriarch knows. This subordinate has already asked the surviving disciple. Although I'm not completely sure. However, that figure, that speed, and the time when the disciple was killed. Also, that bastard's arrogant words. When Xiaohua's arrogant words were mentioned, Zhong Tianyao was so angry that he flung his sleeves and said, Old Third, you take a look. Was it done by Xiaohua? If that's the case, you send out disciples. You and second brother personally go out and see where that bastard is hiding. Even if you can't find him, you have to find that female disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. This old man wants to see who is more powerful in my Meng country and my Zhongling mountain villa. Yes, disciple understands. Zhong Peiyuan hurriedly bowed and saluted. At this moment, Zhong Peifu and the others also rushed over. Zhong Tianyao didn't even look at them and coldly left. Third brother, what's going on? Zhong Peifu naturally also saw the abnormality in the medicinal garden. He secretly glanced at Zhong Tianyao's back and asked. Zhong Peiyuan rolled his eyes a few times and ordered, call Zhong Yejing over. This old man has something to ask her. A disciple on duty complied and activated a flying talisman and left. Zhong Peiyuan transmitted a few words to Zhong Peifu. Zhong Peifu's face showed anger and his figure descended. He and Zhong Peiyuan looked around and asked the coroner, the surviving disciple, and the disciple on duty a few questions. Other than knowing that the 19 disciples died from poison, they didn't find any other clues. Third great uncle. Zhong Yejing quickly flew over. Obviously, she had already asked the disciple on duty on the way. When she saw the tragic deaths of the disciples, she couldn't help but feel a little sad. Look at what you've done. Zhong Peiyuan said without any trace of politeness, if you didn't bring Xiaohua here, how could my Zhong family lose so many people? These low-level disciples are also my Zhong family's disciples. Third great uncle knows. Zhong Yejing frowned and said, Junior feels that this is definitely not Xiaohua's doing. If it wasn't him, then who could it be? He just admitted it. Zhong Peifu sneered. Third great uncle knows. Zhong Yejing shook her head. Xiaohua did it for the 2 gold sheets. He probably went to the ancestral hall because he heard the news that Junior occasionally revealed. As for the words he said, they should be words of anger. Because in the 10 days that Junior traveled with him, his compassion for the state of the universe and the fate of mankind, as well as the realm where he places the lives of ordinary people in his eyes, is far from what we cultivators can compare to. How could such a benevolent cultivator casually kill people? The realm where he placed the lives of ordinary people in his eyes? Zhong Peiyuan asked curiously, what do you mean? Zhong Yejing didn't hesitate to tell him what Xiaohua did, and finally said, Third great uncle, what kind of cultivator would do such a thing? Junior knows that I can't do it. TSK, a person fishing for fame. Without waiting for Zhong Peiyuan to answer, Zhong Peifu mocked, a group of ordinary people, ant-like existences, how could a cultivator care about them? That Xiaohua only told you about it and went by himself. You didn't follow him, so what did you do? Second great uncle, Junior's divine sense has seen it before. Zhong Yejing retorted. I reckon it was for you to see. Zhong Peifu said without any trace of politeness, before he came here, he was already plotting against my Zhong family. He wanted to use such an illusion to confuse you so that he could obtain my Zhong family's gold leaf. Second great uncle. Zhong Yejing said anxiously, if you don't believe me, you can send someone to investigate. Xiaohua hasn't shown up for more than 10 days, so he must be helping those ordinary people around my Zhongling mountain villa. Why should I care about this when I have nothing better to do? Zhong Peifu said again, Patriarch has already ordered me to capture the other disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. I don't have time. Besides, Jianghu, you're a disciple of the Zhong family. How can you help an outsider? Second great uncle. Zhong Yejing said anxiously. Boy is afraid that second great uncle will only pay attention to Xiao Hua and let the real culprit go, harming the lives of my Zhong family's disciples. You can go now. Without waiting for Zhong Yejing to say anything, Zhong Peiyuan waved his hand and said, gather all the disciples in the Zhongling Mountain Villa who are at the foundation establishment stage and above. Those who are in closed-door cultivation should also come out. Before Xiao Hua is captured, be on high alert. Don't let anything go wrong. Yes, boy understands. Zhong Yejing nodded sadly and flew away. Zhong Peifu and Zhong Peiyuan checked for a while, but they couldn't find anything. They gave a few instructions to the disciples on duty and went back. Although the disciples in the herb garden had dispersed, everyone was anxious. A terrifying atmosphere spread throughout the herb garden, so much so that the entire Zhongling Mountain Villa began to tense up. Fortunately, after more than 10 days, there were no more movements from Xiao Hua, and there were no abnormalities. Even the disciples of the Zhong family who went out to look for Xiao Hua and Shui came up empty-handed. It seemed that Xiao Hua and Shui had already left Yun City and went somewhere else. Therefore, the tense hearts of the people in the Zhongling Mountain Villa began to gradually relax. Then, it was another moonless night. The Zhongling Mountain Villa was shrouded in darkness. Occasionally, a few lights came from a few small houses, making the villa look even more desolate. Help! Suddenly, a mournful cry for help sounded from the south of the villa. And this cry for help came to an abrupt end, and there was no more sound. Let's go. Zhongmu, who was on duty and had his attention on the herb garden, heard the voice and immediately said in shock, this is the place where the family members live. How could this guy rush into the inner residence? Yes, Xiao Hua was a foundation establishment cultivator. How could he go to the inner residence of the Zhong family to harass the family members? However, a strange thing happened again. Zhongyu had just flown for a few breaths with the disciples on duty when there was a rumbling sound of magic tools colliding with each other in the southwest of the Zhongling Mountain Villa. At the same time, Zhongyu's familiar voice echoed arrogantly in the air above the Zhongling Mountain Villa. Ha ha ha, old Zhong, so your Zhongling Mountain Villa has a place to refine magic tools. You hid it so well, no wonder you were so confident in repairing your ancestral magic tools. If this young master hadn't stumbled upon it by accident, I wouldn't have been able to discover your Zhong family's secret. Chapter 2109. Xiao Hua, you little bastard, you've gone too far. Zhong Peiyuan's voice naturally came over in a flustered and exasperated manner. Today, this young master has already enjoyed himself to the fullest. This is just a small punishment for your Zhong family. As Xiao Hua spoke, he whistled and flew away from the side of Zhongling Mountain Villa. How did the patriarch provoke this god of plague? Zhongyu's heart was itching with hatred for Xiao Hua. For the past month, he had been patrolling every night for fear that something might go wrong. However, in the end, a disaster still happened today. As for Xiao Hua, he had gone to the west side of Yun City in the past 10 days and had seen everything within a radius of several hundred miles. He had also sent out a lot of fine seeds from his space and was very satisfied. Today, he just happened to pass by Zhongling Mountain Villa and used the earth escape technique to come to the Ancestral Hall to take a look. As a result, the Ancestral Hall's defense was very tight and even had Zhong Tianya personally overseeing it. Xiao Hua knew that the Zhong family's Ancestral Hall was definitely hiding something other than the gold leaf. Thus, Xiao Hua looked elsewhere with interest, wanting to do something that would make Zhong Tianya feel disgusted. However, the entire Zhongling Mountain Villa's defense was very tight and there seemed to be disciples patrolling everywhere. Xiao Hua was also unwilling to make things difficult for these low-level disciples and thus headed towards the southwest direction. This southwest direction seemed to have few traces of people and the defense was also very loose. However, when Xiao Hua looked carefully, he actually found that there was an extremely powerful restriction underground. When Xiao Hua broke through the restriction and entered, he actually found that it was an extremely complete place for refining tools and Zhong Peiyuan was actually inside. Damn it, I just casually copied some of their refining materials. This can't be considered a lesson. Xiao Hua was somewhat dissatisfied. This Zhong Peiyuan has learned to be careful now. If he doesn't release his magic treasure, this young master's soaring dragon shears can't ruthlessly cut them a few times. It seems that Zhongling Mountain Villa is also somewhat troublesome. There are actually people screaming. This time, this old fool Zhong will be somewhat troublesome. Ha ha ha. However, speaking of which, with this soaring dragon shears, it seems to be more powerful than the flying swords in the past. No wonder my Dao sex cultivators, although they envy sword cultivators, if you really want them to nurture a sword, they won't really do it. Once this magic treasure reaches a certain level, it's indeed powerful. Xiao Hua flew as he pondered. However, Reverend Bright Sword's Dao Heart Sword Seed technique seems to be feasible. Although Dream has yet to awaken, this young master has already sensed the vigorous vitality within it. And a special feeling within the flying sword. I really don't know if the Dream Executor or the Soaring Dragon Scissors will be more powerful. Oh. What is that? Xiao Hua suddenly furrowed his brows. His divine sense swept towards the area behind him. However, when his divine sense swept out, he only saw a palm-sized black shadow flash before it suddenly disappeared. When he looked carefully, there was no trace of it at all. Strange. Xiao Hua was a little surprised. He stopped and flew back. After checking again, he still didn't find anything strange. He smacked his lips and flew up again. When he flew far away, on top of a rock under Xiao Hua, something that looked exactly like a rock moved. However, as soon as this rock left the rock, it immediately turned pitch black and flew in another direction like an arrow from a bow. Husband, why are you smiling so lewdly? Xue Xue opened her eyes and looked at Xiao Hua's lecherous smile. She unconsciously covered her mouth and laughed. Did you peek at some girl coming out of the bath? Or did you see some fairy spring scenery? TCH, Xiao Hua raised his head and flung his seemingly elegant hair to the side. Is your husband that tasteless? Oh, that's... Xue Xue's eyes lit up. Could it be that husband got the gold leaf from the Zhong family? Speaking of the gold leaf, Xiao Hua was like a deflated balloon. He sighed and said, how could that be? That old fool Zhong is very cautious. I reckon he already has the gold leaf with him. If husband wants it, I can't exchange it. Then I can only capture Zhong Tianyao. Capture a golden core cultivator? Xue Xue shook her head and said very sympathetically, I'm afraid husband still has to cultivate for another 100 years. Xiao Hua knew that he had the chance to kill Zhong Tianyao, but to capture him, it wouldn't be easy. But if he killed a golden core cultivator for 2 gold leaf, Xiao Hua asked himself if he could do it for the time being. Then what are you so happy about? Xue Xue asked. Ha ha ha, Xiao Hua heard and couldn't help but laugh. He told her about the 2 times he harassed Zhongling Mountain Villa and explained, since husband can't get the gold leaf, then I'll keep harassing them and make them annoyed. In the worst case, they'll have no choice but to come find husband. Anyway, the gold leaf is useless to them. They should be happy to get rid of husband's harassment. Hee, that's a good idea. Xue Xue pursed her lips and laughed. She seemed to have the same childlike innocence as Xiao Hua. After laughing, Xue Xue said, actually, the Zhong clan is also overcompensating. From what they said, it seems that there's been some unforeseen event, so they don't want to exchange with husband. Wife is indeed smart. Xiao Hua praised, before husband went to harass them for the first time, I've already investigated clearly. It turns out that before I arrived at Zhongling Mountain Villa, a golden core cultivator from Changbai sect visited Zhong Tianyao. As for what happened, husband couldn't find out. It seems that only Zhong Tianyao, Zhong Peiyuan, and a few others know. But from Zhong Tianyao's tone that day, it seems that he was threatened by this golden core cultivator. Moreover, it's very likely that the material he needed to repair his artifact was taken away by force. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left Xianma dense stone behind. My husband is right. Shui nodded. If husband knows what material Zhong Tianyao is lacking, if husband has it, you can take it out and exchange with him. Wife's words are reasonable. Xiaohua disagreed. Although the gold leaf is important, if Zhong Tianyao asks for too much, husband doesn't want to be a sucker. In the end, it really won't work. At this point, a trace of ruthlessness appeared in Xiaohua's eyes. After all, this gold leaf is related to a Buddhist cultivation method. Xiaohua must get it. Zhong Tianyao's attitude really made him angry. Husband, let's try again. If it really doesn't work, then we'll make a move. Shui, who was used to Xiaoyu Continent's methods, didn't think much of it. She was only worried that Xiaohua couldn't defeat Zhong Tianyao. Husband knows. Xiaohua smiled. Right, how's wife's cultivation? Hee, with husband in front, how bad can this concubine be? Shui covered her mouth and said, I'm already familiar with the cultivation method. These few days, I'm expanding my meridians. If there's no accident, I should be able to meet the needs of foundation establishment within a year. Great. Xiaohua clapped and smiled. He hugged Shui gently and sweetly. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote. Chapter 21:10. Not to mention the warmth of Xiaohua and Shui, within the Zhongling mountain villa, the south side of the womenfolk was already in chaos. Zhong Peiyuan was standing in front of an embroidery building, his face was flickering with uncertainty. Around him, there were many crying sounds. In front of him stood Zhong Yu and Zhong Yejing, who had just walked over. Jing, Zhong Peiyuan opened his mouth, his tone seemed to be a little hesitant. He was actually afraid to hear Zhong Yejing's answer. Third granduncle. Zhong Yejing's face was also extremely ugly. She whispered, Jing has already checked one by one, there are 34 womenfolk dead. What? This many? Zhong Yu's face turned green. Yes. Zhong Yejing said with a bitter face, among them were dying children and female cultivators at the 12th level of qi refinement. The way they died is the same as the tragic death of the nursery disciples a month ago. That damn Xiaohua. Zhong Peiyuan gritted his teeth and said, he's obviously a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Where did he get such a ruthless and insidious method? He didn't even let go of a dying child. How can such behavior be worthy of the name of a famous sect? Third granduncle. In this boy's opinion, we need Meng country's Taiqing sect, Changbai sect, and other cultivation sects to be witnesses and let them make the decision for our Zhong family. Zhong Yu thought for a moment and whispered, after all, our Zhong family can't compare with the Imperial Thunder sect. It would be fine if she didn't mention Changbai sect, but when she heard Changbai sect, Zhong Peiyuan became angry and said fiercely, your fist is still harder than your own. If you want others to support you, you have to take out spirit stones. This. Seeing Zhong Peiyuan angry, Zhong Yu immediately realized something and hurriedly lowered her head. What else do you have to say? Zhong Peiyuan had nowhere to vent his anger, so he scolded Zhong Yejing. The first time can be said to be a coincidence, but what about the second time? Are you going to say that Xiaohua is innocent? These 34 womenfolk's lives, was it someone else who took it? If it's not Xiaohua, then tell me, who is it? Zhong Yejing was speechless. She wanted to argue, but she really didn't know what to say. After all, one may know a person's face but not his heart. She and Xiaohua had only met once. Seeing that Zhong Yejing was silent, Zhong Peiyuan continued, you have committed a grave sin by bringing this devil to my Zhong family. In my opinion, you'll surely be heavily punished. But it's precisely because we need people now, so I'll give you a way out and allow you to redeem yourself through meritorious service. Once Xiaohua is killed, you can enter into closed-door cultivation in the Orchid of the Bells courtyard to reflect on your mistakes. Yes, boy understands. Zhong Yejing bowed. At that moment, a young disciple of the 4th level of Qi refining hurriedly flew over. Seeing Zhong Peiyuan throwing a tantrum, he hastily landed on the ground and cowered, not daring to approach. What's the matter? Zhong Peiyuan looked at the disciple and scolded. Bad news, bad news. That disciple shouted in an exaggerated manner. What's the big deal? Zhong Peiyuan reprimanded. Haven't you seen the world yet? Yes, yes. The disciple didn't know how to respond to Zhong Peiyuan's reprimand. What's the matter? Zhong Yu knew that this was his disciple on duty, so he scolded in a low voice. If you have something to say it quickly. I'll let the old ancestor know. The disciple hurriedly said, several medicinal fields in the herb garden have been dug up, not even the roots are left. That's it? Zhong Peiyuan said angrily, do you still need to report this? He knew that the spirit herbs in the herb garden were common, not rare, and the spirit herbs in several medicinal fields were not worth many spirit stones. Yes, this disciple understands. The disciple nodded and hurriedly turned around. After the disciple left, Zhong Yejing was about to speak, but Zhong Peiyuan frowned and his expression tensed up. He stood there respectfully, and after a while, he bowed again and transmitted a few words. It seemed that Zhong Tianyao had something to tell him. After Zhong Peiyuan finished transmitting his voice, he turned to Zhong Yejing and said, Jing, go and call Zhong Dong over. The two of you go to the Zhongling Hall and wait for the patriarch's orders. Yes, Jing, understands. Zhong Yejing hurriedly bowed and accepted the order. However, she was still a little surprised. Although Zhong Yedong's name was similar to hers, and he was also a direct descendant of the Zhong clan, he was her cousin. He was only born a little earlier than her, but their parents gave him a similar name. However, as his name suggested, Zhong Yedong's temper was quite irritable, which was the complete opposite of Zhong Yejing's gentle and quiet personality. After Zhong Yejing left, Zhong Peiyuan did not even look at her. He ordered Zhong Yu to send more people to pay attention to the movements in the village, and flew away himself. Seeing Zhong Peiyuan fly away, the tension in Zhong Yu's heart loosened a little. In fact, there were still some things that he didn't dare to say to Zhong Peiyuan face to face. Over the past month, because of the inexplicable deaths of the disciples in the medicinal garden, the hearts of the people in the manor had already wavered. Many of the tenant farmers who worked in the manor had quietly left, and even more people found excuses to not come over. Many of the chores in the manor were temporarily done by the disciples with cultivation. However, these things were managed by the housekeeper. Even if the housekeeper did not say anything, Zhong Yu had to consider whether it was appropriate for him to say it. The south side of the Zhongling mountain village was brightly lit, and cries of sorrow could be heard everywhere. After all, 34 lives were lost, and many relatives were involved. This night was destined to not be peaceful. However, unlike the chaos in the Zhongling mountain village, about 10 miles away from the Zhongling mountain village, a large number of willow trees surrounded a small lake. The lake water rippled in the night wind, and the willow branches danced on the shore like ghosts baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. On the shore, there was a small courtyard. At this moment, it was boundlessly quiet, and there was not the slightest movement. Woo, the night wind grew stronger, and it actually blew a sound. Pai li pa la, it was unknown which room's window was blown open, but then there was the sound of a window being closed. It seemed that the owner of the room was sitting by the window. Zhong Haoran, a clear, somewhat helpless, and somewhat agitated voice sounded, I don't want you to pity me here, I'd rather live like this. Hurry up and leave, don't bother me here. It's been more than a month, and you've been nagging in my ears during the day and guarding my window at night. You're more annoying than a woman with a loose tongue. This voice was actually Zhong Xiuhan's. Senior sister, you should listen to me. Zhong Haoran's lukewarm voice sounded at the same time, as long as you nod your head, I'll go and beg Marshal Aunt Yi Jing, beg her to come here, and let her bring you to find Xiao Hua. You also know how good the quality of the medicinal pill he gave you last time was. He's a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, and now he's at Foundation establishment. Even Marshal Aunt Yi Jing is extremely respectful to him, so it can be seen how deep his cultivation is. I'm sure he has even better medicinal pills on him, and will definitely be able to heal your injuries. Zhong Haoran, you dare to mention my injuries to Xiao Hua. Zhong Xiuhan was flustered and exasperated. Back then, he was at Qi Refinement, and I was also at Qi Refinement. Now that he's at Foundation Establishment, what about me? How can I even talk about cultivation now? You're showing off my pity in front of him for no reason. Is it because I'm not pitiful enough? Do you want me to lose face in front of Xiao Hua? In front of the Imperial Thunder Sect? In the country of Xi? It's not that serious. Zhong Haoran still said gently, I think Xiao Hua is pretty good. Last time, he gave us the medicinal pill without a second word. This time, if he can help, he will definitely help. Zhong Haoran. You stupid pig head. Zhong Xiuhan scolded again. Do you know my current situation? Do you know what great-grandfather said? Do you know that I'm... At this point, Zhong Xiuhan seemed to have lost all the strength in her body. She collapsed on the floor in the room, sobbing softly. Senior apprentice sister, senior apprentice sister. Outside the room, Zhong Haoran panicked and shouted, don't cry, don't cry. If you're annoying me, I'll leave right now, please don't cry. Zhong Haoran, you stupid pig head. Zhong Xiuhan cried as she said, if you dare to take a step out of this orchid of the valley, see if I don't ever see you again, not even a word about you. Yes, yes. Zhong Haoran immediately said, I'll stand right here, not even a step away, not even a step away. At the end of his sentence, Zhong Haoran hesitated again, but... Senior apprentice sister, you're so annoying. You're already crying. If I don't leave, you're still crying. What should I do? Pfft. Zhong Xiuhan was so angry that she laughed and scolded, you stupid person, when did I say I was annoying you? You. Didn't you just ask me to leave? Zhong Haoran scratched his head and asked curiously. That was just then, this is now. Zhong Xiuhan said. Okay, yes, I know. Zhong Haoran nodded like a chick pecking at rice. After a while, Zhong Xiuhan's crying gradually subsided. She said softly, Haoran, you've been in the orchid of the valley for more than a month, and you've been delaying your cultivation. Moreover, it's hard to explain to the clan. You'd better leave quickly. You. Senior apprentice sister, are you talking to me? Zhong Haoran was obviously not used to the name Haoran, and said nervously. Of course, if not you, who else? Zhong Xiuhan said anxiously. Everyone in the orchid of the valley is resting. Who else can I call? Yes. Zhong Haoran panicked again. You don't have to rush back. Your matter is more important than anything else. As long as you can recover, I won't be afraid even if I don't cultivate in the future, even if the clan leader banishes me to the orchid of the valley to reflect on my mistakes. Bah, you wish. Zhong Xiuhan knew that Zhong Haoran had no other thoughts, but when she heard those words, her heart was filled with sweetness. It was far more sincere than, I'll accompany you to the ends of the world, to the ends of the earth. Yes. Zhong Haoran did not understand what he had said wrong, and quickly nodded. Looking at Zhong Haoran's panicked expression, Zhong Yuehan was worried for a while. After listening for a while, she said, Haoran, there are many beautiful female cultivators in the Zhong family. You just need to hurry up and cultivate. Even if you don't reach the foundation establishment stage, there will be many women who want to marry you. Why do you have to be like this? Chapter 21:11. Me? Zhong Haoran's scalp was about to explode when he heard Zhong Xiuhan mention a marriage alliance. He was almost incoherent. I don't want to marry someone else. I just want to see senior sister every day, that's enough. Sigh. Zhong Xiuhan knew that it was impossible to get any sweet words out of Zhong Haoran's mouth. This sentence was the limit of what Zhong Haoran could say. Haoran, do you know that I've become a cripple now? Zhong Xiuhan clenched her teeth, and tears were about to fall. I know. Zhong Haoran immediately said. I know that senior sister couldn't reach Foundation establishment that day and forcefully took the second Foundation establishment pill. Because your meridians couldn't hold more true qi, they exploded. If your meridians can't be repaired, you won't be able to cultivate in the future. You'll be the same as a mortal. Damn Haoran, can't you be more tactful? Zhong Xiaohan said angrily again. Just these words of yours will anger me to death. Yes, I won't say it, I won't say it. Zhong Haoran hurriedly replied. Sigh, since you know, you should know the pros and cons of this. Zhong Xiaohan said faintly. Even family head, a golden core cultivator, was helpless after seeing it. That Xiao Hua just reached Foundation establishment. What can he do? Senior sister, Zhong Haoran shook his head. You can't say that. Although Xiao Hua's cultivation isn't as high as family heads, but he's a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. It's impossible that the Imperial Thunder Sect doesn't have a pill to repair meridians, right? Sigh, Haoran, my meridians aren't simply damaged. My entire body's meridians are broken. I heard that the Xiaoyu continent has the heaven-mending pill. Only that thing can reconnect my meridians. However, that's a legendary item. Moreover, even if they have it, what can I use to exchange for it? Zhong Xiaohan sighed. Don't forget, you and I are just two insignificant disciples of the Zhong family. Now that I'm a cripple, other than you, other than the widows and widows of the Lily of the Valley, who else would think of me? Senior Marshal Sister, Zhong Haoran called out, don't be sad. We have to ask before we know, right? If Xiao Hua really has that heavenly mending pill, it has to have a price. Even if I don't have spirit stones now, wait until I reach Foundation establishment, wait until I reach Jindan, I will definitely return this favor to Xiao Hua. Silly Haoran. Zhong Xiaohan sighed again, just based on your simple words, how could Xiao Hua give you the pill? What do you mean? Zhong Haoran seemed to wake up. Does senior sister mean that you agree to look for Xiao Hua? Your legs and mouth are on your body, why are you asking me? Zhong Yuehan scolded. But, if you don't agree, I don't dare to go. Zhong Haoran was in a difficult position. What if I ask for the pill and you don't take it? I begged you for more than a month before you agreed. If I went without saying a word, wouldn't you be even angrier? Seeing your sincerity, I agree. Zhong Yuehan chuckled. That's great. Zhong Haoran was overjoyed, then smiled bitterly and said somewhat pitifully, Senior Marshal Sister, can I take a step? Since you didn't let me move, I didn't dare to move at all. Now my feet are numb. You dead head. Zhong Yuehan said angrily, can't you secretly move? Yes, I will secretly move now. Zhong Haoran said immediately. It's been more than a month since you saw Xiao Hua. He has already left, where are you going to find him? Zhong Yuehan waited until Zhong Haoran stamped his feet, then said, besides, how can Xiao Hua have the heavenly mending pill? Hearing Zhong Yuehan's words, Zhong Haoran comforted, even if Xiao Hua left, Marshal Uncle Yi Jing definitely has his communication talisman. I will ask Marshal Uncle Yi Jing to come over first. As for whether Xiao Hua has the heavenly mending pill or not, if he doesn't, Imperial Thunder Sect should have it, right? Haoran, you are too naive. Zhong Yuehan looked at Zhong Haoran with heartache. At this time, the sky was already bright, and the rays of light reflected on Zhong Haoran's extremely sincere face. The eyes on his face were so clear, and no words of praise could compare to a glance from his eyes. Zhong Yuehan couldn't help but feel sour in her heart. Why didn't she see it earlier? Or perhaps she shouldn't have been too reckless that day. If she didn't build her foundation, then so be it. If she could protect this sincere Zhong Haoran, it would be 100 times better than the current situation. Oh, it's daybreak again. Zhong Haoran looked at Zhong Yuehan's tearful face and said with a smile, Senior sister, wait for me. What are you going to do? Zhong Yuehan asked curiously, every morning, you will immediately come here for an hour. What are you going to do? This. Zhonghao hesitated and said, I won't hide anything from you, but this matter, you can't know about it for the time being. You dare. Zhongyuan said angrily, you were fine just now, why are you not listening to me now? Do you think I can ignore you just because I can ignore you? Senior sister Zhonghao's face was extremely red, and his eyes were wide open. He quickly waved his hand and said, Senior sister, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but, once I tell you, it won't work. You, go, don't force me. Hearing Zhonghao's words, Zhongyuan's eyes reddened again. She lowered her head and said, Haoran, you, go, I won't ask any more. You still want to talk to me? Zhonghao was a little troubled. If you want to go quickly. If you're too slow, I won't talk to you. Zhongyuan didn't forget to reprimand Zhonghao even though her eyes were red. Yes. Zhonghao was overjoyed. He quickly walked out and activated the flying talisman. He flew over the small lake beside the orchid of the valley and flew towards the mountain closest to the lake. That mountain wasn't high, but it was the highest mountain in the area. Zhonghao flew for a while before he reached the peak. At this time, the sun had already risen and shone on the mountain peak. The biting cold wind on the mountain peak was somewhat warm. Zhonghao walked familiarly to a stone slab on the mountain peak. The stone slab was unusually clean, completely different from the dust on the rocks nearby. Zhonghao's eyes looked at the bright red sun in the east. He knelt on the stone slab and kowtowed 9 times in a row. He said very sincerely, Heavens above, I, Zhonghao, am truly an insignificant cultivator. I, Zhonghao, am now prostrating myself before the heavens. With my incomparably humble heart, I beg the heavens once again. My senior sister's meridians have been destroyed and she can no longer cultivate. I, Zhonghao, am willing to exchange my meridians for her so that she can continue cultivating. I don't know if my words will reach the heavens, but I am willing to use my heart's sincerity to believe that the heavens will open their eyes and hear my prayers. Chapter 21:12. If this request is too difficult, please give me the heaven-mending pill, so that I can heal senior sister's meridians. If my request is not successful, I hope that Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder sect can bring the pill with him to help this kid. As long as senior sister can be happy, this kid is willing to break my bones. Although Zhonghao was very clumsy in front of Zhongyuan, he was extremely skilled in saying these words. If he hadn't been thinking for a long time, then as he said, he had been praying for dozens of days, or even hundreds of days. After praying, Zhonghao stood up and prepared to leave the stone slab. However, at this moment, his heart moved, and a trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes. He knelt down again and kowtowed 9 times. At this time, his forehead was already red. Zhonghao said, This kid, Zhonghao, is here to worship Senior Xiao Hua. If you are still in Meng country, please hear this kid's heartfelt words, please come back quickly. This kid, Zhonghao, is begging Senior Xiao Hua. I hope that you have the heaven-mending pill in your storage bag. Even if you don't have the heaven-mending pill, the Imperial Thunder sect also has the secret formula to repair the meridians of the whole body. I hope that the heavens can borrow Senior Xiao Hua's hand to fulfill this little request of mine. If Senior Xiao Hua can cure senior sister, this kid will definitely. Zhonghao said a few words, but he couldn't think of anything. After all, he also heard this method of praying from his grandmother. It was a helpless method when one's strength was exhausted. He was forced to kowtow and beg like this because he had no other choice. Moreover, when he saw Xiao Hua that day, he thought that Xiao Hua had kindly given them the pill before. That kind of desire, that kind of eagerness involuntarily grew. He was like a person who fell into the water and met a straw. He used all his strength to reach out and grab it, regardless of whether this straw could save him or not. He unilaterally believed that Xiao Hua could definitely bring about a turnaround for his senior sister. However, when he really wanted to make a promise to Xiao Hua, he couldn't find the right words. After all, Xiaohua was not the heavens, and some words were not suitable. Zhong Haoran hesitated for a moment, and finally said, if Senior Xiaohua Xiao is able to heal Senior Sister's meridians, then Junior Zhong Haoran will definitely kowtow to Senior Xiaohua Xiao every morning and evening, kowtow to him for his great achievements, kowtow to him for his longevity. After saying all this, Zhong Haoran really couldn't think of anything else, so he stood up and went down the mountain. However, what no one expected was that in the distant cave, within the Buddha fire and Xiaohua's Buddha heart that was cultivating with Xue Xue, a fine mark suddenly appeared. That fine mark was extremely fine and faint, and even Xiaohua's Buddha sense couldn't see it. At this time, Xiaohua was meditating with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he sensed something and opened his eyes. He looked around strangely and thought, it seems like something happened. And, it seems to be in the direction of Zhongling Mountain Village. It must be that old man Zhong who is scheming against this young master. Xiaohua sneered, this young master won't fall for it. However, when Xiaohua closed his eyes again, he opened them again after a moment. He frowned and pondered, no, this feeling is different from the feeling of danger in the past. It's an indescribable feeling. It seems to be coming from the Buddha Sarira, and not from the hands of karma in the space. Should I go or not? Xiaohua was a little hesitant. After all, he had just disturbed Zhongling Mountain Village last night, and Zhong Tianyao was definitely furious there. If he went now, he would be fighting with his life on the line. Husband, what are you doing? Xue Xue was very sensitive and sensed it. This. Xiaohua didn't know how to explain it to Xue Xue, and smiled apologetically, your husband's heart is a little uneasy, as if something happened at Zhongling Mountain Village? Sudden inspiration. Xue Xue was stunned, and said in astonishment, this seems to be a legendary great ability, right? What do you mean? Xiaohua was also astonished. When I was young, I heard from my uncle that when the ancient almighty cultivators cultivated to a very high level, they would have a kind of magical ability to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. As long as there was something related to them, they would be able to do it on a whim. They could even pinch their fingers to know what it was and choose the most beneficial thing for them. That's right. That's right. Isn't this the hands of karma? Xiaohua's eyes spun rapidly as he thought to himself. Husband, if you don't have a bad feeling, I suggest you go and take a look. Xue Xue suggested. Who knows, there might be something related to you there. Maybe it's the gold leaf that you're thinking about. Not bad, you have a point. Xiaohua thought about the gold leaf and the Buddha Sarira, and nodded. My wife, please cultivate in the formation. Your husband will be back soon. Xiaohua left the cave, and changed his direction, and slowly flew toward Zhongling Mountain Village. However, after flying for a while, Xiaohua gradually changed his direction. He was actually heading toward the peak of the Orchid of the Valley. Isn't this the brat called Zhong Haoran? Xiaohua's divine sense was searching, and he saw Zhong Haoran, who was heading to Zhongling Mountain Village to look for Zhong Yejing. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua returned to his original appearance and pretended not to know anything as he flew past Zhong Haoran. Xiao. Senior Xiao. I didn't see wrongly, right? Zhong Haoran's expression definitely shocked Xiaohua. It was as if he saw an immortal descending from the heavens, and he was extremely surprised. Senior Xiao, you really heard this brat's prayer. You really can heal my senior sister's meridians. Zhong Haoran spoke incoherently, and he had completely lost his etiquette. He stepped forward and grabbed Xiaohua's robe as he spoke. Xiaohua was bewildered, and he frowned. Zhong Haoran, you. What do you mean by that? Can't you explain it clearly? Moreover, in the past month, weren't you at Zhongling Mountain Village? Didn't you hear the news at Zhongling Mountain Village? Zhong Haoran said excitedly, Senior Xiao, you don't know. Then, Zhong Haoran told Xiaohua about how he prayed to the heavens and Xiaohua, and he explained, when this brat saw Senior Xiao that day, he wanted to ask Senior Xiao for help. However, you also saw the situation that day. This brat didn't have a chance to speak, so this brat came from the village to Orchid of the Valley to discuss this matter with Senior Sister. Senior Sister didn't agree, so this brat went to the mountain peak to pray every day. Oh. Where did you pray? Can you bring this Xiao to see it? Xiao Hua was even more puzzled. This was the first time he had heard of such a strange matter. Of course. Zhong Haoran was extremely surprised. Whatever Xiao Hua wanted him to do now, he would agree without hesitation. When the two of them arrived at the mountain peak, Xiao Hua looked at the stone slab that Zhong Haoran was kneeling on, and he fell into deep thought. His Buddhist heart should be here. In other words, he could actually sense the matter that Zhong Haoran prayed to him. This was something that he couldn't explain no matter how hard he racked his brains. Senior Xiao. Zhong Haoran waited for a long time, and without the slightest bit of impatience, he said in a low voice, Senior, do you have any other questions? Xiao Hua shook his head blankly and said with a bitter smile, This Xiao wants to ask, but I don't know where to start. Then, does Senior Xiao have the heaven-mending pill in his storage bag? Zhong Haoran suddenly felt that his mouth was a little dry. Heaven-mending pill? Xiao Hua smiled and shook his head. This Xiao has never heard of any heaven-mending pill? Then, does the Imperial Thunder sect have it? Zhong Haoran seemed to be unwilling to give up his evil intentions. This Xiao doesn't know. Xiao Hua was clear that even if the Imperial Thunder sect had the heaven-mending pill, it was impossible for him to know. Then, can Senior Xiao heal Senior Sister Xiaozi's meridians? Zhong Haoran felt that he was a little suffocated. Meridians. Xiao Hua seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Even if he passed the dragon transformation art to Zhong Xiuhan, it didn't seem to be able to repair her meridians, right? Moreover, it was impossible for him to casually pass the dragon transformation art to Zhong Xiuhan. Senior Xiao. Zhong Haoran said with a sad face, Senior Xiao, this junior begged you. How can you not have a way? How about this? Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said, You should bring me to see Zhong Xiuhan. This Xiao will take a look at the situation first. Perhaps there's a way. Yes, how could I forget? Zhong Haoran slapped his head and said dejectedly, This junior was completely flustered when he saw Senior Xiao. This junior was really disrespectful. Please. Obviously, Zhong Haoran had completely ignored that, perhaps. By the time they arrived at the Orchid of the Valley courtyard, the sky was already bright. In the courtyard and by the lake, there were already some old people walking around. Although there were many people, most of them were very low-level cultivators. They looked like they were already in their twilight years. Everyone looked at Xiao Hua and Zhong Haoran, their listless eyes unable to stir up the slightest ripple. Xiao Hua had already scanned this place with his divine perception, so he didn't find it strange. He followed Zhong Haoran to an exquisite little house. Haoran? You're back so soon. Zhong Xiuhan obviously heard Zhong Haoran's footsteps and said happily, Marshal Uncle Jing, she didn't come? Hee, Zhong Haoran said with a smile. I didn't even see Marshal Uncle Jing. Zhong Haoran said before entering the little house. Humph, Zhong Haoran, you pig head. I told you. That mysterious thing of yours is completely useless. Zhong Xiuhan scolded. However, just as she finished scolding, Zhong Xiuhan was stunned. Wasn't Xiao Hua following behind Zhong Haoran? That Xiao Hua whom she had met several decades ago and whose appearance hadn't changed in the slightest. Zhong Xiuhan couldn't sense Xiao Hua's cultivation, but she didn't dare to be negligent. Just as she reached out to cover her mouth, she immediately bowed and greeted, Junior Zhong Xiuhan greets Senior Xiao. Hee, seeing Zhong Xiuhan and Zhong Haoran's deep affection, Xiao Hua felt very comfortable in his heart. He thought about how the two of them were still bickering outside Mingxi even though they were already injured. And, bickering wasn't right. It was Zhong Xiuhan who was bullying Zhong Haoran. And now, Zhong Xiuhan had already become a cripple, but Zhong Haoran still didn't abandon her and tried his best to think of a way. He really lived up to the name, Haoran. Chapter 21:13. Suddenly, Xiaohua remembered the oath that Zhong Haoran made to him, and then looked at Zhong Yuehan thoughtfully. Zhong Yuehan was pretty, and she looked like she was used to ordering Zhong Haoran around. Although Xiaohua was here and she had changed to be respectful, she didn't take Zhong Haoran's carefulness seriously. "I've been thinking too much." Xiaohua laughed in his heart and helped Zhong Yuehan up. "Zhong Yuehan, this Xiao was just passing by and happened to meet Zhong Haoran." This Xiao didn't know what he said. This Xiao didn't have any heaven-mending pill, and I didn't know that the Imperial Thunder sect had such a miraculous pill. This Xiao just thought it was a coincidence. Zhong Yuehan was very disappointed, and she couldn't hide the deep sense of loss between her eyebrows. However, Xiaohua immediately changed the topic. "However, since the heavens let this Xiao pass by and meet two fellow Daoists, this Xiao might want to take a look. Perhaps the heavens have already given this Xiao a method to cure you? Senior Xiao, please be merciful." Zhong Haoran couldn't help but salute from the side. "Yes, Senior Xiao, please help." Zhong Yuehan couldn't help but feel hopeful. Although Xiaohua was a Foundation establishment cultivator, he was from the Imperial Thunder sect, which was 100 times stronger than the Zhong family, right? Xiaohua waved his hand, turned his head and asked, "Zhong Haoran, what is this place?" "Senior Xiao, this is the Orchid of the Valley Courtyard, a place where the disciples of my Zhong family reflect on their mistakes." Zhong Haoran smiled apologetically. "At the same time, there are also some old and weak people who are recuperating here." "Oh, so it's like that." Xiaohua nodded and said, "Zhong Haoran, you go out first. Wait for this Xiao to take a look at Zhong Yuehan's injuries, then we will make a plan." "Yes, this junior will go out now. This junior will guard the door." Zhong Haoran didn't dare to say anything, and carefully walked out and closed the door. Xiaohua glanced around and said, "Zhong Yuehan, close your eyes as if you're cultivating." "Yes, this junior understands." Zhong Yuehan obediently sat cross-legged and closed her eyes. Xiaohua first scanned Zhong Yuehan with his divine sense, and then stretched out his left hand, 2 fingers strangely placed on Zhong Yuehan's wrist. Xiaohua himself also sat down cross-legged. He actually used the Huangqi technique. After a while, Xiaohua furrowed his brows and withdrew his finger. Immediately after, another strand of true origin flowed into Zhong Xiuhan's meridians. However, just as the true qi began to circulate in Zhong Xiuhan's meridians, a feeling of enlightenment, or perhaps a sense of déjà vu spontaneously arose. It was as if he had treated such damaged meridians before. Meridian nourishing pill. Xiaohua almost groaned. A familiar pill and pill recipe appeared in his mind, and even more pill refining techniques and pill recipes gradually flashed in his mind. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly let go of his hand. He closed his eyes and carefully captured the memories that flowed like a fountain. Zhong Yuehan waited for a long time, but seeing that Xiaohua didn't do anything, she unconsciously opened her eyes. When he saw Xiaohua's expression, he thought that Xiaohua was thinking carefully. Therefore, she didn't dare to make a sound and only waited patiently by the side. After about half an hour, Zhong Haoran, who was outside the hut, was somewhat impatient. After all, Xiaohua only wanted to see what the situation was and didn't say that he could definitely cure it. Just as Zhong Haoran was worrying about his gains and losses, he heard Xiaohua call out from inside, "Zhong Haoran, come in." Zhong Haoran heard Xiaohua's indifferent tone and felt that there was nothing special. He unconsciously became happy. He pushed open the door and quickly walked in. He bowed and said, "Senior Xiao, this Xiao has already seen Zhong Xiuhan's meridians." Xiaohua looked at the cultivator whose eyes were filled with joy and said with a smile, "Although the situation is very bad, this Xiao has some confidence." "Really?" Zhong Haoran was ecstatic when he heard this. His knees went soft and he was about to kneel in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand and stopped Zhong Haoran from kneeling. He looked at Zhong Xiuhan again. "However, I can't treat it right now." "Why?" Zhong Haoran asked anxiously. This Xiao still has some things that I haven't gathered. Xiao Hua said indifferently. What does Senior want? This junior will help you find it. Zhong Haoran patted his chest and said. Xiao Hua held his chin with his hand and looked at Zhong Haoran. He seemed to have made a decision. He patted Zhong Haoran's shoulder and said, Come with me, I will explain it to you. Yes. Zhong Haoran looked at Zhong Xiuhan and followed Xiao Hua out. However, after a moment, Zhong Haoran came back in a daze. His eyes were blank and he slightly avoided Zhong Xiuhan's gaze. Haoran, what's wrong? What did Senior Xiao say? Zhong Xiuhan said with some worry, Is Senior Zhao's request too high? No, no. When Zhong Haoran heard this, the worry on his face disappeared. He smiled and said, Senior Zhao's request is very simple. You don't need to think too much. Senior Xiao said that it won't take long, at most a month, to cure your meridians. Ah. Really? Zhong Xiuhan was overjoyed and almost jumped up from the ground, so, I can continue to cultivate? Of course. Zhong Haoran nodded affirmatively. Thank you, Haoran. Zhong Xiuhan excitedly hugged Zhong Haoran and nestled her head on Zhong Haoran's chest. If it was before, Zhong Haoran would definitely be dizzy and might even fall on the ground in joy. But this time, Zhong Haoran's face only reddened for a moment and a trace of a bitter smile hung on his mouth. He stretched out his stiff arm and his trembling hand stroked Zhong Xiuhan's beautiful hair. Zhong Xiuhan felt Zhong Haoran's action and how could she still scold him? She only tightened her hands and firmly hugged Zhong Haoran's waist. At this moment, Xiao Hua's divine sense swept through the small room and a trace of a smile flashed on the corner of his mouth. This smile had an indescribable meaning. Meridian Nourishing Pill. It's a pill that specializes in repairing meridians and dantian. The main ingredients are crimson pearl grass and scarlet flame grass. Xiao Hua's smile flashed and a happy expression appeared on his face. He thought to himself, obviously, just based on the names of these two spiritual herbs, Xiaoyu continent definitely doesn't have them. However, these two kinds of spiritual herbs, as well as some supplementary spiritual herbs, are in my mind. Just now, I roughly searched through the space, and unexpectedly, there are ready-made spiritual herbs. Moreover, they are also very old. It seems that they were born from the seeds of the 100 herbs gate that won't germinate. This means that the meridian soothing pill should be able to be refined successfully. However, whether or not it can completely repair Zhong Xiuhan's meridians, I don't have much confidence. Of course, if the meridian soothing pill is effective, then it would be the heaven mending pill that they speak of. If something happens when Xue Xue is building her foundation, then this pill will still be useful. Chapter 21:14. It seems that this meridian nourishing pill or heaven mending pill must be refined this time. Xiao Hua made up his mind and returned to the cave. Seeing Xiao Hua return, Xue Xue naturally asked again. Xiao Hua didn't hide anything and told her the story. Xue Xue was already very surprised that Xiao Hua could refine the heaven mending pill, but after thinking about it again, she realized that the heaven mending pill was far inferior to Xiao Hua's sudden inspiration. Husband, I really don't know how to envy you. Xue Xue smiled bitterly. You have to know, you have just reached foundation establishment. If you were at spirit severing stage at this time, I definitely wouldn't be surprised. Although that is an ancient magical ability, there are still some relics in the cultivation sects and some mutated magical abilities. For example, some deducing money is to sprinkle a handful of money left behind from ancient times on the ground and use some special magical abilities to deduce what will happen. Husband, you don't need to do anything and can sense what is going to happen. Maybe. Xiao Hua scratched his head. He couldn't tell Xue Xue about the Buddhist sect, so he couldn't explain the sensing of the Buddha's relics. However, Xiao Hua still said, in that case, I will start refining the heaven mending pill. You and I have stayed here for a long time, let's change places and go to Orchid of the Valley courtyard. Zhong Tianyao will never think of that place. Anything is fine. Xue Xue smiled sweetly, with husband's arrangement, anywhere is fine. Then, Shui said apologetically, husband, actually. I'm afraid this experience. I'm afraid I've delayed your cultivation. Huh? What do you mean by that? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned and asked curiously. Shui said, husband is now at the middle stage of foundation establishment, so you should cultivate in seclusion. Moreover, husband can refine pills by himself, so you don't need to rely on the sex supply. Taking pills while improving your cultivation, the late stage of foundation establishment is just around the corner. And you, for me, ran so far and involved so many trivial matters. How can you improve your cultivation? Hee, Xiao Hua smiled and reached out to hold Shui's soft hand, and said warmly, for men, some things can't be done, and some things must be done. Accompanying my wife to cultivate is what I must do as a husband. As for cultivation, can't you see that your husband has already refined the brilliant flower pill? Are you taking it every day and cultivating every day? When Shui heard this, her heart was as sweet as honey. She clenched her fists and said, I always feel like I'm a burden to my husband. Otherwise, my husband would be able to go further. However, there were times when she thought, if cultivation was like this, so what if I didn't build my foundation? If we walk like this for the rest of our lives and look at the sea for the rest of our lives, wouldn't it be more beautiful? It's better not to build a foundation. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. He knew that Shui seemed to be very afraid of foundation establishment. She was afraid that she would lose her life if she didn't pass, so she didn't dare to enter foundation establishment. Thus, Xiao Hua smiled and said, husband refined this heaven-mending pill for wife's sake. If wife, husband is only saying in case something happens to wife, this heaven-mending pill can also be useful. Shui's eyes flashed with a trace of gloom, but she still smiled and said, husband, aren't you cursing me? Forget it, let's not talk about it. Let's leave. Okay, as Xiao Hua spoke, he put away the rabbit spell formation and brought Shui to the mountain peak where Zhong Haran made his wish. He released the puppets and opened 2 caves on the stone wall. Then, he set up the rabbit spell formation and protected these 2 caves. Only then did he start refining the meridian nourishing pill in one of the caves. The technique used to refine the meridian nourishing pill was completely different from the Dawn Rain continent. All kinds of spells were used, and they all faintly stirred up changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. There were even some sounds of wind and thunder. This made Xiao Hua quite puzzled. Because in his memory, there weren't so many strange phenomena. However, in any case, Xiao Hua started refining the meridian nourishing pill. His memories regarding alchemy also increased, and his alchemy technique also neared perfection. At the same time when Xiao Hua was refining the pill, Zhong Yejing was flying out of Zhongling Mountain Villa with a tall and sturdy cultivator. That cultivator's face was unruly, and his slender eyes were very disdainful. From time to time, he would reveal an impatient expression. Brother Dong, Zhong Yejing saw this situation, and there was a trace of worry on her face. She said in a low voice, this matter concerns the rise and fall of my Zhong family. It's very important. You have to listen to sister's arrangements. Okay, that cultivator was Zhong Yedong. With an impatient expression, he flicked his sleeve and said, You've said this countless times since we left the villa. I naturally know what to do. Yes. Zhong Yejing was also helpless. At this time, the Zhongling Mountain Villa was in a state of unrest. Everyone else was on guard, afraid that Xiao Hua would suddenly kill his way into the villa. No one dared to leave without permission. Only Shi and Zhong Yedong were temporarily unable to help, so they were sent out by Zhong Tianyao. Their purpose was very simple, and that was to leave Zhongling Mountain Villa to look for help. There were many cultivation families in the south of Meng country, but there weren't many families with profound cultivation who had reached the Golden Core realm. And the closest families to the center of Yun City were the Fei family of Ji City and the Qin family of Fan City. These 2 families' patriarchs, Fei Xiqing and Qin Kai, were already in the early Golden Core realm, which was the same as Zhong Tianyao. Zhong Tianyao wanted to capture Xiao Hua, or even kill him, but he couldn't do it alone. Therefore, he set his sights on the two nearby cultivation families. After flying for several hours, a hot aura began to appear in front of them. A red mountain range appeared in front of them. Zhong Yejing knew that this was the Red Crane Mountain where the Fei family of Ji City was located. Brother Dong. Zhong Yejing said in a low voice, but before she could finish, Zhong Yedong sneered, "Are you the brother or am I the brother? Do I need you to remind me again and again? After entering Red Crane Mountain, I'll just treat myself as a mute, okay?" "That's not necessary." Zhong Yejing smiled apologetically and said, "Brother Dong, just don't get angry." "How can I not get angry? Your words made me angry before I even entered the mountain." Zhong Yedong said angrily. "Seniors, where did you come from? Did you come to pay a visit to my Fei family?" While they were talking, several aura refining disciples on duty flew over and asked with a bow. "Damn it, if I didn't come to pay a visit to your Fei family, why did I come to this Red Crane Mountain?" Zhong Yedong's words made Zhong Yejing feel helpless. "Seniors, where did you come from? Why did you come to my Fei family?" Fortunately, Zhong Yejing and Zhong Yedong were foundation-building cultivators, so how could the aura-refining disciples dare to be disrespectful? They didn't dare to take Zhong Yedong's words seriously and still asked respectfully. "We're disciples of Yun City's Zhong family. We came to Red Crane Mountain this time because we have an important matter to discuss with your family's patriarch. Please inform him." Zhong Yejing knew she had a request, so she didn't dare to be negligent. She stepped forward and said in a warm voice. "This." The disciple on duty was a little embarrassed. He smiled apologetically and said, "It's not that Junior doesn't want to inform seniors. If it was someone else, it would have been fine, but Patriarch has been discussing tool refining techniques with Fan City's Qin family's patriarch these past few days. He's already told us not to meet ordinary people." Zhong Yejing understood that the so-called ordinary people must be cultivators below the Golden Core realm. However, Zhong Yedong sneered and said, "What do you mean ordinary people? I've traveled a long way just to pay a visit to old Master Fei, so how did I become an ordinary person? If I had nothing to do, who would come here? It's so hot here, how can it be more comfortable than my Zhongling Mountain Villa? Hee, senior, please turn back." The disciples on duty didn't seem to give Zhong Yedong any face and refused politely with a smile. "Humph." Zhong Yedong waved his hand and was about to use a confinement technique. Zhong Yejing panicked and quickly stood in front of Zhong Yedong. She really didn't want to come out with Zhong Yedong, but for their safety, Zhong Tianyao made this arrangement. However, she didn't expect him to attack an aura-refining disciple the moment he saw the Fei family's disciple. How was this the attitude of someone who came to ask for help? "Brother Dong." Zhong Yejing clapped her hand and took out an arrow token. She said angrily, "Do you recognize my Zhong family's patriarch token?" Zhong Yedong's face tightened, and he hurriedly stopped and respectfully saluted the arrow token. "Zhong Yedong greets patriarch." "Humph, Brother Dong, fortunately, you know that seeing the patriarch token is the same as seeing the patriarch." Zhong Yejing snorted and no longer paid attention to him. She turned to the disciple on duty and said, "This is my Zhong family's patriarch token. My Zhong family has indeed encountered a crisis. If the patriarch wasn't in the mountain villa, he would have come long ago. Please take the patriarch token and report to him." "So it's like that." The disciple on duty obviously knew the importance of the patriarch token. He stretched out his hand and took the arrow token. He smiled apologetically and said, "In that case, please wait for a moment. This junior will go and report to him." "Thank you." Zhong Yejing nodded. After the disciple flew away, the other disciples smiled apologetically and said, "Seniors, please follow us. Please wait at the mountain gate." Fei family's Mount Feiha had earth fire. Below the mountain range, crimson flames surged. It was similar to the Flame Forest Mountains. Zhong Yejing and Zhong Yedong followed the disciples to the mountainside. A huge rock was emitting a faint heat. At this temperature, there was no green vegetation. Similarly, brown thorns covered the entire Mount Feiha. Not long after, two early-stage foundation building cultivators flew over together with the Zhong family's patriarch token in their hands. Seeing the two cultivators with the same cultivation level as her, Zhong Yejing was delighted. She knew that Fei Xiqing had agreed to meet them, so she sent the two cultivators to welcome them. Fellow Daoists Zhong, please. The two cultivators flew over and politely handed the Zhong family's patriarch token back to Zhong Yejing. They smiled and said, I am Fei Ming, and this is my junior brother, Fei Yulian. The two of us are here to welcome the two fellow Daoists under the orders of the patriarch. Well said, well said. Zhong Yedong finally smiled. Zhong Yejing took the token and returned the greeting, thank you, fellow Daoists. Then, Zhong Yejing and Zhong Yedong followed the two Fei family disciples into Mount Feihe and arrived at the Fei family's guest hall. The Fei clan was different from the Zhong clan. They didn't build their foundation in the manner. Instead, they used Mount Feihe as their base. They opened up a cave on Mount Feihe and built their pavilions along the mountain. This guest hall was located in a rather large cave. Chapter 21:15. Fei Ming and Fei Yulian chatted with Zhong Yejing and Zhong Yedong while the low-level disciples served them tea. In the beginning, Zhong Yejing was still very polite, but after 2 hours, she became somewhat impatient. After all, they had already been out for several days, and Xiao Hua would sneak attack Zhongling Mountain Villa at any time. Every sneak attack would inevitably take the lives of dozens of people. Zhong Yejing could not wait any longer. She couldn't wait to invite Fei Xiqing and Qin Kai to Zhongling Mountain Villa and capture Xiao Hua. In fact, it was a bit strange. If Qin Kai wasn't at Feihe Mountain, Zhong Yejing would have invited Fei Xiqing and Dao Fancheng, and it would take much longer than now. However, since Zhong Yejing already knew that Qin Kai happened to be at Mount Feihe, she could invite both of them at the same time and save a lot of time. She already had the idea of going back immediately. Therefore, this small wait would seem very long. Fellow Daoist Fei. Before Zhong Yejing could speak, Zhong Yedong spoke first. He had been patient before, but now he couldn't help it. What's wrong with your Fei family head? Why hasn't he come out yet? I'm still waiting to go back. Fei Ming and Fei Yulian were obviously stunned. They looked at each other, and Fei Yulian said indifferently, how would I know what the family head is doing? He is a golden core cultivator, and he doesn't need to tell others what he does. Since he wants us to accompany him, we will accompany him. If fellow Daoist Zhong is impatient, you can go. Regardless of whether fellow Daoist Zhong stays or leaves, my Fei family welcomes you. Pa. Zhong Yedong slammed his hand on the chair and said angrily, Fei Yulian, is this how your Fei family treats its guests? What's wrong with my Fei family's hospitality? Fei Yulian also stood up and said coldly, my Fei clan will treat any cultivator who is polite and courteous with respect. My Fei clan will also not treat anyone who is rude with respect. You brat, you dare to call me rude? Zhong Yedong was angry. He slammed his hand as if he was going to take out a yellow talisman. Zhong Yejing was anxious. She quickly grabbed his hand and said, Brother Dong, don't forget the family head's orders. But Zhong Yedong's face was red, and his veins were bulging. But what? My Fei family doesn't treat you with respect? Fei Yulian sneered and said, I didn't say that fellow Daoist Zhong was rude. Why did fellow Daoist Zhong walk into the trap yourself? Hee, fellow Daoist Fei, please don't blame me. Zhong Yejing smiled apologetically. Brother Dong is also anxious. What you don't know is that my Zhong clan has encountered difficulties. If we delay for even half a day, I'm afraid that dozens of lives will be lost. So, I hope that fellow Daoist can make an exception. Please ask the Fei family's elders to come out. Zhong said Yulian was, Yulian, Yulian, and Yulian, Yayan. Oh. Fei Ming raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhong Yedong. Zhong Yedong was panting heavily and looked at him coldly. You can't do that. I'm afraid people will say that my Fei family treats our guests poorly. Fei Ming waved his hand and refused. Don't say that. This is I's goodwill. It has nothing to do with hospitality. Zhong Yejing smiled and stuffed the storage pouch into Fei Ming's hands. Fei Ming accepted it after a slight decline. Then, he smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist Zhong, please wait a moment. Family head and Senior Qin have talked for a long time. I'm sure your mouth is dry. This humble Daoist will go serve tea and see if the two seniors have time." Zhong Yejing was overjoyed. She cupped her hands and said, "Thank you, fellow Daoist Fei." Fei Ming and Fei Yulian stood up and looked coldly at Zhong Yedong, who was still standing there. They turned around and left the guest hall. After the two left, Zhong Yejing sighed and said, "Brother Dong, sit down. People have to lower their heads when they're under someone else's roof. The two elders will be here soon. Don't say anything else." Zhong Yedong didn't say anything and sat silently on the chair. Another hour passed by, and two divine senses suddenly swept in from outside the guest hall, locking onto Zhong Yedong and Zhong Yejing in an instant. The divine senses were very powerful, and Zhong Yedong and Zhong Yejing immediately understood that two Golden Core Realm seniors had come out. They didn't dare to be negligent. They immediately stood up from their chairs and walked quickly to greet them. Sure enough, as soon as the two of them took 2 steps, 2 cultivators in fiery red Daoist robes fluttered in. The first was a thin and tall old man with a goatee, small eyes, and a face full of wrinkles. He was Fei Siqing, the family head of the Fei family. Behind him was a middle-aged man with bright eyes, a red face, and a full beard. He was Qin Kai, the family head of the Qin family. Junior greets Senior Fei and Senior Qin. Zhong Yejing and Zhong Yejing hurriedly stopped and bowed. N. Fei Siqing waved her sleeves in response. Qin Kai ignored her and followed Fei Siqing to take a seat at the head of the table. Fellow Daoist Fei. As soon as Qin Kai sat down, he immediately smiled and said, "The artifact refining method fellow Daoist spoke of is truly a unique one. I really hadn't thought of it before. If this method is successful, our 2-sex artifact refining efficiency will increase by 40%. Hee, isn't this all thanks to fellow Daoist Qin? If fellow Daoist Qin didn't show me the Qin family's refining method, I wouldn't have been able to comprehend such an uncommon method. Ha ha ha, it's all thanks to fellow Daoist Fei. I only get 30% of the credit." Qin Kai laughed and said, "It seems that the Fei family and the Qin family will be closer in the future." That's right. In the southern part of Meng country, only our 2 families can refine. If we cooperate, we will both benefit. If we don't, we will both suffer. Fei Siqing also smiled. Zhong Yejing and Zhong Yedong still stood there respectfully, not daring to take a seat. They could only listen to the two chatting, not daring to interrupt at all. As for Zhong Yedong, his eyes were staring at the ground, no one knew what he was thinking. After a long while, Fei Siqing seemed to be thirsty. She looked up and said, Why hasn't the boy who serves tea come yet?" When she looked up, she saw Zhong Yejing and Zhong Yedong. Therefore, Fei Siqing asked faintly, "What happened in the Zhong family? Why did Zhong Tianyao, who has always looked down on our refining family, send the 2 of you here?" Zhong Yejing didn't dare to neglect Fei Siqing's question. She hurried forward and bowed respectfully. Junior Zhong Yejing of the Zhong family of Yun City greets Senior Fei. What's the matter?" Fei Siqing said faintly, but her eyes were fixed on Qin Kai. "Senior, please know that our Zhong family has encountered an extremely difficult matter." Zhong Yejing told them about the matter that Zhong Tianyao had instructed her to do. Then, she took off the storage pouch from her waist and handed it over. She smiled and said, "This is a token of my appreciation for inviting the 2 seniors over. I hope that the other seniors will kindly accept it." Chapter 21:16. A disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect? Fei Siqing didn't look at the storage bag. She frowned and shook her head. Although the Imperial Thunder Sect isn't in the country of Shi, it's still one of the biggest sects in the country of Shi. It's far from being comparable to the cultivation families in Meng country. Your Zhong family has provoked such a disaster, yet you still want us to get involved. I haven't lost my mind yet. How can I get involved in this matter? Don't you think so, fellow Daoist Qin? Qin Kai became even colder and snappily said, Fei Xiqing, I came to your Mount Feihe to exchange my refining experience. If the disciples of the Zhong family want to find me, they naturally have to go to Fan City. How can they find me here? When you were talking just now, I was thinking about the technique just now and didn't hear a single word. Fellow Daoist Fei, please continue. Just pretend I'm not here. Hee, Zhong Yejing, did you see that? Fei Xiqing laughed. It's not that I don't want to help the Zhong family, but I don't have the ability. Besides, how can an early Foundation establishment cultivator of the Imperial Thunder sect be old Devil Zhong's opponent? In my opinion, that old Devil Zhong has some ulterior motives. He wants to use this to trick us into entering your Zhong family's Zhongling mountain village. How can I be fooled? Senior Fei, what do you mean by that? Zhong Yedong couldn't help but shout, what happened in my Zhongling mountain village is the truth. This junior saw it with his own eyes. Xiao Hua's flying speed is extremely fast, like a ghost, and his methods are extremely ruthless. Dozens of people in my Zhongling mountain village have already died. If not for this, why would we come here to beg the two seniors? The Zhong family, Qin family, and Fei family are all cultivation families in Meng country. If the Imperial Thunder sect bullies my Zhong family, they might bully the Qin family and Fei family in the future. The attitude of the two seniors really makes this junior disappointed. If this matter is spread out, who knows how the nearby cultivation families will deal with the two seniors. Moreover, the two seniors should first take a look at my Zhong family's intentions. If you are not satisfied. Without waiting for Zhong Yedong to finish, Fei Xiqing swung her sleeve and slapped Zhong Yedong's face. Fei Xiqing's face was somewhat gloomy as she scolded, ignorant child, what do you think we are? You actually dare to bargain in front of this old man? Do you think you are Zhong Tianyao? Even Zhong Tianyao wouldn't dare to be so blatant. That's right. Qin Kai said indifferently. The two of us won't go, so what? Even if your Zhong clan spreads this news, who will be the one losing face? If he couldn't even catch a Foundation establishment cultivator, how could Zhong Tianyao still have the face to live in Meng country? Even if someone is making things up about me, I'll send that person to your Zhongling villa. I'd like to see who dares to cause trouble for the Imperial Lightning sect. Seniors. Zhong Yejing hurriedly said, that's not what I meant. Where are all the disciples in charge of receiving guests? Fellow Daoist Fei, you need to properly educate the disciples of Mount Feihe. Qin Kai sneered, it's hard for this old man to even drink spirit tea. With that, Qin Kai got up and walked outside. Fellow Daoist Qin, don't worry. This old man has a new spirit wine here. I'm afraid you haven't tasted it before. Why don't you give it a try? Fei Xiqing also stood up and said with a smile. Oh, what spirit wine? Old Fei, you actually have a spirit wine that this old man doesn't know about? Qin Kai's eyes lit up, but his voice was already far away. Brother Dong. Zhong Yejing looked at Zhong Yedong, whose face was green and red, and stamped her feet, not knowing what to say. Now, what should we do? Zhong Yedong, seeing that he had messed up the matter, was somewhat at a loss. I didn't mean to say that, but when the words came out of my mouth, I just blurted it out. Zhong Yejing sighed. She really didn't understand why the patriarch wanted Zhong Yedong to come with her. Wouldn't any other person be stronger than him? Was it just because the two people's names were similar? Let's go, what else can we do? We can't just let the Fei clan's disciples kick us out. Zhong Yejing snappily got up. They dare. Zhong Yedong stiffened his neck and said. Why wouldn't they dare? Zhong Yejing said, didn't you see that Xiao Hua, who treated my Zhongling villa as an uninhabited place? If you have the ability, capture Xiao Hua. I will go back and squat at the mountain gate. Let's see how powerful that Xiaohua is. Zhong Yedong said excitedly. Sure enough, when Zhong Yejing and Zhong Yedong left the guest hall, no Fei clan's disciples came to greet them. Even when they flew away from Feihe Mountain, only the disciples on duty looked at them from afar. When Zhong Yejing and Zhong Yedong returned to Zhongling Villa, they carefully reported the ins and outs of the matter to Zhong Tianyao, who was guarding the ancestral hall. Unexpectedly, Zhong Tianyao didn't scold Zhong Yedong, but nodded casually and said, "You have worked hard. You have rested for a few days, but I'm afraid, you will have to go again." Ah. Zhong Yejing was slightly taken aback, but she didn't dare to ask any questions. She bowed respectfully and left. Zhong Yedong really did as he said. He flew to the entrance of the villa, found a place, and sat down cross-legged, waiting for Xiaohua. "Third brother, what do you think?" After Zhong Yejing and Zhong Yedong left, Zhong Tianyao asked faintly, "Fei Xiqing and Qin Kai, those two old ghosts. Are there any problems?" After listening to Zhong Tianyao's question, Zhong Peiyuan was very hesitant. His eyes flickered slightly, and he didn't answer for a long time. "What? Third brother, you have been traveling outside for decades, searching for materials for our Zhong clan's ancestral artifact. You have come into contact with many cultivators. Don't tell me you don't have any thoughts." Zhong Tianyao said unhappily. "Sigh, I'll let the clan head know." Zhong Peiyuan smiled bitterly. If the boy hadn't left Zhongling Villa, Yun City, or even Meng Country, the boy would have immediately said his thoughts. But after seeing all kinds of people, experiencing all kinds of scams, and experiencing all kinds of people's hearts, the boy didn't dare to say anything. The most unpredictable thing in this world is not the cultivation method, the method of making talismans, or the method of refining pills, but the human heart. The human heart is the most complicated thing in the world. The boy doesn't know what the heavenly Tao is, but in the boy's opinion, the human heart is as deep as the heavenly Tao. Zhong Tianyao nodded and said with satisfaction, "What you said is very good. Actually, even I can't judge whether Qin Kai and Fei Xiqing have any bad intentions." Zhong Peifu, who was beside him, said curiously, "Clan head, the boy thought that it would be enough to send Jing, alone. He even thought that Jing, and Dong, could find one person each. But the clan head insisted that Jing, and Dong, should go together and invite people one by one. I remember that the clan head once said that Dong's temper is irritable. He wanted to test the Fei clan and Qin clan's attitude to see if they had anything to do with this matter. If they even tolerate Dong's temper, then they must have some ulterior motives. We can't let others take advantage of us for nothing. But now, Dong, and Jing, have been chased out. Doesn't this mean that these two clans have no ulterior motives towards our Zhong clan? They are afraid that the clan head will plot against them." So that's what I was thinking. Zhong Tianyao stroked his beard and said with a smile, "But think about it again. The Qin clan and Fei clan don't have any particularly close relationship with our Zhong clan. If they have something to ask of our Zhong clan, then they will definitely have a way to deal with my plans. If they come to our Zhong clan, wouldn't that be too abnormal? Even if it's you, you won't come at once, right?" This. Zhong Peifu was dumbfounded. He shook his head and said, "If the clan head says so, then we really can't judge. We can only wait for Xiaohua to do whatever he wants, or we can give him the thing that he wants." How can we give it to him? Even if that thing is useless to us, we definitely can't give it to him. Zhong Peiyuan snorted coldly. "If we give it to him, then we are giving our Zhong clan's face to him, allowing him to trample on it as he pleases. Besides, how should we calculate the lives of these dozens of Zhong clan disciples? But if we don't give it to him, we can't capture him, and we can't ask the other two golden core cultivators to help the clan head. What should we do then?" Zhong Peifu asked back. Zhong Peiyuan let out a long sigh. He was also speechless. Xiaohua's flying speed was indeed formidable. The entire Zhongling mountain villa was so big. Although there were some formations protecting it, it was different from the mountain protecting formation of the cultivation sections. Xiaohua could easily break through it as if there was nothing there. Zhong Tianyao, a golden core cultivator, couldn't catch him at all. Only 3 golden core cultivators formed a triangle and trapped Xiaohua, then they could succeed. Actually, it's still a little strange. Zhong Tianyao didn't make any judgment and suddenly said, Qin Kai, that old ghost, usually stays in Fan City and doesn't come out. Why did he suddenly go to Mount Feihe during this period of time? From what Jing said, it seems that he's working together with Fei Xiqing to refine some kind of magic tool. Zhong Peiyuan reminded. Yes, that's very strange. Zhong Tianyao nodded. The 2 clans are both refining tools, and they're usually competing with each other. Small grudges constantly exist, and the 2 of them don't have any good expressions when they meet. Now that they're together, that Fei Xiqing even gave Qin Kai some spiritual wine. Could it be that Mount Feihe has some use for Qin Kai? Zhong Peiyuan probed. Or maybe, the 2 clans obtained some kind of secret tool refining technique together. Zhong Peifu also reminded. A smile appeared on Zhong Tianyao's face. He pointed with his hand and said, that's right. Since the 2 clans are busy refining tools, I'm afraid they don't have the time to scheme against my Zhong clan. This old man can also invite the 2 clans without worry. But, if the 2 of them have some kind of scheme, they'll definitely be together. Zhong Peiyuan was still frowning. They're obviously together. It's too strange. Ha ha ha, what's real is fake, and what's fake is real. Zhong Tianyao laughed. I'm afraid it's because of this that I believe that the 2 of them definitely don't have any designs on my Zhongling villa. But Zhong Peiyuan was still worried. My Zhong clan has been hiding for many years. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for it at Qidian. Calm. Chapter 21:17. Sai, that thing is the foundation of our Zhong family's future in Meng country. Naturally, we have to protect it well and not let others get it. I hope Patriarch can forgive me. If it wasn't for the boy's negligence, Xiaohua definitely wouldn't have found it. Zhong Peifu said somewhat dejectedly. It's fine. Xiaohua only knows that it's a place for refining equipment, but he doesn't know what's inside. Zhong Tianyao waved his hand and said, moreover, he's just a cultivator from Shi country. If we capture him, we'll kill him without waiting for him to speak. Even if the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples find him, can they still deny the crime of killing dozens of our Zhong family's low-level disciples? Then do we still need Jing, to go to Mount Feihe? Zhong Peiyuan asked. Zhong Tianyao shook his head and said, not for the time being. Qin Kai and Fei Xiqing are refining equipment, so they don't have the mind to care about anything else. Didn't you hear what Jing said? He didn't even take the storage bag. He didn't plan to come at all. Otherwise, the things inside would be enough for him to be tempted. Boy understands. Zhong Peiyuan and Zhong Peifu nodded. Hurry up and patrol during this period of time. Don't add any more lives. Zhong Tianyao ordered. Yes. After the 2 of them left, Zhong Tianyao frowned again. He sat on the chair and sank into deep thought. Unknowingly, dozens of days passed. It was another moonless night. The entire Zhongling villa fell into an extremely tense atmosphere. Because everyone knew that the last 2 times Xiaohua entered Zhongling villa to kill people, it was at this time. If there were no accidents, he would come again tonight. Even Zhong Yedong, who was sitting at the entrance of the villa, had cold sweat in his palms. The night wind was bleak, and the sound of cicadas was terrifying. However, Xiaohua, who everyone was waiting for, was sitting cross-legged under a willow tree. In front of him, there was a person kneeling. It was Zhong Haoran. Zhong Haoran, have you decided? You won't change it? Xiaohua said indifferently. Without any hesitation, Zhong Haoran nodded and said, that's right. Senior, you've already told me about it dozens of days ago. Over the past few days, I've already thought it through. Although I don't know why you're doing this to me, I'm willing to take this risk for senior sister to continue cultivating. AI, it's not that I want to make things difficult for you. It's just that this heavenly mending pill is too strange. Someone has to pay the price for it. This is the rule of using the heavenly mending pill. Xiaohua sighed. Hee, Senior Xiao, you don't have to feel troubled, Zhong Haoren comforted. Junior knows that such a heaven-defying thing is not easy to deal with. Junior will not let Senior take any more risks. Junior has already thought of all the possible disasters when Junior was praying. And you've been kneeling and praying on the mountain peak these past few days. This Xiao has also seen it clearly. Xiaohua said with a smile, for you to kneel and pray to this Xiao every day, this Xiao will also do his best. In that case, I beseech Senior Xiao to take action. Zhong Haoren knelt down once again. All right. Xiaohua flicked his large sleeve, and Zhong Haoren's entire body was unable to move, as if he was frozen. Then, he heard Xiaohua's heavenly voice in his ears. Zhong Haoren, from now on, you can't speak, and you can't transmit your voice. This is the price you have to pay for using the heavenly mending pill. Ah. Zhong Haoren had already thought about it for several dozen days, but he had never thought that the price would actually be like this. However, when he thought about how he could still cultivate, still build his foundation, and still stay by Zhong Xiuhan's side without breaking his limbs, so what if he could not speak? Zhong Haoren wanted to nod his head, but his entire body did not have the slightest bit of strength, nor the slightest bit of magic power. After a moment, Zhong Haoren did not see any movement from Xiaohua. Zhong Haoren's magic power recovered, and he could also move his body. Zhong Haoren hurriedly said, Senior Xiao, he originally wanted to say that he was willing, but when he opened his mouth, not a single word came out. A burst of Wuxia sounds came and entered Zhong Haoren's ears. This is my voice? Zhong Haoren thought in his heart. However, his expectation and joy hid his disappointment. Because at this moment, Xiaohua clapped his hand, and took out a slightly red medicinal pill. Is this the heaven-mending pill? Zhong Haoren took the heaven-mending pill, and looked at the medicinal pill that did not have any medicinal fragrance, and did not have any special phenomenon. He was bewildered, but still spoke out of habit. Then, he pointed his finger at the medicinal pill, and a puzzled look appeared in his eyes. Don't worry, you can give this medicinal pill to Zhong Xiuhan now. Xiaohua said with a smile. Zhong Haoren put the heaven-mending pill into a jade bottle, kowtowed again, and quickly entered the orchid of the valley courtyard. Ah, Zhong Haoren, I hope you have good luck. Xiaohua raised his head to look at the sky, and sighed. Today is the day this young master will go and harass Zhongling Mountain Villa again, but for you, this young master will stay. If something happens to Zhong Xiuhan, this young master's reputation as the heaven-mending pill will be ruined, right? Then, Xiaohua flew up, and chased after Zhong Haoren like a gust of wind. Peng peng, peng peng. Zhong Haoren walked to the front of Zhong Xiuhan's hut, and raised his hand to knock on the window. In the past 10 days, because of Xiaohua's guarantee and Zhong Haoren's comfort, Zhong Xiuhan's mood had been relaxed, and she could sleep normally at night. Zhong Haoren's arrival did not attract her attention. Who is it? Zhong Xiuhan woke up, and asked curiously, is it Haoren? However, the familiar simple and honest voice did not ring out, and it was still the sound of knocking on the window. Who is it? Zhong Xiuhan shouted vigilantly. At this moment, the knocking stopped. Damn Haoren, what kind of joke are you playing with me? Zhong Xiuhan opened the door slightly, and saw Zhong Haoren standing in front of the window with a smile on his face. She immediately laughed and scolded, I already agreed, and you still didn't say anything? Do you want to die? Zhong Haoren did not answer, and clapped his hand, took out the jade bottle, and handed it to Zhong Xiuhan. This is the heaven-mending pill? Zhong Xiuhan was stunned, and immediately became overjoyed. She snatched the jade bottle, removed the cork, and poured out the heaven-mending pill. Is this the heaven-mending pill? Zhong Xiuhan looked at the ugly pill, and somewhat doubtfully looked at Zhong Haoren. Zhong Haoren did not speak, and raised a finger to his lips, and made a gesture of breathing, indicating for Zhong Xiuhan to speak softly. This pill is so strange, there is no medicinal fragrance at all. Senior Xiao is not mistaken, right? Zhong Xiuhan did not seem to notice Zhong Haoran's strangeness, and muttered in a low voice, "Don't you think so?" Zhong Haoran's face revealed a smile, and he nodded slightly, as if he had a card up his sleeve, but he still did not speak. What? Damn Haoran, why are you so strange today? Why are you not saying a word? Zhong Xiuhan finally noticed Zhong Haoran's silence, and asked in a low voice, "In the past, it was always you who spoke, and I listened. Why are you not saying a word today? Could it be that you are mute?" Chapter 21:18. Zhong Haoran still didn't speak. He shook his head slightly, looked left and right, then put his index finger to his mouth, indicating for her not to make a sound. Then, he pointed at the chaotic heavenly pill in Zhong Yuehan's hand and pointed at her mouth, indicating for her to take it as soon as possible. Xiao Hua in the distance understood that Zhong Haoran wanted Zhong Yuehan to take the chaotic heavenly pill before she noticed his abnormality, so that Zhong Yuehan wouldn't refuse to take the chaotic heavenly pill because of him. Maybe, my way of thinking is a bit too cruel. A trace of regret formed in Xiao Hua's heart, but then, Xiao Hua smiled and said, "How can one achieve a rainbow without experiencing wind and rain? Zhong Haoran, if this delays you, this Xiao will bear all the consequences. It can also be considered as you bowing down to this Xiao and letting this Xiao understand the price of some things." On the other side, Zhong Yuehan was indeed focused on the chaotic heavenly pill as Zhong Haoran expected. She had been looking forward to this item for who knows how many days. Seeing that she was about to resume her cultivation, how could she pay attention to anything else? Good. I'll take it now. Zhong Yuehan smiled until her eyes became two crescent moons. Zhong Haoran didn't speak and nodded slightly. "Haoran, you have to protect me," Zhong Yuehan said tenderly with a rare look of attachment. Zhong Haoran didn't speak and nodded slightly. "Then I'll take it." Zhong Yuehan smiled. Zhong Haoran didn't speak and nodded slightly. Seeing that Zhong Haoran still didn't speak, Zhong Yuehan felt a bit strange. Zhong Haoran was a bit anxious at this time. He pretended to look to the side and pointed at the pill. N. Zhong Yuehan seemed to understand something and didn't ask any more. She walked to the side of the hut and sat cross-legged, then swallowed the chaotic heavenly pill in one gulp. When the chaotic heavenly pill entered her stomach, it immediately turned into a hot flow and rushed into Zhong Yuehan's meridians. The broken meridians were gradually repaired as if they had met with sweet dew. Zhong Yuehan hurriedly used the heart technique that she hadn't used for a long time and moved the warm flow into her meridians bit by bit. Zhong Haoran heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Zhong Yuehan had taken the pill and a white mist had appeared on top of her head. He extended his hand to wipe away the layer of sweat on his forehead. It was just as Xiao Hua had expected. He was really afraid that Zhong Yuehan would not take the heaven-mending pill because of the price he had to pay. Unlike the silence in the Orchid of the Bells courtyard, several screams rang out in succession within the Zhongling mountain villa. Several batches of disciples on duty, led by Zhongyu, Zhong Yejing, and the others, quickly rushed to several places. The entire Zhongling mountain villa immediately descended into chaos. However, what was different from the previous two times was that this time, there was no Xiao Hua's arrogant voice, nor was there any flying shadow. What method did Xiao Hua use? Zhong Tianyao divine sense swept across the entire Zhongling mountain villa, but he actually didn't see Xiao Hua's figure, causing him to be even more shocked. Not only was this bastard able to avoid this old man's capture, he was even able to avoid this old man's divine sense. It seems that he intentionally revealed himself the previous two times. What should we do? Right at this moment, someone shouted at the entrance of Zhongling Villa, "Where do you think you're going?" It was actually the sound of Zhong Yedong. It's Dong, When Zhong Tianyao and the others heard this, their figures hurriedly flew up and flew towards the entrance of Zhongling Mountain Villa. However, Zhong Yedong wasn't at the entrance of the villa. Zhong Tianyao's divine sense chased after him, and he saw Zhong Yedong's figure rapidly chasing towards the west. However, there was nothing in front of Zhong Yedong that his divine sense could see at all. Just as Zhong Tianyao was about to fly over, Zhong Yedong stopped, scratched his head and looked around, and then scratched his head in confusion. Zhong Tianyao knew that Zhong Yedong had already lost Xiaohua. Zhong Tianyao released his divine sense and carefully searched Zhong Yedong's surroundings again. There was nothing unusual, so he retracted his divine sense. At this moment, Zhong Yedong also flew back. "Greetings, Patriarch." Zhong Yedong saw Zhong Tianyao and bowed respectfully. "And, you saw Xiaohua?" Zhong Tianyao asked, "Why didn't he attack you?" "Boy. I didn't see him either." Zhong Yedong shook his head and said, "Boy only saw a black shadow that was a foot-long flash in front of Boy, and Boy immediately chased after it. That black shadow flew extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was far away. Boy could still see it earlier, but in just a moment, that black shadow flew away. He couldn't find it anymore. Xiaohua is actually good at hiding?" Zhong Tianyao was even more shocked. "He flies extremely fast and can hide, even this old man. I'm afraid I can't catch him." "But, from what Boy saw," Zhong Yedong said anxiously, "that black shadow doesn't seem to be a human shape. I'm afraid it's not Xiaohua, right?" "Dong, can you see clearly?" Zhong Peiyuan asked. Zhong Yedong shook his head. "Boy can't see clearly, so I can't be sure." "Sai, Dong, since you can't see clearly, don't talk nonsense. You're a Foundation Establishment cultivator, which is the same as Xiaohua's cultivation. Even if you're slightly weaker, Xiaohua doesn't dare to stay, afraid that your entanglement will attract Patriarch. His flying technique is extremely fast, and he can hide. How can you see his true face?" Zhong Peiyuan sighed. "But..." Zhong Yedong still wanted to say something, but he saw Zhong Yu and the others flying over from the villa. Zhong Tianyao no longer paid attention to Zhong Yedong, turned his head and said, "How are the casualties?" Zhong Yu's expression was extremely ugly, and said in a low voice, "This subordinate roughly looked. There are already more than 50 people in the few places where there were only screams. There are still other places that haven't been checked, but according to Xiaohua's vicious methods, there must be places where they were killed before they could even make a sound. He's really crazy, really inhumane," Zhong Peiyuan said angrily. "Isn't it just because of something? This bastard actually." "Sigh, old third." Zhong Peifu sighed and said, "That thing must be extremely useful to him. If he obtains it, his abijna will definitely increase greatly. Who knows, he might even be able to reach golden core and nascent soul. With such a temptation, what can he not do? Didn't you see that day? Hu Guanfeng? If we don't give it to him, he'll really attack the family head and all of us." Wasn't Xiaohua the other day different? If it weren't for the fact that his cultivation base isn't high enough, he would have made a move long ago, right? Zhong Peiyuan sneered. Zhong Tianyao gritted his teeth, feeling truly powerless in his heart. It seemed that ever since he cultivated to golden core, he had never been so passive. Only now did he know that compared to a cultivation sect, he was truly aggrieved as the family head of a cultivation aristocratic family. This also made him even more determined to rely on the newly discovered refining method to bring the Zhong family step by step onto the path of a cultivation sect. Take a look at the number of casualties first. Zhong Tianyao waved his hand, then turned his head and said to Zhong Peiyuan and Zhong Peifu, "The two of you, come over here and discuss how to invite Qin Kai and Fei Xiqing." Zhongling Mountain Villa gradually calmed down, but Zhong Xiuhan of the Lily of the Valley courtyard was like an ant in a steamer. The medicinal power of that heavenly mending pill was so strong that it far exceeded Zhong Xiuhan's expectations. It actually repaired her meridians, which she thought would take several days to repair, in just 6 hours. Moreover, while Zhong Xiuhan was in ecstasy, the remaining medicinal power still remained. Zhong Xiuhan didn't stop at all, immediately activating her mental cultivation method to refine the remaining medicinal power. Just after activating her mental cultivation method for a great cycle, Zhong Xiuhan suddenly discovered that there were signs of condensation in her true qi. She was finally going to build her foundation again. But at this time, Zhong Xiuhan's mentality was like, once bitten by a snake, 3 years afraid of ropes. Worried about her gains and losses, she didn't dare to activate her mental cultivation method again. Quick, continue cultivating. Xiao Hua's indifferent voice sounded. Yes. Seeing Xiao Hua, a foundation-building cultivator, by her side, Zhong Xiuhan's heart was greatly relieved. Her heart calmed down, and the speed of condensation in her true qi became even faster. Quickly take the foundation-building pill? Xiao Hua slightly frowned. At this time, Zhong Xiuhan bitterly smiled and said, Senior Xiao, Junior's 2 foundation-building pills have already been used up. Right now, I don't have any foundation-building pills on me. Oh. Xiao Hua's eyebrows twitched. His mind turned again, and he looked at Zhong Haoran. Zhong Haoran didn't hesitate at all. He clapped his hands, and the 2 foundation-building pills were placed in front of Zhong Xiuhan. Haoran, you are so good. Zhong Xiuhan affectionately looked at Zhong Haoran again. No need to be so affectionate, Xiao Hua whispered. Zhong Xiuhan, come with me. This place is not suitable for building your foundation. After saying that, Xiao Hua unceremoniously lifted his hand and flew out with Zhong Xiuhan like the wind. He directly flew towards the mountain peak that Zhong Haoran was praying to the heavens. Seeing Xiao Hua take action, Zhong Haoran naturally felt relieved. He activated the flying talisman tail and flew towards the mountain peak with Xiao Hua. But Xiao Hua's speed was so fast that in the blink of an eye, Zhong Haoran was left far behind. When Zhong Haoran flew to the peak of the mountain, he saw that Zhong Xiuhan was sitting on the stone slab that he usually knelt on. She had already reached the end of building her foundation. That's right, she actually built her foundation on the stone slab that Zhong Haoran usually knelt on. This was probably done by Xiao Hua on purpose. Sensing that Zhong Xiuhan's faint pressure of building her foundation was slowly withdrawing, Zhong Haoran's eyes were moist. He knew in his heart that this was Zhong Xiuhan's lifelong pursuit. It was also because of her strong and competitive nature that she failed to build her foundation last time. And this time, because of Xiao Hua's help, she succeeded in building her foundation. Where is Senior Xiao? Zhong Haoran immediately looked around, but there was no trace of Xiao Hua at the peak of the mountain. Haoran. Zhong Xiuhan withdrew her pressure. Her face was red from excitement, and her eyes couldn't hide her pride. Seeing that Zhong Haoran had arrived at the peak of the mountain, she jumped in front of Zhong Haoran and threw herself into his arms. She smiled and said, You are so good. If it wasn't for you, how could I find Senior Xiao? If it wasn't for you, how could I build my foundation? This heaven-mending pill really lives up to its name. Not only can it repair my meridians, it can also help me build my foundation. Zhong Xiuhan fell into Zhong Haoran's arms and breathed in Zhong Haoran's scent. She was somewhat intoxicated as she spoke. However, after talking to herself for a long time, she didn't hear Zhong Haoran's response. She unconsciously raised her head and her scarlet lips curled up. She scolded, I built my foundation, aren't you happy? Is it because my cultivation is higher than yours that you don't want to talk? Chapter 21:19. Zhong Haoran had an indescribable feeling in his heart. It was neither sadness nor regret. He just smiled, pointed to his mouth, and opened his mouth to say a few words. Ah. You. Zhong Xiuhan was shocked and hurriedly broke free from Zhong Xiuhan's arms and shouted, Damn Haoran, don't scare me. You really can't speak? Quick, tell me what's going on. Immediately, Zhong Xiuhan woke up and turned to look for Xiao Hua. Senior Xiao, Senior Xiao. Zhong Haoran pulled Zhong Xiuhan's sleeve and shook his head slightly. Haoran, tell me, what's going on? Zhong Xiuhan was so anxious that she was about to cry. Zhong Haoran did not look depressed. He patted his hand and took out a small jade slip from his storage bag. He had some divine sense now, but it was very weak. He could only write a few words. However, the matter was very simple. He could explain it in a few words. Ah. Haoran, you sacrificed so much for me. Zhong Xiuhan looked at the jade slip and the tears on her face fell. She hugged Zhong Haoran again and kissed his lips fiercely. Zhong Haoran was so happy that he almost fainted. He could not even stand steadily. After a long while, Zhong Xiuhan suddenly woke up and said anxiously, "Yes, Haoran, since it's Senior Zhao's idea, let's go and beg Senior Xiao, ask him." Zhong Haoran shook his head slightly. Alas! Zhong Xiuhan was also disappointed and said in a low voice, "This matter. Senior Xiao wants us to swear that we can't leak it out." What is he planning to do? Zhong Haoran did not answer. Instead, he pointed to Zhong Xiuhan's mouth and signaled her to swear. Zhong Xiuhan nodded and swore very meekly. Only then did Zhong Haoran smile. "However, my meridians have been repaired, and I have built my foundation. Naturally, I have to return to Zhongling Mountain Village. If others ask, I have to give an explanation." Zhong Xiuhan thought for a moment and said, "I can only say that I met a senior. I don't know his name and he gave me the heaven-mending pill." Zhong Haoran nodded. Xiao Hua did not say anything. Casually making up a cultivator was in line with Xiao Hua's idea. "But, Haoran, what about you, what should I say?" Zhong Xiuhan was somewhat embarrassed. Zhong Haoran smiled as he took the jade slip and wrote a few words. "Well, that's the only way." Zhong Yuehan nodded. "Qigong deviation is the best explanation. Let's go, Haoran. Let's hurry back to Zhongling Mountain Villa." Zhong Yuehan smiled and said, "I've just built my foundation, so I still need to stabilize my realm. Only when I return to the manor can I find senior sister and senior brother to give me some pointers." Then, she held Zhong Haoran's hand and kissed his cheek sweetly. "Don't worry, Haoran, I will never forget you." Zhong Haoran nodded happily, and the two of them activated their flying talismans and flew toward the Zhongling Mountain Villa. After the two of them left, Xiao Hua's figure appeared on the top of the mountain. He looked at the stone slab that Zhong Haoran was kneeling on, which was also the stone slab for Zhong Yuehan to build her foundation. His face showed a thoughtful expression. "It's strange. Why would I suddenly have the idea of testing Zhong Yuehan? Could it be that it was also on a whim? However, it's hard to figure out what method to use. Fortunately, there's this acupoint sealing technique. I used an extremely weak amount of earth crystal ya milk on the mute acupoint. The restriction technique is also hidden. Even Zhong Tianyao might not be able to discover it, right? Zhong Haoran is just an aura refining disciple. How could Zhong Tianyao make a move? Zhong Haoran, this earth crystal ya milk is the same as the clear flower pill in my meridians back then. It's a test, but it's also a chance. I will not let down your sincere heart." Then, Xiao Hua used the earth escape technique and entered the cave where Xue Xue cultivated. While refining pills, he also consumed pills and continued to cultivate. Zhong Yuehan and Zhong Haoran returned to Zhongling Mountain Villa. When they saw the desolate state of the villa and the terrifying aura, they couldn't help but be shocked. They stopped a disciple and asked, and the two of them turned pale with fright. What they didn't expect was that the culprit who turned Zhongling Mountain Villa into such a state and poisoned hundreds of people in Zhongling Mountain Villa was their benefactor, Xiao Hua. How? How is this possible? Zhong Yuehan whispered, "Last night." "Last night, wasn't he at Orchid of the Valley courtyard? It's impossible for him to come to Zhongling Mountain Villa." But then, Zhong Yuehan hesitated again. But his cultivation level is very high, and his flying speed is also very fast. When I took the heavenly pill, he could have flown to Zhongling Mountain Villa. However, Zhong Haoran's face was full of determination. He absolutely didn't believe that Xiao Hua, who took out the heavenly pill so easily, could actually poison hundreds of people to death. Unfortunately, he couldn't speak and couldn't defend Xiao Hua. And, even if he could speak, who would listen? An aura-refining disciple who disappeared from Zhongling Mountain Villa for dozens of days and no one cared about him, he really was a small person with little power. Just then, a few early-stage Foundation establishment senior brothers walked over. The one in the front was a rather scholarly disciple with delicate features. When he saw Zhong Yuan, he couldn't help but be stunned. He said in surprise, "Ah? Yuan, you've also built your foundation? Didn't your meridians break and go to Orchid of the Valley courtyard to recuperate? I'll let senior brother Qingpa know." Zhong Yuan smiled like a flower. "I had a fortuitous encounter and met a strange person. Not only did he give me a pill to connect my meridians, but he also helped me build my foundation. Oh, this is really a joyous occasion for my Zhongling mountain villa." Zhong Qingpa clapped his hands and said, "My Zhong clan has been sobbing for the past dozens of days. It's rare for there to be any good news. However, junior sister Yuan, your foundation establishment realm seems to be unstable. You still need to cultivate carefully. It can't be delayed." "Yes, I also know that. Didn't I hurry back to the villa and ask senior brothers for guidance?" Zhong Yuan smiled apologetically. "Oh, Zhong Haoran?" Another foundation establishment disciple looked at Zhong Haoran and said, "Where have you been these days? Why didn't I see you?" Zhong Haoran's face showed embarrassment. He bowed and pointed at his mouth, shaking his head slightly. "What's going on?" The disciple was at a loss. Junior brother Zhong was so diligent in cultivating that he went mad. His mouth can't speak for the time being. Zhong Yuan explained in a low voice. "Oh, I see." Zhong Qingpa nodded and said, "Cultivation is something that can't be achieved without taking small steps. You can't be impatient. Haoran, you have to take this as a warning in the future." Zhong Haoran nodded respectfully. "Oh, junior sister Yuan, now that you're also in the foundation establishment realm, you don't have to call Zhong Haoran junior brother anymore. Just call him martial nephew." Zhong Qingpa smiled and said, "When you stabilize your realm, you still have to leave your natal spirit tablet in the ancestral hall. This is an honor that only the Zhong clan's foundation establishment disciples can have." "Yes, I understand." Zhong Yuan looked at Zhong Haoran apologetically and said in a low voice, "If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for it at Qidian. Come." Chapter 21-20. Let's go and report the good news to Granduncle. Zhong Qingpa said with a smile, "Granduncle and the others will definitely be happy that Zhong family has a disciple who has reached the foundation building realm at such a critical time." Zhong Haoran silently watched Zhong Xiuhan leave. It was impossible for him not to have any thoughts in his heart. However, Zhong Haoran felt at peace because he believed that Zhong Xiuhan was just helpless. Once she stabilized her realm, she would definitely come to find him. Thus, Zhong Haoran turned around and went back to his room. Zhong Haoran was a direct disciple of the Zhong family. Unlike the low-level disciples in the medicinal garden, he had his own place to cultivate. This place could be considered safe. The previous 2 attacks that killed hundreds of people didn't involve this place. Therefore, no one cared too much about Zhong Haoran going out for dozens of days. However, the 2 deaths now involved most of the Zhongling mountain village. The place where the aura refining disciples cultivated began to become restless. All kinds of terrifying and uneasy auras filled the air. The aura refining disciples were all in danger, afraid that they would lose their lives if they were careless. If it were any other time, Zhong Haoran's so-called loss of speech caused by qi deviation would definitely be comforted by his fellow disciples. There would even be more enthusiastic senior sisters who would look for some solutions. But at this time, Zhong Haoran was first greeted with indifference, then astonishment, and finally, ridicule. "Hee, Haoran, I really didn't expect this. First there was Zhong Xiuhan, and now there's you. Both of you cultivated desperately for the sake of building your foundation, but now, your cultivation hasn't improved at all. That one became a cripple, and you became a mute. How sad." "Humph, what do you know? I just got the news from the master that Zhong Xiuhan has now turned from bad to good. Not only has her meridians been repaired, but she has also built her foundation. She's now our martial aunt. She's already built her foundation, so why would she go back to the Zhongling mountain village? Isn't it good to hide in the orchid of the valley courtyard? At least Xiaohua didn't appear there. Oh, right, Zhong Haoran, you seem to have a good relationship with Zhong Xiuhan. Could it be that you were with Zhong Xiuhan for the past 10 days? Look, you're already like this. Not to mention that she hasn't built her foundation. Even a normal aura refining disciple wouldn't take you seriously, right? That's right, a toad lusting after a swan's meat. I have such thoughts too. All kinds of words floated in Zhong Haoran's ears. Zhong Haoran was speechless again. There was only a bitter smile on his face, and in the end, there was even some coldness. It was as if he was using another pair of eyes to coldly watch everyone's performance. The Zhong clan's master who was guiding Zhong Haoran's cultivation naturally knew about Zhong Haoran's situation. He painfully inspected Zhong Haoran's body, and sure enough, it was as Xiaohua had expected. They simply couldn't discover Xiaohua's forbidden technique, and it was also impossible for them to know the root cause of Zhong Haoran's muteness. Not to mention that Zhong Haoran was an aura refining disciple, his master wouldn't directly report this situation to Zhong Tianyao. Now was a special time. Everyone's hearts were hanging in suspense, and they all hoped that Xiaohua would be executed so that they could escape with their lives. Zhong Tianyao also didn't have the heart to do chores. Therefore, Zhong Haoran's matter was like a small wave in the river, and after a slight surge, it disappeared. However, Zhong Haoran was somewhat puzzled about the fear of the Zhongling Mountain Villa's disciples. Because he had interacted with Xiaohua before, he knew Xiaohua's kindness. Since Xiaohua was willing to take out the heaven-mending pill for Zhong Xiuhan, he naturally wouldn't casually kill the Zhong clan's disciples. Besides, Xiaohua was with them the entire night during the recent dark of the moon. Where would he have the time to come to the Zhongling Mountain Villa to kill people? Unfortunately, Zhong Haoran couldn't speak now, so he naturally couldn't defend Xiaohua. Zhong Haoran also believed that the truth would come to light one day. He only needed to wait, and when that day came, he would definitely defend Xiaohua. Unfortunately, reality was always cruel. Zhong Haoran calmly faced what had happened, but the changes in the situation were far from what he could have predicted. Just before the day he had to defend Xiaohua had arrived, he had already noticed another change. And this change was something he didn't expect, or rather, something he had never thought of. Zhong Xiuhan had already failed to build her foundation once, but this time, her foundation building was very smooth. Moreover, with the medicinal efficacy of Xiaohua's heaven-mending pill, her realm after building her foundation was very stable. She only needed a few days of meditation to come out. The first thing Zhong Xiuhan did after coming out was naturally to look for Zhong Haoran. In fact, Zhong Xiuhan and Zhong Haoran lived very close to each other in the beginning. There were many aura refining disciples in the Zhongling Mountain Villa, and these aura refining disciples were divided into male and female groups to be managed. It was precisely because Zhong Xiuhan and Zhong Haoran originally had a close relationship that the two of them were put together when they traveled to the country of Xi last time. Contrary to Zhong Xiuhan's expectations, her appearance in front of the aura refining disciples actually caused a sensation. Many of her old acquaintances flattered her in front of her, and all of their praises were piled up in front of her, as if she was the darling of the heavens. The previous coldness when her meridians were completely destroyed was completely swept away. This was beyond her expectations, and it made Zhong Xiuhan feel like she had returned to her hometown with honor. A kind of floating and fluttering atmosphere had always been permeating around her. And this kind of overflowing atmosphere and feeling of contentment actually made her unable to open her mouth to look for Zhong Haoran, and she couldn't even open her mouth to find an excuse to leave. Only when the sky turned dark did Zhong Xiuhan slightly collect her mood. Before she left, she casually asked about Zhong Haoran's situation. The aura refining disciples all had a mysterious expression on their faces, and they quietly whispered in her ear, "Martial Uncle Xiuhan, you don't know. Zhong Haoran is now a mute, he can't say a single word. Moreover, he can't transmit his voice. Think about it, this kind of disciple, how can he still have a future? According to the teacher, the possibility of him entering the foundation building realm is also very small. Your martial uncle have you ever heard of a foundation building cultivator who can't be mute? Which gold core cultivator is a mute? There were also disciples who flattered her. Martial Uncle Xiuhan, we know you want to help Zhong Haoran because of your old friendship, but you have to think about it carefully. You are now a martial uncle in the foundation building realm. How can you be together with Zhong Haoran, a mute cultivator? You may be shameless because of your old friendship, but our Zhongling mountain village still cares about our reputation, and you foundation building cultivators also care about your reputation. Tisk, don't talk nonsense. Although Zhong Xiuhan disdained the words of these former sisters, and she knew the real reason why Zhong Haoran was a mute, but these words did sound reasonable. After hesitating for a while, she still couldn't find any reason not to look for Zhong Haoran. Zhong Haoran's hut was usually not lively, but it wasn't deserted either. However, when Zhong Xiuhan came, it was absolutely deserted. The situation was the same as what Zhong Xiuhan encountered at her former sister's place. A group of aura-refining disciples respectfully saluted her when they saw her. After she casually greeted them, they saw her go to look for Zhong Haoran, and their eyes were full of surprise. This surprise was definitely not a kind of compliment, but a kind of admiration. It was more like a sudden realization and a kind of ridicule. These gazes made Zhong Xiuhan's heart, which had just convinced herself, ripple again. However, when she saw Zhong Haoran and his indifferent look, an indescribable feeling suddenly rose in Zhong Xiuhan's heart. It seemed that this junior martial brother, who had followed her for many years, hadn't grown up yet. The attachment that she had just borne before had long disappeared. The sense of security that she urgently needed from Zhong Haoran had also disappeared after she returned to the Zhongling mountain village a few days after she entered the foundation building realm. In particular, when she opened her mouth, Zhong Xiuhan felt that she didn't know how to address Zhong Haoran. Today, she had played the role of martial uncle enough. Haoran, are you okay? Zhong Xiuhan said this with some regret in her heart. She hadn't seen Zhong Haoran for a few days, so what was wrong with him? Or perhaps, he was mute, so how could he be okay? You, tell me about it with the jade slip. Zhong Xiuhan knew that Zhong Haoran couldn't answer her question. Zhong Haoran nodded, took out a jade slip, and handed it to Zhong Xiuhan. Oh, I'm fine. Zhong Xiuhan scanned it with her divine sense and said with a smile, the teachers were very surprised that I could enter the foundation building realm, so they specially examined me. You don't know how shocked they were at that time. Their mouths were wide open, and their eyes were also wide open. They couldn't believe that my meridians were repaired so perfectly. Did you know? Haoran, the heavenly pill's reputation is really not just for show. Not only are my meridians repaired, but they are also bigger than before. I heard from the teachers that my magic power will definitely be higher than those of the same level in the future, and I have a higher chance of entering the Golden Core realm. Haoran, there are very few female cultivators in our Zhong family who enter the Golden Core realm. The teachers said that if nothing unexpected happens, I will be the first female cultivator to enter the Golden Core realm in thousands of years. After Zhong Xiuhan finished speaking, he said very gently, Haoran, this is all thanks to you. However, I also swore a hard oath that I can't tell anyone. So. Zhong Haoran listened patiently, and his eyes flashed with understanding. At this time, he very considerately stretched out his index finger and quietly placed it beside Zhong Xiuhan's mouth. Haoran, you're so nice. Zhong Xiuhan's body stiffened, and then she snuggled into Zhong Haoran's arms. However, Zhong Xiuhan clearly felt that the warmth on Zhong Haoran's body was far from what it was a few days ago, and she even felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. This feeling made her feel very uneasy. Yes, she had just benefited from Zhong Haoran, how could she suddenly become so unfamiliar? This unfamiliarity was caused by the environment of Zhongling Mountain Village, the difference between foundation establishment and qi refinement, the difference between gratitude and love. How could Zhong Haoran have thought that in just a few days, Zhong Xiuhan's heart would change so much? It was even more impossible for him to know that the woman in his arms was thinking about so many things. The two of them met for a very short time, and they parted after a while. Zhong Xiuhan did not set a time to meet Zhong Haoran again, and only said that she would come to see him when she had time. At the same time, she also hoped that Zhong Haoran could continue to cultivate and enter the Foundation establishment realm as soon as possible. Chapter 21-21. According to Zhong Haoran's thinking, although there was no agreement, but once I have time, wasn't that any time? But he was wrong, very wrong. Zhong Xiaohan's once I have time was actually more than 10 days later. And the second meeting was even shorter. It seemed that Zhong Xiaohan was cultivating some kind of technique. They only spoke a few words, and then left in a hurry. Then, there was no then. Because, in the blink of an eye, it was the third dark night. According to the pattern of Xiao Hua's attack on Zhongling Villa, this night was bound to be a bloody night, a night where dozens of people lost their lives. If it wasn't for Zhong Tianyao order, the low-level disciples of Zhong clan would probably have fled from Zhongling Villa. After all, it was really terrifying. Xiao Hua didn't ask the cultivation of his opponents, and killed them all with poison. Moreover, the number of people increased each time. Who knew whose turn it would be this time? Different from the vigilance of Zhongling Villa, Xiao Hua was sitting in the cave with his eyes closed, meditating. He was taking medicinal pills and refining the earth crystal ya milk. It was a rare leisure time, and the little bit of resentment in his heart towards Zhong clan had decreased by a lot. Xiao Hua even wanted to put it aside first and not push Zhong Tianyao too hard. He would wait for another opportunity to go to Zhongling Villa to look for those 2 gold sheets. But at this moment, Xiao Hua's heart was moved. He opened his eyes and said with a smile, "I've harassed them for many days. If I don't go, wouldn't they say that I started strong but ended weak? Besides, how is Zhong Haoran and Zhong Xiaohan's situation? It's been almost a month, I have to go and take a look." "Husband? You went out again?" Shui smiled. She naturally knew that Xiao Hua went against Zhong Tianyao for her. She knew Xiao Hua's cautiousness and her flying speed, so she naturally wasn't too worried. But Zhong Tianyao was also a gold core cultivator. If he really lowered his face and chased after Xiao Hua, it would be difficult to deal with him. Once a month. Not too much and not too little. Xiao Hua said with a smile, "This time, I'll go and have a chat with old Ghost Zhong. If he can take a step back, I'll give him some face as a gold core cultivator. I heard that the materials he used to repair his ancestral artifact were forcefully taken away by someone else. I'll see if I have any and give him some. Take it as a sign of good karma and show some appreciation for the previous 2 disturbances." Shui smiled sweetly. This mistress knows that husband is soft-hearted. This matter has actually been delayed 3 times. It seems that Senior Zhong has really angered you. Of course. Xiao Hua nodded and said, "It doesn't matter if they threaten this husband, but if they threaten this husband's family, this husband will definitely not let them do as they wish. Husband, come back soon." Shui nodded. "I can already feel it. It seems I'm about to reach Foundation establishment." "Ah. Very good." Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, "Then this husband will not go anywhere, I will stay here to protect you." "Hee, how can it be so fast?" Shui pushed Xiao Hua and said, "This concubine only has some feeling." Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said, "Even so, I still can't be careless. What kind of heaven-mend pill is this? Take it. If there's anything wrong with Foundation establishment, take it without delay." As he spoke, Xiao Hua gave the heaven-mending pill to Shui. "Tsk." Shui looked at the pill without any medicinal fragrance and curled her lips. "Husband's pills are all strange. Other heaven-mending pills overflow with medicinal fragrance, but yours is better. It's so ugly that no one would want to take it. A good pill doesn't show its appearance. If it shows its appearance, it won't be good." Xiao Hua patted Shui's face and said with a smile, "Wife, don't worry. One day, your husband's pill will definitely be hard to find in Xiaoyu continent. You're shameless." Shui took the heaven-mending pill and ridiculed Xiao Hua. Immediately, Xiao Hua escaped from the cave and flew towards Zhongling Mountain Villa. Just as Zhong Xiaohan thought, Xiaohua flew to the vicinity of Zhongling Mountain Villa in a moment. However, when he approached Zhongling Mountain Villa, Xiaohua suddenly stopped. A feeling of uneasiness arose in his heart. Oh. Could it be that old ghost Zhong has some powerful method? Xiaohua was stunned. He immediately released his Buddhist sense and carefully checked. Why is this old ghost Zhong still guarding the ancestral hall? Could it be that there's something in the ancestral hall that can't be seen? Xiaohua looked for a long time and didn't find anything wrong. Thus, he boldly laughed and said, "Today, this young master doesn't plan to destroy your family's spiritual plants. I'm only here to discuss conditions with you. There's nothing to be afraid of." Xiaohua flew to the sky above Zhongling Mountain Villa and said loudly, "Zhong Senior, this Xiao greets you." Boom, a burst of chaotic noise. Xiaohua's voice was like water falling into a pot of oil. In an instant, the entire Zhongling Mountain Villa was in chaos. Ha, this young master's fame is actually so great. Xiaohua's little tail actually stood up and he said with a smile, "This way, I'm afraid old ghost Zhong will have to compromise." "Xiaohua, you actually dare to appear in front of this old man." Hearing Xiaohua's voice, Zhong Tianyao swept his divine sense and also flew out. His face was very gloomy as he stood in midair. "All of you, shut up. Haven't you seen the world?" Zhong Tianyao was furious again and shouted at his feet, "It's just a Foundation establishment disciple from the Imperial Thunder sect, and you're already so flustered. If other people saw this, wouldn't you lose face for my Zhong family?" Under Zhong Tianyao's accumulated might, the noise instantly disappeared. "Senior Zhong," Xiaohua didn't want to waste any time and bowed, "have you thought it through?" This time, this Xiao came with great goodwill and wanted to make this deal with Senior Zhong. Of course, this Xiao also heard some rumors and knew that Senior was in a bad mood that day, so this junior had a misunderstanding. This junior has also thought it through. If Senior is willing, this junior can discuss with Senior and take out more materials. Unfortunately, without waiting for Xiaohua to fully express his sincerity, Zhong Tianyao angrily rebuked, "Xiaohua, are you making fun of this old man? If you were sincere, I'm afraid the sun would have risen from the west. If you were sincere, how could you be so ruthless? My Zhong family has hundreds of lives. Although they are all unranked cultivators, but they are also people, the direct descendants of my Zhong family. Moreover, there are also a few dying children. Can you really do it?" Xiaohua was stunned and said curiously, "This Xiao only took some spiritual herbs from your Zhongling Mountain Villa. It's not worth a few spirit stones. Moreover, the place where you refined the tools, pay." How could Zhong Tianyao let him continue speaking? With a wave of his hand, a magic treasure that looked like a deer's antler appeared and shouted, "Don't try to quibble. If you still think you're a man and a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, then don't run away. This old man will avenge the hundreds of lives of my Zhong family." Chapter 21-22. Ouch! Xiaohua suddenly remembered the scream he heard last time and hurriedly waved his hand. "Senior Zhong, I'm afraid you misunderstood. I've never killed a single person from your Zhong family. What I did was..." How could Zhong Tianyao listen to Xiaohua's explanation? With a wave of his magic weapon, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered over. Several powerful currents of air were born from the antlers, and like a large open hand, they pounced towards Xiaohua. Within a few dozen meters of Xiaohua, countless tiny whirlpools suddenly condensed and gradually rotated, and began to attack Xiaohua from all directions. Alas! If he didn't know before, Xiaohua would have chosen to fly away without hesitation. After all, there was no reason to fight a golden core cultivator head-on. But now, he couldn't leave. He had to think about whether he should stay and explain to Zhong Tianyao. But at this moment, in a corner of Zhongling Mountain Villa, a black shadow flew up from the ground. This black shadow flew very slowly, and it seemed that its cultivation wasn't high. Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense and immediately understood that it was Zhong Haoran. Xiaohua nodded inwardly, knowing that Zhong Haoran was explaining for him. Get down. Just as Zhong Haoran flew up, Zhong Peiyuan, who was standing at the side, immediately stopped him and scolded angrily. You're just a little kid, what are you showing off for? Zhong Peiyuan used a confinement technique, and Zhong Haoran fell to the ground, unable to get up again. Where's Zhong Xiuhan? Naturally, Xiaohua also thought of Zhong Xiuhan. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time to look for Zhong Xiuhan, because the angry attack of a golden core cultivator wasn't easy to deal with. Xiaohua had no choice but to use all his strength to deal with it. Moreover, Xiaohua also forgot that he made Zhong Xiuhan swear that he couldn't say anything about seeing him. He was now somewhat trapped in a cocoon of his own making. What? Senior Zhong, you want to bully the weak? Xiaohua's heart tightened, but he still looked relaxed on the surface. With a wave of his hand, the soaring dragon shears flew out, and the faint golden light flashed in everyone's eyes. When you killed over 100 people of my Zhong family, why didn't you think of bullying the weak? Zhong Tianyao sneered, and the antlers in his hand slashed down without restraint. This Xiao has already said that this Xiao definitely did not kill a single person from your Zhong family. This Xiao naturally has evidence in my hands. Xiaohua urged his magic power and flicked his sleeves. A huge amount of magic power was generated, and the vortex that was swarming towards Xiaohua was destroyed by Xiaohua's heaven and earth sleeve. Countless amounts of heaven and earth spirit chi scattered in all directions. At the same time, Xiaohua's soaring dragon scissors slashed through the air. The golden light was dazzling, and the many streams of air that could tear flesh apart were cut in half. The remaining power of the soaring dragon scissors hadn't dissipated, and the magic treasure of the antlers was also slightly lifted. Universe Creator? Zhong Tianyao's eyes narrowed. You're actually related to Scarlet Island? However, no matter what your background is, you will not be able to escape from my hands tonight. I would like to see what qualifications a foundation establishment cultivator like you has to challenge me. The antlers in Zhong Tianyao's hand trembled slightly. Immediately after, his magic power surged again, and a shadow flew out from the antlers, smashing towards Xiaohua with the force of 1,000 catties. Just as the shadow flew out, it had an astonishing aura, as if it was suppressing Xiaohua's entire body. The true essence that was originally flowing like mercury actually began to stagnate, and Xiaohua's magic power was also somewhat lacking. This old ghost seems to be going all out. Xiaohua understood in his heart, but he was still somewhat puzzled. Zhong Peiyuan and Zhong Peifu were not far from him. If it was any other day, they would have already rushed out, but today, it was somewhat strange, and they didn't come forward. Io, could it be? Old Ghost Zhong has other plans? Xiaohua suddenly thought of the warning signs from before, and immediately urged his magic power. He pointed his finger, and the soaring dragon scissors slashed towards the antler's shadow. At the same time, his figure leaped, and he flew out of Zhongling Mountain Villa. Clang! A loud sound rang out. The soaring dragon scissors' golden light struck the shadow, and unexpectedly, there was the sound of metal and stone colliding. The soaring dragon scissors was struck back, and the shadow also swayed twice. In the end, it gradually dimmed, and disappeared in midair. Hiss! Zhong Tianyao sucked in a breath of cold air. He finally understood the power of Xiaohua's soaring dragon scissors. However, when he saw Xiaohua escape, he didn't chase after him. He raised his hand, and actually released the pressure of a golden core cultivator. He coldly said, Xiaohua, little brat, you only know now that you want to leave, don't you think it's too late? Following Zhong Tianyao's sneer, he released his pressure. Inside Zhongling Mountain Villa, in front of Xiaohua's fleeing direction, two similar pressures appeared. Along with the pressure, it was actually Qin Kai and Fei Xiqing. Golden core cultivators. Shock flashed through Xiaohua's eyes. He really didn't expect Zhong Tianyao to hate him so much that he actually invited two golden core cultivators to kill him. Seeing three mountain-like pressures rushing towards him from three directions, and that pressure enveloped his entire body, a sense of powerlessness and helplessness rose from his heart. Fight! Xiaohua forcibly restrained the shock in his heart, and made a decision in his heart. Being besieged by 3 golden core cultivators was definitely more difficult than being chased by a nascent soul cultivator last time. Xiaohua patted his forehead, and released his own pressure. Unfortunately, his pressure could only block one of them. The feeling of being imprisoned in his heart was still there. Fortunately, at the same time Xiaohua released his pressure, his body trembled, and the Phoenix Dharma body also rushed out of his body. A resonant phoenix cry resounded through the entire night sky, and its aura soared into the sky as it diffused, resisting the remaining 2 pressures. At the same time, Xiaohua also used the heaven concealing art, and his body swayed within the pressure, barely able to resist it. Ouch! Not only was Zhong Tianyao surprised, even Qin Kai and Fei Xiqing were greatly surprised. These 3 people had a good idea. They thought that if they only surrounded Xiaohua, he would have nowhere to go. Wouldn't the Jindan pressure of the 3 people suppress Xiaohua to death? The 3 of them simply didn't need to use any transcendence energy to capture Xiaohua. But just when Zhong Tianyao was surprised, he saw Xiaohua's body suddenly swim like a fish, and under the pressure, he suddenly rushed into the sky. He wants to escape. Fellow Daoists, help me. Zhong Tianyao sneered in a low voice, and with a short shout, he flicked his big sleeve. In the sky, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 100 feet was suddenly swept up, and thumb-sized wind blades were formed, coordinating with Zhong Tianyao's technique. Qin Kai stretched out his hand, and a spark flew into the air. That spark flew faster than Xiaohua, and with a light, pang, sound, it exploded into thousands of even smaller sparks. These sparks were embedded in the many wind blades. The wind and fire rotated, and the momentum was extremely fierce as it enveloped Xiaohua's body. What a ruthless method, Xiaohua sneered. He understood in his heart that these wind and fire blades not only had extremely strong spiritual energy of heaven and earth, they also had extremely great strength and extremely sharpness. Any one of them could break through a cultivator's defense and directly penetrate into the body if they hit a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, this didn't count as anything. What made Xiaohua suffer the most was that Zhong Tianyao and Qin Kai's technique had already sucked away the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around Xiaohua. Other than using his own true essence to generate transcendence energy, Xiaohua simply couldn't borrow the slightest bit of spiritual energy from the outside world. The true essence of a golden core cultivator condensed in the golden core was completely dozens of times more powerful than the true essence of a foundation establishment cultivator. The transcendence energy they could generate in a short period of time was also dozens of times more than that of a foundation establishment cultivator. In this kind of situation, Xiaohua was completely at a disadvantage. Zhong Tianyao and the other 2's plan was meticulously planned. Unfortunately, how could Xiaohua be a simple foundation establishment cultivator? Xiaohua waved his hand and the earth shield technique was first produced. An earthen yellow brilliance of several tens of feet in size flashed, blocking Xiaohua's head. Rumble. A wave of rumbling sounds immediately came out. The earthen yellow brilliance only lasted for a moment under the wind and fire blades before loudly dispersing. Less than 40% of the wind and fire blades still smashed down like a storm. Although Xiaohua's earth shield technique collapsed under the wind and fire blades, Xiaohua's transcendence energy was already enough to shock Qin Kai and the others once again. He couldn't help but look at Fei Xiqing, his gaze was very obvious. Didn't you say that Xiaohua's flying speed was extremely fast? He looked at Fei Xiqing again and saw that she was also frowning slightly. It was unknown what she was thinking about. Go. Xiaohua's figure didn't slow down at all. At the same time as he tried his best to break free from the pressure, he waved his hand again and ignited the true Samadhi fire. A wall of fire rolled over and rushed towards the wind and fire blades. True Samadhi fire? Seeing this, Qin Kai's expression subconsciously changed. He already understood that his and Zhong Tianyao's techniques were most likely unable to block Xiaohua. Sure enough, the wall of fire of the true Samadhi fire surged up violently and instantly engulfed all the wind and fire blades. The entire night sky was ignited by Xiaohua. Ha ha ha! At this moment, Xiaohua's figure suddenly accelerated and was about to rush into the wall of fire. Xiaohua, you are indeed powerful. So powerful that it is beyond this old man's expectations. Zhong Tianyao voice sounded again. However, if you want to escape from this old man's hands today, it will be extremely difficult. Fellow Daoist Fei, are you still not going to make a move? Following Zhong Tianyao's sneer, the antlers in Zhong Tianyao's hands suddenly waved. A faint green brilliance flashed on the antlers, and dozens of antler phantoms flew out, blocking Xiaohua's head. These phantoms were several times more powerful than the wind-fire blade from before. As soon as they appeared, they sucked in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth from all around. Within the green brilliance, a sharp light that was comparable to a flying sword flickered, piercing straight towards Xiaohua. Hiss! Xiaohua's divine sense swept over and clearly saw the situation of the antlers gradually solidifying. He slightly inhaled and urged his true essence. Wherever the magic power passed, the soaring dragon scissors flew out again. Go! At the same time Xiaohua raised the soaring dragon scissors, Fei Xiqing also had no choice but to make a move. He slapped his hand and a bowl-sized fiery red pearl was taken out from his storage bag. Under the urging of his magic power, it was like the rising sun and smashed towards Xiaohua's back. Compared to Zhong Tianyao's antlers, the boundless heat from the fiery red pearl and the might of a magic treasure instantly enveloped Xiaohua's entire body. It made Xiaohua feel a sense of insignificance, like a moth flying into a flame. With a cry, the phoenix battle form flapped its wings. A gust of wind was generated from its wings, stirring up the 3 waves of pressure. The phoenix battle form took the opportunity to soar and charged towards Zhong Tianyao. Those sharp phoenix claws suddenly grabbed towards Zhong Tianyao. Chapter 21-23. Swoosh! Amidst the phoenix cry, the golden light of the soaring dragon shears swept past the layers of deer antlers' shadows. The soaring dragon scissors did not disappoint Xiaohua. It easily split all the deer antlers into 2 halves. The deer antlers turned into nothingness once again. Of course, Xiaohua also consumed a lot of magic power. The golden light of the soaring dragon scissors was slightly dim. However, the soaring dragon scissors were already exhausted. It was too late to deal with the Lai Pearl. The fiery red fireball was already 1 zhang away from Xiaohua's back. Rise! Xiaohua was slightly panicked. He waved his right hand again and took out the cloud-suppressing seal. Xiaohua did not have time to pour too much magic power into it. He used the cloud-suppressing seal to block the Lai Pearl. Boom! This was the most earth-shattering collision since the start of the battle between the 4 of them. The cloud-suppressing seal was sent flying diagonally to one side by Lai Zhu, while Lai Zhu was also sent flying back several feet. Naturally, Xiaohua, who was controlling the cloud-suppressing seal, also paused for a moment. At this time, there was another loud noise. Pung! The deer antlers in Zhong Tianyao's hand hit the claws of Xiaohua's phoenix dharma body. The magic power surging on the antlers was like a stormy sea, knocking Xiaohua's dharma body back. Coincidentally, it hit right in front of Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua's body suddenly fell down again. I'll fight you. Xiaohua tried his best to stabilize his body and dharma body. It seemed that all the magic power in his body was surging into the soaring dragon scissors. The soaring dragon scissors flashed again and slashed at the Lai Pearl. No matter how powerful you are, you're just a foundation establishment cultivator. Do you think you can overturn this old man's hand? Qin Kai sneered. His body swayed and magic power surged. The Lai Pearl became 3 times bigger and quickly smashed at the soaring dragon scissors. Swoosh! The soaring dragon scissors was like a snake that had its tail stepped on. It was smashed back. The Lai Pearl was not much stronger. It was also sent flying back. What made Zhong Tianyao even more surprised was that Xiaohua's complexion changed rapidly. At the same time his figure fell from midair, Qin Kai, who was a Jindan stage cultivator, actually had his face change several times in an instant. His figure also flew diagonally along with the fierce bead for several zhang. His eyes flashed with an inconceivable expression. Zhong Tianyao. Who on earth did you offend? Qin Kai opened his mouth slightly. From the expression on his face, it was obvious that he had suffered some internal injuries. He's a Foundation establishment cultivator? How would I know? Zhong Tianyao forcefully suppressed the turmoil in his heart and said coldly, even if you're a golden core cultivator, you can forget about leaving my Zhong family alive today. But Qin Kai looked hesitant. He understood that a Foundation establishment cultivator might be nothing in the eyes of the Imperial Thunder Sect, but what about a golden core cultivator? Would the Imperial Thunder Sect give up? If this disciple's spirit tablet was damaged, the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples would immediately come out to search for it. While Qin Kai was hesitating, Xiaohua fell several feet. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Xiaohua's figure suddenly floated up again. Like a sharp arrow, his figure fell rapidly and rushed towards the ground of the Zhongling mountain villa. Unfortunately, Zhong Tianyao seemed to have long known that he had the ability to escape through the earth. Fei Xiqing, who had been staying at the side without making a move, waved her hand. A ball of fire sprayed out and blocked Xiaohua's body. When the fire spread out, Xiaohua saw clearly that the fire wasn't real fire, but a fire carpet that was like magma spread all over. That fire carpet isolated Xiaohua's spiritual sense and couldn't see through it. The flames on the fire carpet were several feet long and rushed towards Xiaohua. Damn it, how did old Ghost Zhong know that this young master was going to escape through the earth? Xiaohua was really anxious when he saw that his tactic of creating a diversion to the east and attacking the west, which he had always been undefeated in 100 battles, had been seen through in advance. After all, there weren't many people who knew how to escape through the earth in the Dawn Rain continent. Xiaohua didn't show any signs of escaping through the earth in front of Zhong Tianyao because he wanted to escape when he was caught off guard. But now, he was actually intercepted by a golden core cultivator in advance. He was really flustered and exasperated. What should I do? What should I do? Xiaohua was somewhat at his wit's end. His final trump card was the spiritual fire. That spiritual fire could still only be used twice now. He couldn't judge whether a spiritual fire could kill a golden core cultivator. Go! Xiaohua didn't give up. Under the situation where his body didn't change, the Ting Jiao shears flew out again. An even stronger golden light flashed and chopped at the fire carpet. With a boom, the scarlet flames on the fire carpet suddenly rose. Like several hundred fire snakes, they twined around the Ting Jiao shears and blocked the Ting Jiao shears' chopping power. Only a small amount of the golden light slashed on the fire carpet. The flames on the fire carpet were reduced by a small amount for a moment, then immediately soared again. Damn it! At this time, how could Xiaohua not know that this fire carpet was precisely what Zhong Tianyao found to deal with his Ting Jiao shears? There's nowhere to run. Xiaohua hurriedly released his Buddhist sense, anxiously looking for a flaw in his surroundings. Unfortunately, not to mention that his entire body was still under the majesty of the 3 golden core cultivators, even without their majesty, the 3 had already sealed off many of Xiaohua's escape routes. Even if Xiaohua wanted to escape, he didn't have the slightest path of retreat. Demonic weapon, spiritual fire, flying sword, soul technique. Xiaohua's mind spun rapidly, and at this time, the entire fire carpet suddenly enlarged again amidst Fei Xiqing's laughter. It rolled upwards and wrapped Xiaohua's entire body in an instant. Ha ha ha! Zhong Tianyao laughed loudly. He was very clear in his heart that no matter how fast Xiaohua's flying speed was or how profound his magic power was, once he fell into Fei Xiqing's magic treasure, he could only be burned to death. But just as Zhong Tianyao was laughing loudly, he saw a burst of flames soaring into the sky from within the fire carpet. Within the rolling flames, Xiaohua actually went against the flow. Moreover, as Xiaohua rushed out, a yellow and black figure flew out. Especially the yellow figure, it didn't fear the majesty of a golden core cultivator in the slightest. Like the wind, it rushed into the sky and flew towards Zhong Tianyao. On the other hand, the black figure only flew a foot before stopping in mid-air, revealing a slightly curled-up divine power centipede. Spiritual beast? Zhong Tianyao groaned in his heart. He really didn't expect Xiao Hua's methods to be so uneven. He even brought out the specialty of spirit husbandry sect. Moreover, this spiritual beast was actually not afraid of the majesty of a golden core cultivator. It was definitely a spiritual beast of the 5th grade and above. How could an ordinary cultivator of the Foundation establishment stage raise a 5th grade spiritual beast? Any cultivator with a brain would be able to sniff out something unusual from this. Could it be that the hundreds of lives of my Zhong family are just? Zhong Tianyao felt a wave of sadness in his heart. Just as he was hesitating, Goldie had already flown in front of him. The sharp claws that Goldie extended before Zhong Tianyao's eyes flickered with a blue brilliance. It was obviously extremely toxic. Needless to say, Zhong Tianyao immediately linked this poison to the death of the Zhong family's disciple. Chapter 21-24. Zhong Tianyao's heart ached. He waved his sleeves, and a gust of wind blocked Goldie's front. Goldie waved its claws, and the gust of wind was torn apart. Its claws even scratched Zhong Tianyao's robe. Damn it! Zhong Tianyao's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He waved the antlers in his hand again, and dozens of wind blades rushed toward Goldie. However, the situation was out of Zhong Tianyao's expectations. Goldie was actually able to move freely among the wind blades. Some wind blades even pierced its body, but it was as if they didn't pierce it. This spiritual beast is a rare wind attribute. Zhong Tianyao immediately understood. Just as he was about to use another spell, Goldie pounced in front of him again. Zhong Tianyao had no choice but to fly slightly. Just as he was flying, something strange happened. Behind Goldie, in the air where Qin Kai was standing, a palm-sized black shadow suddenly flew out from Qin Kai's sleeve. That shadow was extremely fast, and it didn't have the slightest fluctuation of spiritual power. At the same time, it wasn't afraid of the pressure of a golden core. In the blink of an eye, it flew behind Goldie. Oh no, this guy actually has a spiritual beast. I'm afraid Goldie will be at a disadvantage. Xiao Hua used fire escape to escape from the fire carpet. Seeing that the Herculean centipede couldn't defeat the enemy, he hurriedly put it back into the space. Then, he saw the black shadow released by Qin Kai. However, Zhong Tianyao was different. His line of sight was blocked by Goldie's swaying tail, so he couldn't see clearly. Contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, that black shadow didn't pounce toward Goldie. Instead, it swept past Goldie and pounced toward Zhong Tianyao. Ah! Xiao Hua was shocked. A ridiculous feeling of coming back from the jaws of death surged in his heart. However, at this time, Fei Xiqing's fire carpet once again swept up from top to bottom, and it didn't have any intention of stopping. Understood. Xiao Hua sneered and thought to himself, these two golden core cultivators are probably plotting something from the Zhong family. Zhong Tianyao guards the ancestral hall every day and doesn't easily go out. That thing must be in the ancestral hall. The two golden core cultivators did not dare to enter the Zhongling mountain villa rashly. It was precisely because Zhong Tianyao was dealing with this young master that they took the opportunity to enter. At this time, Zhong Tianyao was concentrating on dealing with young master and little Huang, so this golden core cultivator's spiritual beast was able to take advantage of the situation and kill Zhong Tianyao. If they missed this moment, Zhong Tianyao's vigilance would rise again, and they probably wouldn't have a chance. I believe that the hundreds of lives Zhong Tianyao mentioned were also the handiwork of these two golden core cultivators, right? Xiao Hua suddenly came to a realization. Moreover, the golden core cultivator under this young master actually didn't let go even though the sneak attack was about to succeed. This was also because he wanted to silence me and didn't want this young master to leak the news that they had obtained something from the Zhongling mountain villa. However, with one less golden core cultivator, can you trap me? Xiao Hua grinned maliciously. He pretended to fly with all his might, but his magic power was exhausted. he was actually wrapped up by the fire carpet again. The phoenix celestial body also let out a mournful cry and shrank back into Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua was wrapped up by the fire carpet, and that black shadow passed by little Huang and pounced in front of Zhong Tianyao. It was exactly the appearance of a black bat. This black bat not only gave little Huang a fright, but also made Zhong Tianyao so scared that his soul flew out of his body. Ever since he cultivated to the golden core stage, how could he let any person or spiritual beast get so close to him? However, even though Zhong Tianyao was scared out of his wits, since this black bat had already silently flown close, how could Zhong Tianyao still have the strength to fight back? The black bat rushed to the front of Zhong Tianyao's mouth and opened its mouth. 2 rows of sharp teeth that were like human teeth were exposed, and it bit towards Zhong Tianyao's lips. Zhong Tianyao's mind moved slightly, and he activated the light protecting his body, hoping that the light protecting his body could resist for a moment. The spell in his hands had already been formed. However, the black bat's teeth were so sharp, and it was so powerful, how could it allow Zhong Tianyao to cast a spell? The light on Zhong Tianyao's lips flashed rapidly, and it was annihilated in an instant. The black bat's teeth were like a lover's intimately biting Zhong Tianyao's lips. A stream of black blood immediately flowed out. And that black bat didn't stop at all. It flapped its wings slightly, and with an extremely strange glide, it flew to another place. A numb feeling entered Zhong Tianyao's mind, and a shock that came from the bottom of his heart suddenly appeared, as if being bitten by that bat would be the end of his life, as if being bitten by that bat, his soul would fall into the netherworld. Nether bat, Zhong Tianyao immediately thought of a legend and exclaimed. His hands didn't dare to be negligent. With a clap of his hand, a thumb-sized spirit pill was taken out, and he swallowed it. Looking at little Huang again, seeing that the nether bat had bitten Zhong Tianyao, it actually didn't attack anymore. Instead, it swung its big tail and flew to the other side of Zhong Tianyao. It was actually using Zhong Tianyao's figure to avoid Qin Kai. At this time, how could Zhong Tianyao still care about little Huang? On one hand, he used his spiritual power to activate the medicinal power of the detoxification pill, trying his best to resist the poison of the nether bat. On the other hand, he looked fiercely at Qin Kai, and also Fei Xiqing, who was proudly and leisurely driving the fire carpet. Looks like this old man has wrongly blamed Xiaohua. Zhong Tianyao's body trembled slightly. The 100 lives of my Zhong family were caused by fellow Daoist Qin. Qin Kai treated Zhong Tianyao as nothing, and only locked his spiritual sense onto little Huang, thinking about how to deal with it. He said, "It's a pity that this old man can't drive the nether bat at will. This thing can only fly out on a moonless night, and it can't directly find you, old ghost Zhong. This old man has always wanted to invite you out, and directly kill you with the nether bat. It's a pity that this old man has asked you out a few times, but you didn't come out, so old ghost Fei came up with this idea. Anyway, the nether bat is also a killer. If it can meet you, wouldn't this old man save a lot of effort? You." Zhong Tianyao pointed his finger, but he understood in his heart that Qin Kai and Fei Xiqing's poisonous plan wasn't poisonous, nor was it ineffective. Thinking about the moonless night, this nether bat couldn't be detected by spiritual sense. Even if it really poisoned him to death, it was highly possible. Anyway, the people who died were all from the Zhong family, and Qin Kai and Fei Xiqing would be happy if one more died. As for Xiaohua, he only interfered occasionally, and really had nothing to do with this matter. As for him, in order to deal with an unrelated outsider, he actually lured his 2 enemies into the Zhongling mountain village. His actions were simply inviting a wolf into the house. And even if Xiaohua had the intention to kill the Zhong family, he was also an idiot who invited the tiger to drive the wolf away. Old ghost Zhong, don't be delusional in thinking of curing the poison. Seeing Zhong Tianyao activating his supernatural power, Qin Kai said disdainfully, "This old man has already investigated clearly. Your antidote pill is simply unable to cure the poison of this nether bat." To tell you the truth, even this old man doesn't have any antidote in his hands. If you want to cure the poison, you should first see if there's any antidote secret art in that ancient refining method of yours. Your Qin family and Fei family, don't they have their own refining methods? Why do you still covet my Zhong families? Zhong Tianyao struggled to stabilize himself in midair, and sighed. Qin Kai seemed to not recognize Zhong Tianyao as he clapped his hands and said, Old Ghost Zhong, you're also someone who has lived for hundreds of years, how can you not know this Qin's thoughts? That's an ancient refining method. If my Qin family and Fei family grasped it, we could directly establish a sect and occupy a place among the cultivation sects in Meng country. Is there still a need for this old man to explain the difference between a cultivation sect and a cultivation family? Didn't you see that a foundation establishment disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect actually has so many methods? Even a gold core stage patriarch like you can't do anything about it. If this old man and the others didn't come over, how could you subdue Xiaohua? However, this ancient refining method, in the end, should be given to the Qin family? Or to the Fei family? Zhong Tianyao said thoughtfully. Not only Qin Kai, but Fei Siqing also laughed. You don't need to worry about this, we naturally have a way to distribute it. As she spoke, Fei Siqing made a grabbing motion with her hand, and the fire carpet wrapped around Xiaohua actually gradually shrunk and flew towards Fei Siqing's hand. As for Fei Siqing's other hand, it was obvious that she had already formed a seal and was waiting for the fire carpet to enter her hand. Although Qin Kai was talking to Zhong Tianyao, his mind was still on Xiaohuang. However, Xiaohuang was on the other side of Zhong Tianyao, staring at Fei Siqing with its bright eyes, as if it had already understood something, causing Qin Kai to be really puzzled. Seeing Fei Siqing's fire carpet enter her hand, Xiaohuang's eyes suddenly moved, as if it was happy. Qin Kai immediately felt that something was wrong, and while controlling the nether bat to attack Xiaohuang, he anxiously said, Fellow Daoist Fei, be careful. Be careful? Fei Siqing was puzzled and unconsciously swept her divine sense towards Xiaohuang. But at this moment, an extremely dazzling crimson brilliance flashed out from the fiery red brilliance of the fire carpet. It was Fei Siqing's hand that was holding onto the fire carpet. The scarlet brilliance had already flashed, completely covering the flames on the fire carpet. Wasn't this scarlet flame Xiaohua's spirit fire? It was the spirit fire that had already been tempered by breaking the blood-colored seal in the flame forest swamp. If it encountered other magic treasures, Xiaohua wouldn't dare to rashly try it, but facing a fire-type magic treasure like the fire carpet, Xiaohua wasn't afraid at all. Sure enough, in Xiaohuang's voice transmission, Xiaohua aimed at Fei Siqing's hand and used the thread-like spirit fire to burn the fire carpet. The thread-like spirit fire was like a cocoon that covered the sky and wrapped around Fei Siqing. This is bad. He immediately sensed that Fei Siqing's fire carpet had been burnt apart. However, before his divine perception could sweep over, the spiritual fire had already burned his left hand. He saw the protective light on Fei Siqing's body flickering rapidly and was instantly destroyed. It was as easy as how the hell bat had destroyed Zhong Tianyao's protective light. This isn't Samadhi true fire. Fei Siqing turned pale with fright. He was a master refiner. Although he wasn't too proficient in Samadhi true fire, he still had a way to restrain it. Therefore, he didn't care too much about Xiaohua's Samadhi true fire. However, when the spiritual light easily broke through the defensive brilliance protecting his body and nimbly wrapped around him, he suddenly realized, he really underestimated this foundation establishment disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, that you're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.